Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're doing an update on the ultimate guide to Navy Federal. This will be every video done for Navy Federal this year, and it's going to give you an in-depth guide to strategies and different products that Navy Federal has to offer. I did this at the halfway point of the year, and I took that compilation and now I'm combining it with the rest of the videos when I realized I did about double the amount that I did at the beginning of the year. So now let's get into all the videos that are in this compilation and use the timestamps below to pick the one that interests you the most. So number one is going to be how to get a 450 internal score, some information that I got from Navy Federal when I went into a branch and learned some more details about the internal score. 5 things Navy Federal won't tell you, just some things to keep in mind if you're brand new to Navy Federal. The pledge loan is the third video. That's going to be my experience with the pledge loan, exactly how it works, and some more details about that. Fourth video will be the Navy Federal Flagship and how you can get $80,000 even if you have bad credit using a strategy. The fifth video will be the personal loan, $50,000 in personal loan with Navy Federal that you can get with no documentation. Number 6 will be buying a car with Navy Federal. For this one, it's particularly how to do it if your credit is bad and a strategy for that. Number 7 is going to be how to get approved for the Go Reward Business Credit Card. I got approved for the credit card at the beginning of the year. It just documents my experience with that and some data points so you can also get approved for that card. The Navy Federal Secure Credit Card Graduation Step-by-Step Guide. That's the card that I had at the beginning of the year with a $200 credit limit. And it just goes over that and how I graduated that card and just moved up to other products with Navy Federal. Number 9 is going to be the business account with Navy Federal. It shows you step by step how to go through the application and get approved for an account with Navy Federal. Number 10 is going to be the Navy Federal Auto Loan, no money down. It's me in real time actually applying for the loan and getting approved for $30,000. So that way you have an idea of how that process goes. I think I made some mistakes during that process that made it a little bit more difficult, but I think that makes the video a lot better. Number 11 is going to be the Navy Federal Home Loan. That's no money down and a soft pull that they do. It goes over all the details about every single loan that you can get with Navy Federal as far as home. So anything that you want to know, it's covered in that video. Number 12 is never get denied by Navy Federal again. 10 denial reasons that you get from your adverse action letter. It just goes over a lot of those details and things that I did to stop getting a denial with Navy Federal and increase my approval odds. Number 13 is actually the Navy Federal Secret Tradeline. You're going to use this account to build credit. You can watch that video if you want more information about that. Number 14 is actually going to be the Navy Federal Certificate of Deposit Explained, just if you want to learn more information about certificates with Navy Federal. Next video will be the Navy Federal Business Auto Loan, no money down, $35,000 approval. It shows where I got approved for the business auto loan, some details about that. I didn't use the loan, but I was approved for it. And then the last one is going to be the latest video that I updated, the Navy Federal Credit Line Increase, how to get massive credit limits. And it's a huge update that happened within the last few months. I will probably have one more Navy Federal video for you because that update that just happened, I'm going to be doing a credit limit increase probably in the next 2 weeks or so, or less time than that. But you'll see that update. I just wanted to release this video because that one may not get released until next year. So I wanted to have all of this out beforehand, and that way you have all the information that you can possibly need for Navy Federal. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I hope you really enjoy this compilation. It takes me a long time to really put these together because of how extensively long they are, and then to actually get them to download and then to upload them. So I appreciate it when you guys watch this. I think it makes it more comprehensive and easier for you to watch all these videos. And just thank you for supporting this channel all the way through the end of the year. Again, much appreciated, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about everything financial literacy. And today I have a really good video for you guys with some information that I'm very excited to actually share. I recently went to a Navy Federal branch one that was here in Las Vegas. If you live here, it's only a couple of them, right? So I sat down with someone because I was looking into getting some loans. And when I sat down with him, he gave me some really good information on how to get a 450, a perfect internal Navy Federal credit score. And if you don't know what an internal score is with Navy Federal, we're going to talk about that. But it's just recently I released a video on how to get an $80,000 credit card, the Flagship with Navy Federal. On that video, I talk about a strategy that anyone can use, whether your credit is good, whether your credit is bad. It's a strategy that you basically use and do things that essentially increase your internal score. Now, when you increase your internal score, it gives you a better chance of getting products and services with Navy Federal because they don't just consider your personal FICO 9 TransUnion score or whatever scoring model that they're using, because they also use Experian for the business side. It doesn't really matter. It matters, but it's like in conjunction with that, you also have this internal score that really is based on the things that you do with them. Okay, so it's like you don't just have to rely on just having a super high credit score like a 700 and just think that the door is just open for you and you can get everything. Recently, one of our subscribers, and I think I pinned that actual comment that he made. He had a 580 credit score and was able to get $11,000 for a Flagship credit card with Navy Federal. Now, that doesn't mean that his personal credit score may not have been high, but maybe he had no derogatory marks and he was in the process of rebuilding, but maybe it looked like this could have potential. And then maybe he did some things with that strategy in order to put himself in position to get a high internal score. So even with having a low credit score or bad credit, he was able to still get a very high credit limit and a very good credit card. So that's why this is important. That's the reason why I'm excited to share this information and why I think that, everyone should implement these things if they can in order to increase their internal score with Navy Federal, whether you're a member or whether you are planning to become a member in the future. So, let's get started with these things that I actually learned while I was at Navy Federal. First thing, something I did mention in the video, but I did get more information on and why it was important. So for Navy Federal direct deposit and having that Flagship, the checking account. Now, I talked about this in that same video, but I want to give more information on how this actually will increase your internal score. So stability and predictability. This is a really big thing with Navy Federal, and this kind of works with all financial institutions, other credit unions, banks. Direct deposit, it provides a stable and predictable source of funds when a customer has a paycheck or other forms of income. When it's directly deposited into your bank account, it ensures a regular flow of money into that bank. Recently, I did another video on how to set up or how to create paycheck stubs, but also how to set up direct deposit if you're self-employed. So now I pay myself through my business. I just got an email, seriously, like right before I made this video, I got an email saying that my cash rewards card, my cashback increased from 1.5% to 1.75% because I have direct deposit again. So they're recognizing the deposit that I'm making through my business as my direct deposit. So if you're someone who's self-employed or has a business and you wonder how you can do this, I have a video on that as well. Again, if you have a question, I'm just trying to make sure that for any type of, I don't know how else to call it, but any excuse or anything that you think can prevent you from doing something, I want to have a counter to that argument, because I really do believe that if you stop making excuses and reasons why you can't, you'll see that there's plenty of solutions. The solutions are everywhere. They're infinite. You just have to change your mindset. So even if you're self-employed, you can do this too. Now, it's reduced cost. So direct deposit actually reduces the cost associated with handling paper checks with Navy Federal, and it saves money on printing, processing, mailing when members opt into this. So Navy Federal likes to see that because it will save them money and it helps streamline their operations. So it does reduce expenses. All of this stuff is very, very important when you want to increase your internal score. Retention. So when they offer this, it retains customers because normally when you have your direct deposit with an institution, you're very rarely going to go somewhere else. What's cool is you can actually have a direct deposit for a small amount, and you could spread your your deposit among many banks. So most of your jobs will have this, where if you go into like, Workday, Workforce, whatever it is that you're using, you can actually disperse your deposit into many different banks. Essentially, you will still have the direct deposit feature. So just know that it's not like you have to only do this with one place. You can spread it amongst a bunch of other banks. So just be aware that that's something that you can do. It increases the engagement. So it encourages members to engage more with their bank account. When members have income that's going directly into their bank, they're more likely to use other products and services like bill pay, savings accounts, and other features. And as of now, they're actually offering a special savings with the free Flagship checking account if you have an average daily balance of $1,500 or more, $10 if you have less than $1,500. So just by knowing that, you can see that Navy Federal is incentivizing members to maintain a certain balance in their account, and this will increase your internal score significantly. So these are all reasons why having that is super important and why you want to enroll in this. Even if you're only going to do a partial enrollment, I recommend doing that. And if you can at least maintain an average daily balance of $1,500, it'll save you the $10 for the Flagship. Having that premier tier account does also help. So if you can, do that. Let's move on to the next thing. Now let's talk about the pledge loan. Now with the pledge loan, and you may know this too, I have a video on this. If you want an in-depth review on the pledge loan, how it works, how it helps, I recommend that you watch that video as well. I'll probably link them at the end. So you utilize your Navy Federal pledge loan to boost your credit score. Lots of people have been doing this. It can increase your score, seems to be an average of 40 to 60 points. This strategy involves depositing anywhere from $250 all the way up to $100,000, initiating a pledge loan, a secured loan, and then paying off 90% either immediately or you can wait a month for it to report. That's your choice. This method diversifies your credit portfolio. So when you have your credit profile, this will give you a good credit mix. It'll also show that you can handle large amounts of loans and that you're paying them back on time. It also will increase your credit score because payment history is 35% of your overall score. So a majority of your score comes from on-time payments. The longer you have this loan, the more on-time payments get reported, the better that it will improve your credit score. So it really has really great effects as long as you're doing it for a lengthy amount of time. A shorter amount of time, it will help initially, and then once it's gone, you're gonna not have any more, on-time payments that are reporting. So then it may lose some of that help because your score may take another hit once it's paid off. But initially, it does help. I recommend doing longer periods of time. It doesn't have a hard inquiry. That's another great benefit. So I believe my internal score was around like 304, somewhere around there out of 450 in my first 6 months. Then I got a pledge loan. I also did get a secure credit card too, but I got the pledge loan. I did a $501 pledge loan for 12 months. And when I finished doing that, my internal score was about 402 out of 450. And when that happened, when I paid the pledge loan off, maybe this was, I don't know if it was the same thing, but when I paid off my pledge loan, that's when my secure card actually graduated. I only did a $200 deposit. I got that back, and then my secure card graduated to $2,000. And then I was able to keep raising that up. So that's just something that I want to recommend that you guys do. I'm not sure if it was a combination of both, but I will say that it brought my internal score up very high from that 304 to that 402. And the way that it was told to me is that when you do a pledge loan, apparently, from what the guy in Navy Federal told me, they earn a small amount of interest. Now, if you go onto the website, you'll actually see this. They earn 2% of interest on the pledge loans, and then they earn 3% of the interest if it's longer than 61 months. So while you're increasing your credit score, you're also boosting your internal credit score. That's the benefit for you. The benefit for Navy Federal is that they're earning interest off of this. They really like to see that you're using their products and services. When you leave money in their bank, it's in their credit union, it's helping them. When you do this, it's helping them. So really what you're seeing is there's a mutual beneficial relationship going on between us, the members, and the credit union, because when we get all of these products and services, it does help make them a small amount of money. And yes, it seems like it's a very small amount on the individual level, but if we look at the macro level, when you're doing this for a couple of million people, it adds up to a large amount. So just know that your small contribution is helping in the bigger picture, and that does help increase your internal score overall. All right, so let's move on to the next one. Now, this is one that I rarely hear anyone talk about with Navy Federal, but I feel like it's a very easy one. If you guys want, I can cover an entire video on this particular thing. I have not done that yet, but it's an Easy Start certificate. So investing in the Easy Start certificates with an amount ranging from $50 to $3,000, you can do that for 12 to 24 months. This can significantly enhance your relationship with Navy Federal. So these certificates offer APY benefits, so you can earn a little bit on there, and it's demonstrating a solid financial commitment and aiding your credit score at the same time. So the minimum deposit is as low as $50. You can do as low as $50. The terms are available from 12 to 24 months. You can add money at any time. There's no maximum purchase, and you can open multiple certificates, and you can renew it up to 21 days after the maturity date. So these are they're just another tool that you can use to help improve your relationship. Some of us are not in the position or are not going to do auto loans right now. Some of us aren't going to look at mortgage loans with them right now. So you can also have those. But if you don't have a mortgage loan and you don't have an auto loan, then you could do a pledge loan. You can also do a certificate. All these things help. In my opinion, I don't think the amount matters. I just think that you're using the product is what matters with Navy Federal. So again, with my internal score, I never did one of these, but it makes me wonder, what if I would have done an Easy Start certificate and a pledge loan and a secured credit card, a Flagship checking account, and direct deposit at the beginning? You could go as low as $50 on this. The pledge loan, you can literally do a secured card for $200, literally, or you could do a pledge loan for $200. Yes, you can actually take that money, you get it back, then you can pay off 90%, get the 90% back, then take that money and then do the secured card for as low as $200. So you can completely just keep moving this money around. So for the most part, for you to have all of these products, it may only cost you like less than $300 to do all of these. I mean, it doesn't really cost much. And then wait, 90 days to kind of have those direct deposits build up? That might increase your internal score right there. That might get you very close to a 450. So again, just all things that you can keep in mind. I haven't talked about the Easy Start certificates. So if that's something that you would want more information on, then just let me know. I'd be more than happy to make a video on that. I have really not seen anyone on YouTube talk about this, which is why I was so excited to actually get this information from this guy at Navy Federal. I mean, he was really, really, really nice, and he just gave me the rundown on all the things and just gave me every single reason why these actual products and services actually make money for Navy Federal and why they're going to look at you in a really good light and why it helps your internal scores. So yeah, if you appreciate this information, definitely like and subscribe. All right, let's move on to the next one. We already know having any of Navy Federal credit cards, including the N Rewards, the secure card, it'll greatly improve your internal score just based off what I told you, right? Every single bank makes money from interchange fees. All of them do. When you swipe that card, the more you use it, the more money that you're making for that traditional bank, that credit union, whoever. That's the reason why they want you to use their card. Okay. They make money from these interchange fees. So that's how it will benefit Navy Federal. Now, again, what I'm realizing is it really doesn't matter. It seems like the limit that you get, the size of all you have to do is be actively using this product. Just use it. And hopefully you're starting to notice the trend here. There's a trend. You need to get products that make Navy Federal some money. That's it. The more you use this, the more it helps them. And in turn, they're going to help you. So swipe your card, make money. The more transactions that you make and that you pay back, it helps. It really, really, really will help. And again, this is why I'm saying, even if you're working on your credit, this does not prevent you from getting this started. You can, even if I had a 480 credit score when I first started, I was able to get the N Rewards card. Yes, it was a hard inquiry. I did make a deposit of $200. Okay. I was able to do that. Again, you can take the same 200, start a $201 pledge loan. I recommend at least doing the $501 for 12 months or longer. I recommend doing it longer because when you pay off 90%, you get the funds back. I recommend doing that, getting the N Rewards card if that's all that you qualify for, and then taking the rest of the money, sitting it in your account, your Flagship checking, at least $1,500 to now not have a fee every month. And now you have that balance. You have this, you have that. You can get a certificate. All of these things are going to greatly improve your internal score. It does not cost you a lot of money to be able to do all of this. And the benefit that you get, the payoff is going to be much greater than what it costs you to actually do this. So definitely, again, it doesn't matter what level you start at. You start at the N Rewards, cool. Anyone can do it. You start at the level of cash rewards, cool. That's fine. Get yourself in there. But you want to get all of these products and services. All right, so I want to talk about 3 other tips, other key factors that I want you to consider. Credit line increases. So requesting a credit line increase with Navy Federal, it can instantly improve your utilization overall. It's a key factor in your credit scoring, okay? You want to utilize the Navy Federal app for a soft pull. When you don't do the Navy Federal app and you try to call, there have been reports that you will get a hard pull for a credit line increase. So you want to utilize that, and it will, minimize the impact of having that hit on your credit score. So definitely go ahead, ask for credit line increases if you already have a card with them, just because it can greatly increase your credit score if your utilization is high and maybe you're not in the place to pay off a lot of debt right now. Increasing the limit can also help reduce that ratio. Okay. Optimal payment timing. Now, this kind of goes without saying, of course, but paying your credit card on the statement close date, not on the due date, it can maximize your credit score boost. All right. Now, this is something that just, again, it kind of goes without saying, but this strategy can elevate your score by 30 points, emphasizing the importance of having strategic payments. And what I mean by that is essentially if you pay down your utilization, like let's say down to 10% right at the closing cycle date, and that reports, it's going to look very, very good. It's going to look like you're paying your card and you're not using much of the limit. That can also help. The credit line increase is another way. I'm just saying some things where you want to consider these other factors because regardless to having a high internal score, like let's say you do all of this and you get a 450 perfect internal score. If you want to help yourself a little bit more, improve your credit score, at least get to like a 650, 680 range. And if you can, try to get rid of all the derogatory information. All of this will greatly, greatly, greatly help you. So, and then of course, maintaining a high credit score, that leads us right to that. So focus on optimizing payment history, your utilization, your credit age mix, and new credit. These components significantly influence your credit score, with on-time payments and utilization being the most impactful. So they contribute 35 to 30% of your score respectively. And of course, if you've been on this channel for a while, I've already talked about this a whole lot. So I know you're already aware of this, but if you're new and you haven't been here, then I want you to know that maintaining a high credit score is very important. Now, with Navy Federal in this particular topic, yes, having a high internal score is really, really good. Having a high internal score does not make up for having poor credit or having a majority of like derogatory marks. Now, what I'm saying is, even with bad credit, it does not stop you from getting these higher limits or getting things with Navy Federal. But if you have a credit report with a bunch of derogatory marks and you owe like 10 collections, 10 charge-offs, that you got to clean that up. You just have to, because having bad credit or low credit is one thing. Having a credit report where you have a bunch of accounts that you didn't pay on is something totally different. Okay, you got to understand those things are not the same thing. Having a bunch of derogatory marks and having a low credit score is not the same exact thing. Because you can have a 700 credit score and get denied from having one collection or one charge off, because they're going to say you have too many accounts that you haven't paid back. Even with the 700 credit score, I've had one and been denied, not by Navy Federal, but other places by having that. Now with Navy Federal, I've had 2 charge offs and still had my credit card graduate to get a $2,000 limit. So again, I'm not saying that with Navy Federal, I'm just saying in general, you want to take care of that, because you can't, you're not going to just go to Navy Federal. You want to go to other places and maximize, right? So you want to have a high internal score, but just know that if you want to get the full effect of the benefits, you do need to make sure that your credit score is in good shape, or as the best shape that you can get it in. So I'm not saying it has to be perfect. I'm just saying that you need to get it in the best shape that you possibly can in order to help yourself. You just want to put yourself in the best position possible to be able to win. That's all I'm saying. Put yourself in the best light that you possibly can in the eyes of these institutions. And, just really try to make sure that you're maintaining all these things at the same time as doing these other options to increase your internal score. Those are all the things that were mentioned to me. I wrote down as many of them as possible and then just added some additional benefits that I heard, and then added some of those details about, why does this help? Because I think it's not just important to understand, what you should do. It's better to understand how it works. So now you have an understanding of why this benefits the institution, the credit union, even the traditional bank, why they want you to do these things, and how it could help you. Because the same way that they have an internal score, I believe that every bank has some sort of internal scoring model that they use in order to grade you. Because you see people get denied all the time, even with a 700, 750 credit score, they get denied. It's happened to me, and I can tell you plenty. I've had it to where they told me, because I don't have a bank account, I don't have a relationship, I didn't. These things actually do matter. So, you could take this same internal scoring video with Navy Federal, and you can apply a lot of these same things to another traditional bank. This is all really good privy information. And yeah, thank you so much for watching this video. Very, very glad that I was able to go in there. Glad I was able to get this information and ask these questions. If you have any other products or services that you use with Navy Federal, if you know your internal score and, you've gotten it increased over a certain period of time, drop what you've done to increase your internal score into the comments. If you know your internal score, drop your internal score into the comments. Someone may want to ask you, what did you do? How did you get that internal score? Where did you start? All this information is good, especially when we can share it with each other. So please, by all means, I'm definitely curious to know where did you start? What products have you gotten, and where are you now? Please leave that in the comments. Without anything else, you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for watching. And again, thank you. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about everything financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about one of the credit unions that we all know, we all love. Navy Federal is the largest credit union in the United States, and it's most loved because they have low interest rate products. They have no money down mortgages, high limit credit cards. Most of us are aware of all the benefits, but there are some other things that they do have with Navy Federal that also have benefits that they do not tell you or that you are unaware of unless you ask them or unless you look into it or you watch videos like this where we disclose this hidden information. So today we're going to be going over 5 things that Navy Federal will not tell you, and hopefully some of these things can actually benefit you. So let's get started. The first one that we're going to be looking at is going to be the Navy Federal prepaid cards. I know that probably seems like something very vague, but we're going to go into some of the benefits of the Navy Federal prepaid card. So the Navy Federal Go prepaid card, account owners can use their debit card or their credit card, Visa or MasterCard only, to fund their Go prepaid account. The name on the funding card, it must belong to the account owner. So they don't accept any other forms of payment. It has to be a debit card or a credit card that's issued by Navy Federal. It cannot be issued by another financial institution. It has to be just Navy Federal. And while there's no charge for ordering the Go prepaid card, you must initially fund the card with at least $20. When you order a Navy Federal Go prepaid card, you'll be required to enter your funding card information. And there's a special note here. When funding the Go prepaid card with a credit card, the funding transaction is processed as a regular purchase transaction and not a cash advance. So with this, you can withdraw cash from the ATM at a maximum of $600 per day. You can also add up to 5 cards for family members or friends. So essentially, if you get 5 of these cards, then you can withdraw $3,000 per day, which would ultimately, if you had 4 days of doing this, you'd be able to withdraw $10,000 in cash. This would be all from your credit card or your debit card. So one advantage of that is now if you did want to get cash from your Navy Federal credit card and you did not want to pay a cash advance fee, or you wanted to use more than what was allowed, you can actually fund this Go prepaid card, and then you can withdraw the actual cash from that. So I guess it'd be a way of liquidating. But again, you want to know that your APR is still going to be the same if you do this within a certain period. Like if you do it at the end of a statement cycle, you're going to have 30 days really to pay it back. My recommendation is to do something like this the day before your statement cycle date closes. That way it starts in a new cycle. You ultimately get around like 60 days almost to pay that back. So that would be a nice little trick where if, for whatever reason, you just needed cash and you couldn't use credit, this would be an alternative to that. Or if you need to take that money, deposit it for something in particular, income verification, down payment on mortgage, anything like that, whatever the case may be, that might possibly be an option for you. And I'm just going to take you to the website so that way you could see this, because again, this information is subject to change. So at the time of recording, all of this information is valid. Right. So right now we are on the Navy Federal website. We're in the Go prepaid card portion, and spend money the smart way. And you can see Go prepaid, it delivers a convenient, flexible, and secure way to spend and send money that you and your family can bank on. And when you look at it here, it's for families. It's for you to be able to track spending, set a budget, monitor the account balances, load and reload the card. How it works: you can go to the prepaid card online, activate and load the money onto the Go prepaid card through the mobile app, and then shop online or in stores anywhere Visa debit cards are accepted. And it lets you know that you get convenience, flexibility, and security. You can download the Navy Federal Go prepaid mobile app. So there's a dedicated mobile app for this particular card. And if we go down to the facts right here, what payment method can I use in order to fund my card? And I copied the exact information here, but we can go over it again. Account owners can use their Navy Federal debit card or credit card. And right here, note, when funding the Go prepaid card with a credit card, the funding transaction is processed as a regular purchase transaction, not a cash advance. And then you can also order the Go Prepaid card for additional users. So you can definitely check this out, especially at the time of recording. And you can see point of sale transactions are $3,000 per day. ATM withdrawal limit is 600. Account owners can customize the limit for card holders. Total card load is $10,000. No monthly activation or purchase fee. So this is something that you can definitely look into. It might be an additional benefit for you if you are looking to do that. And you can get as creative with it as you would like. All right, now we are looking at number 2. That's going to be the auto increase limit. Now, this is something that sounds really good, right? And I'm actually testing something out right now. I may do a follow-up video for just this one individual thing, but Navy Federal will automatically increase your credit limit. This is a feature that it sounds wonderful, but can also prevent you from maximizing your full limit. I'm just going to give you a quick example. I was trying to get another $8,000 increase on one of my Navy Federal credit cards, my personal credit card. There was when I got to month 5, it was like 1 month before I could actually I was going to be looking at doing the increase. It was like maybe, let's say like 150 days in, almost getting close to the 81st day when you should, or the recommended date. They did an auto increase of $1,500. So instead of getting the $8,000 increase that I could have requested manually, I only got $1,500. And it doesn't seem like a big deal, but like I said in previous videos, the CEO of FICO even stated when you're trying to get higher limits on all your other credit cards, they look at what other banks are offering you. So that additional $8,000 could have helped me get increases on all of my credit cards when I did a credit line increase. I tried to do them all at the same time. So this would have had a trickle effect to hopefully increase all of them at the same time, which then could have gotten me higher limits on even business credit cards that I wanted to apply for. So that's one of the things that I was really upset about, because now I'm like, I got to wait another 6 months. So when I called, I did find out that from the representative that I spoke with, you do not actually have to wait 6 months for a limit increase. That's the recommended date. So the automatic increase didn't have to wait 6 months. It could be 4, it could be 5. They can just do it. They are also able to turn this feature off. So if you want to be able to maximize your limit, you can turn it off. Now, I do have, from what I've been researching, there is a theory of mine that the auto limit increase may not affect that 180 days, that 6-month credit limit increase, that pretty much that method that we're all familiar with. So I'm testing it out now. I'm trying to see if in this time frame, can I request another increase on top of that? If so, I'll come back and update this video, because it would be awesome if auto increases can be on, and they may give you a couple, maybe $1,500, $2,000 increase here and there, but it won't affect you asking for $8,000 later. That way you might be able to get a $10,000 increase within like a 7-month, 8-month time frame. So I'm still testing that. I don't have any information to confirm it, but I will keep you in the loop. But if that's something that you had seen happen, just know that I would turn the auto limit increase feature off, because you could have manually requested way more. They may have given you a counter offer, but it would have been, in my opinion, for where my score was, the other cards that I just got limit increases on, I would say that I probably would have gotten the full 8,000. But instead, this is what I got. I got 1,500. So just bear that in mind. It's something that, again, they don't tell you. You would have to actually call them and ask them to turn this feature off. Now, if the counter happens and turns out you could do this and request a manual, I'll update this video and I'll come back with that information, and then it might be better to keep it turned on. But I will keep you posted with that information as I learn it in real time. Now, number 3 that we're going to be looking at will be credit line migration. Now, this is something that I've worked at a few banks. A lot of them offer this exact same thing. I didn't know that it was something with Navy Federal that you can actually do. So when you reallocate credit line, By that, I mean you're moving credit line from one card to the other. You can move it with Navy Federal, and the account has to be open for 1 year. And that would be really helpful if you want to complete a balance transfer. So I'm going to give you an example. I had someone ask me what I recommend for a consolidation loan. And I told them I don't have any recommendations because everything's based off of, circumstances. If you have a consolidation loan for your debt and the interest rate is high, if it's lower than my APR on my card, then I guess it makes sense. If it's not, then I wouldn't do it, right? Or there has to be a specific reason why. Now, let's say you wanted to do a balance transfer and the balance transfer was for $50,000. You could then take, let's say you have a Navy Federal card that has 50,000 and another one that has 30,000. You can take the 30,000 from one card, add it to the other. You now have $80,000 on one card. And now you can do a balance transfer and you can consolidate all of your debt onto this one card. And a lot of balance transfers, they have low APR. Occasionally there'll be promotions for 0% APR. So if you had a credit card that was just out of hand, maybe $50,000 in debt, and your interest is like $2,000 or $3,000 a month, I mean, the interest is killing you. You can't even pay on the principal because you can't beat the interest. This would be a situation where this benefit comes into play. Now you can put all of it to one card, 0% APR, and you can pay it down on the actual principal. Just imagine how much money that would save you if you were paying $2,000 in interest, and now you get to pay $2,000 plus extra on top of that to pay down that balance. And if you have a year to do so, you can really make a dent in that. I mean, if you could do that for $2,000 for a year, that's $24,000. That can be half of that entire balance. And if you could throw a little extra on there, that would be great. It'll give you a lot of time to be able to really get that down. And then you can go do a balance transfer somewhere else with a different card and then pay down the other $24,000 within another year. Now you were able to pay that without paying any interest, 0% APR, by using this and by using this reallocation strategy. So again, this is something that I didn't know that they had available at Navy Federal, and it can be good just depending on how you're going to use it and how you're going to reallocate those funds. All right. Now let's do number 4. Number 4 is going to be viewing your internal score. So a couple things with this. Some of us may or may not know, but Navy Federal has an internal score that can range from 100 to 450. And Navy Federal will use this and your personal credit score, usually your TransUnion FICO 9, to determine what approval odds you'll receive as well as low interest rates. And based off this internal score, you may be approved for lower interest rates and higher limits, even if your credit score is low. So that's one of the huge benefits of having an internal score. The internal score, like for another example, there's someone who on our $80,000 Navy Federal Flagship credit card video, they had a 580 credit score and got approved for the Flagship for, I believe, $11,000. And I think I pinned that comment because I thought that was really amazing, because that just goes to show you didn't have to have the strongest credit score if you have a high internal score. And you can do things like get the pledge loan, use the certificate, make deposits, get products with Navy Federal, and definitely make sure that you're depositing money and you're building that relationship. You don't necessarily have to have the strongest credit score. You can have a strong internal score. Now, your credit score is taken into account, but it's not the end all be all. And that's the main point. So if your internal score is lower than about 250, I would probably wait before applying for anything. And a lot of people don't know how to find their internal credit score. So that's where, this information comes into play. Anytime you apply for a credit card product, Navy Federal is going to send you a letter. And if you look on the back of that letter, it's usually on page 1, then you'll see your internal credit score. So it is it's again a number between 100 and 450. Now, that's the only way that I know of that you can actually see your score. You can try to call, you can try to ask. A lot of times, some of the people who work there don't even know what that is. And I've worked in a place where it's like internally, you have to understand that sometimes it's just a job. And there's some things that I'm not going to know about that. If you're someone who is looking into something like a strategy or something like how we're doing, you're going to be more involved in this than I will, than even if it's my job. So I understand. I've been on the other side, so I get it. You're not going to know all that stuff because to you, it's not really that important. You're just trying to do your job. So again, some of them don't even know what that is. This is the definite way that you can find it. So if you are approved for a credit card, you will be able to see your internal score. If you're denied for a credit card, you will see your internal score. I want to give you a tip to actually seeing your internal score. That probably seems obvious, but I'm not sure that I heard anybody ever mention it on YouTube. But what you can do is freeze your credit scores. Freeze your credit scores and then apply for something with Navy Federal. Apply for a credit card, apply for something. You will get denied because they're not able to actually see your score, but you will receive a letter in the mail. That letter should have your internal score on it. Now, sometimes I've seen where it doesn't, but this has worked for me in the past when I wanted to see my internal score. I just go apply, freeze, denied, letter in the mail. You're denied because we weren't able to access with the internal score. And then they'll also have some tips that you can actually see on that letter about how to improve your internal score. Like they'll have things like number of inquiries on the credit bureau, your report saying that it's too high. They'll have like balance statuses. They'll have length of Navy Federal membership. So that the time that you've been a member actually does matter. That can all affect your actual internal score. So you do want to be aware of that. So a lot of these things do add up. Account balances can also be a factor. And, you want to put yourself in the best position to get approved for their products and their services. So again, that's the reason why we hyper focus on building that relationship to really grow that internal score. That internal score is just as, if not more important than our actual personal credit score. So just keep that in mind and let me know if that tip still works. I haven't done it in a while, but you can try that. Freeze everything, apply, get a letter in the mail with the denial, and then you can see your internal score without having to actually apply for something and take a hard inquiry. Or if you apply for something and you're approved, just know that you'll be able to actually see it that way as well, or if you are denied. Now, number 5. I want to talk about credit pools. Now, credit pools is going to be a couple things. I want to talk about when's the best time to submit them, like to submit an application to get a credit pool and where they're actually going to be pulling from. So this is going to be some information that I'm not sure is still relevant, but it was at a time. It was at least at a time, best to submit your application anywhere between 11 p.m. and 4:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as Navy Federal will be using an automated system. Normally, underwriting is gone. Hence, it used to be called the late night approval hack. And it was supposed to give you a higher chance of approval during those hours. I think it was a loophole that Navy Federal was aware of, so it may or may not still work. But currently, they use your TransUnion 9 for everything personal. Experian for the business, but TransUnion FICO 9 for the personal. Except they have been known to pull your Equifax FICO 9 for credit line increases. So you may or may not know that. Memberships, if you're a member, it's currently a soft pull unless you call. If you call for like a credit line increase, they will most likely do a hard pull. And you want to avoid this by just doing it through the app. You don't really want to have to call. If you're denied on an application, they can also reuse a hard pull within 30 days if they can match your application with the previous app. Now, we have tools and resources on this channel to remove hard inquiries. But remember, if you're approved for something, you want to keep that hard inquiry. You don't want to remove it. So if you are denied and you want to try again within a certain time frame, like, a 30-day time frame, you can then, instead of taking a second hard pull, you can try again with the original one. If something changed, like let's say you paid down your utilization or something changed where your score increased, then you can call them back and say, hey, can you use this same one? If you're approved, cool. If you're not, we know how to remove it. So just some additional information that you can actually use. And just another, like a sidebar, you're only allowed 3 credit cards maximum. You can have duplicate cards, but you are only allowed 3 cards maximum on the personal side. And also, if you do get, let's say, a credit pool, you're approved for a credit card, your initial credit line without proof of income, the maximum you could possibly get is $25,000. $25,000 is the maximum amount that you could possibly get without proof of income. And of course, $50K on every card except the Flagship, it's $80,000. But for initial, it's always going to be 25. Without that, one more thing, and you may or may not be aware of this, but when you're doing a credit line increase, if you were denied or you did not get approved, I recommend calling, because sometimes they actually have your credit line increase pending. Sometimes all they need is proof of income. They need to verify something. So always call and ask. They may just need to verify that. And if they verify that, then they can approve you for your credit line increase. And that's something that I've never seen like anybody address or talk about. So just keep that in mind. I would always call if you did not get it and just find out why, because it may be as simple as you calling, verifying some information, and then you're approved. So always double check that. But that is pretty much it. Those are 5 things that Navy Federal will not tell you. And if you didn't know, then you are aware now. I may compile another video of a few more things that you may or may not know. But thank you guys so much for watching. If there's anything that you want to add, things that you've found out, add them in the comments. You know, it would be great to actually have here under this video a lot of information that people did not know and that you can share. That way we can all just go down to the bottom of this video and look at all the additional information that we can refer to, and we could test out some of these theories, experiment with some of these methods, and to see if some of these things actually still hold weight, like the late night approval hack. So again, in the comments, add some additional information. If you know anything, or if you've benefited or learned anything from this video, please like, please subscribe. Thank you for watching once again, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about business strategies, financial literacy, and all things when it comes to personal finance. And today, we're going to be talking about something that I've actually wanted to address a majority of the time that I've had this channel, but I'm just getting around to it now. It's the pledge loan with Navy Federal. Now, most of you know this by the Navy Federal pledge loan hack. You know, a lot of people talked about it. It's not really a hack per se. It's just a strategy that you can use to get an installment loan. And then when you basically pay off a majority of the loan and it reflects on your credit report, it increases your credit score because it looks like you had a loan and you paid a majority of it off very quickly. And that's really it. But I do want to go into more of a step-by-step guide when it comes to this particular type of loan. I just want to explain what this loan is, and then I want to explain a little bit more about this strategy and how this strategy actually does work to increase your credit score, and how you can utilize it if you are a member with Navy Federal, and how it personally did help me. I got my pledge loan and my Navy Federal secured card at the same time. Between both of those, they really did help increase my credit score by using them responsibly, and of course paying them on time, keeping my utilization low. And yeah, it also will help with your internal score. So without further ado, let's get into the video. Again, the 3 things that we're going to talk about: what is a pledge loan exactly, what are the benefits, and this credit hack. Again, it's not really a hack, it's more of just a strategy, but that's what people know it as. So we're going to, get into the details of that a little bit more and why it helps you in the first place. Now, a pledge loan, it's just a safe, smart way to borrow money. Now, technically you're not borrowing money. It's just like when you have a secured credit card, you're using your own money as collateral. So it really is no risk to the bank or financial institution to offer this. And Navy Federal is just one of the places that offer a pledge loan. There are other places that offer them. It just I think it's called a secured savings loan. But a Navy Federal pledge loan is a secured installment loan, and essentially you're borrowing money against your own money. And as you pay the loan back, the money is given back to you. So it's a really simple, easy process. And I think that the reason why people like it is it really essentially is just you moving money around. You're moving it from one place to the other, and then you're getting it right back. At the same time, you're able to build your credit. And then I'll go into a little bit more detail about exactly what I mean by just moving your money around. So how the pledge loan works, and I want to make it as simple as possible. You're going to call Navy Federal. The only way for you to get this loan is, one, you have to be a member of Navy Federal. Two, you have to call them, and then you're going to specify the amount that you would like to use. Depending on the amount that you get will determine how long the term is of your pledge loan. And then you're going to be asked to add the money into your Navy Federal savings account. So you're going to move the money into your Navy Federal savings account. The loan is created in a few days, and it'll appear in your Navy Federal online account. They'll ask you to, also sign and approve it. They'll send you some documentation. You normally get it in 24 to 48 hours. And then once that happens, you'll see the pledge loan on your online account. You'll also see that the funds have then been moved back into your checking account. So you move the funds into the savings. A pledge loan is created. The money gets put back into your checking account, and then you also see the pledge loan. So once that happens, you will now have a loan that reports to the credit bureaus as a new installment loan. All right. And this is good for a few different reasons, and that'll bring us into the next part of our video, which is going to be things that you should know. So you're only allowed to have 4 pledge loans per savings account with Navy Federal. Once you finish paying off the pledge loan, you will lose the benefits of the pledge loan. So keep in mind that longer loans are better. And what I mean by that is I have another video where I talk about how to get an 850 credit score, a perfect credit score, how credit scores break down. The only way to have good credit is for you to be actively paying on debt. I know for people, they think, oh, if I pay something off, then my credit score is going to increase. No, if you pay something completely off, your credit score actually goes down. A credit report is like a report card of how well you pay things on time. I don't know how well you pay stuff on time once something is paid off. So you lose the benefit. That's why with the pledge loan, a lot of times it gives people a temporary boost to help them get lower interest rates on auto loans, to give them a nice little increase in their score for different things that they want to do. But the best benefits you will get from a pledge loan is making it longer. I believe you can go 180 months with this loan. So that's about 15 years. And here are the different amounts. If you do a pledge loan between the amounts of $250 to $500, you can only do 6 months, and the APR is 2%. If you do $501 to $1,000, then you can get a length of 12 months with 2% APR. There is interest on this loan, but 2% is really nothing. $1,001 to $1,500, then you could do it for 18 months with 2% APR. $1,501 to $2,000 is for 24 months, 2% APR. $2,001 to $3,000 is for 36 months, 2% APR. Once you get to $3,001 plus or more, you have the option of doing 60 months. And that's, I think that's a good one. I think that's a good place to actually, if you can actually afford to do it, that's a good one. That's going to be for 5 years. And then you get, 2% APR. If you want to do it for 61 months to 180 months, then it's 3%. But I think that's the best one. Reason being, and I'm going to get to this a little bit later about the breakdown of your credit score. A big part of your credit score is on-time payments, and a big part of your credit score is account length. So you got to think, if you get a $3,001 pledge loan and you have it for 180 months, 15 years, and you pay a big portion of that loan off, that basically guarantees 15 years of on-time payments. That's going to be a 15-year account as time ages. That is going to help your credit score overall. The longer that loan is, the better it's going to actually be. So you really want to focus on getting it for the longest amount of time to get the maximum benefit from it. I don't think you need to have multiple pledge loans. I think having one lengthy pledge loan would be the best option for you. Now, you can only apply for this loan in a branch or over the phone. So keep that in mind. There's no way to apply for it online. You won't see that as an option. So these are just a few things that you should know and you should keep in mind. Let's get to the actual benefits of this pledge loan. All right. So here's the advantage number one. When you apply for more loans, you're likely to get higher approvals. Now, what do I mean by that? When you apply for, let's say, a credit card, if you look up the CEO of FICO, he actually says that a lot of the limits that you get approved for, they're based off of what they can see on your credit report. So let's say you have a pledge loan for $10,000. It is more likely that if you have a balance that high, that they'll approve you for a credit card with a higher limit. So you may go for a credit card and only have a $3,000 pledge loan, and you may notice, oh, every card that I apply for, I'm only getting approved for a $2,000 limit, $2,500 limit. If you were to have a $10,000 pledge loan, there's a greater chance that you may get a credit card with a $10,000 limit, $8,000 limit, which then will let other banks know, or people that are lending you money, that you can handle these high amounts. It just increases the likelihood that you're going to be able to get higher limit approvals for other products when other banks and lenders are looking at your credit profile. Advantage number two, it builds your internal score with Navy Federal. So with Navy Federal, I think if you want personal credit cards and you want to get high limits and you don't want to, apply for too many because it'll reduce the age of your history, the more accounts that you apply for, unless you're looking for a particular cashback or benefit, I think credit unions like Navy Federal, they're a good place to get one credit card and stick with it. If you were to get something like a cash rewards card, I believe the maximum limit you can get on that is $50,000. You can also get another $30,000 on another card. Between all of your cards, you can have a maximum of $80,000. And if you were to get a business credit card with Navy Federal, then you can get $25,000 max on the business side without documentation. So in overall, you can get $105,000 maximum from just Navy Federal. That's one institution. So one way that you can get these higher limits is to build your internal score with Navy Federal. You can build your internal score by getting more products and services like the pledge loan. That's definitely one that they're going to look at, and it will look good. Advantage number three, this will boost your credit cards significantly. And that's just another thing when it comes to, it was kind of like the first thing. You're going to definitely get higher credit card limit approvals, but it'll also increase all limit approvals. I kind of switched advantage one and advantage three. Like, for example, auto loans, everything like that. This will just overall increase everything that you're going to get when they see that you have higher balances that are paid. For example, if you were to do a $15,000, $30,000 pledge loan, like let's just say you have $30,000 in your savings, you could technically do a $30,000 pledge loan, pay 95% of the loan off, you get the money right back. But now everyone can see that you have $35,000 where you've paid 95% of that loan. And you probably want to stick between 80 and 90%. But if you want your money back, you want your money back. I would say either way, that's still pretty good. Now, if you were to, let's say, go and apply for like a car loan, I think that you're more likely to get a better interest rate and higher approvals because they see you can handle that $35,000, that $30,000 that you had. It just looks good. So there's a lot of advantages to actually getting this loan. And overall, I think it's a great strategy depending on where you are. Now, I've seen some people say that this is it's not good to have secured loans, installment loans. Here's the thing. These are all just strategies and tools. No one can say without a doubt that this is good or it's bad, right? I wouldn't use a hammer to tighten a bolt. I would use a wrench. You use different tools for different things. If you have an 800 credit score, maybe it won't benefit you much. Depending on where you are, maybe it won't benefit you. For someone who's new to credit, this is going to help. This will help. Especially if you get if you're like bank loyal and you want to get all your products from one place, put all your money into Navy Federal, get the pledge loan, you want to get your auto loan, your mortgage, and you build that relationship, then absolutely, this is a great thing then in that case. So just don't let things like that deter you. Just know that everything is a strategy for a different level. And as you start to level up, certain strategies won't be necessary for you. Certain strategies will still be necessary. So you can pick and choose how you want to do this. Again, this is just a tool. That's all it is. It's a tool that you can utilize strategically to help build your credit, get higher limit approvals, and to just help you overall with boosting your credit score. All right, now let's talk about this credit hack. Again, it's not really a hack, but I know that that's what people know it as. And we use hack because hack is like a buzzword. It makes you want to click on the like video when people say hack because it feels like it's like a secret. Not really a secret. It's just, you could do this with so many different things. You don't have to necessarily just do this with just the pledge loan. There's so many different strategies that you can use. So here's the strategy with the pledge loan or hack. When you receive your pledge loan, you pay back 80 to 90% of the loan. This will result in a credit score increase and you get the money back into your savings account. This is simple, straight to the point. This is just how it works. You only have to pay the APR amount, which, for example, let's do some math really, really quick. If I had $30,000 as a pledge loan and I did 3% APR, for $30,000, the 3% would be $900. While that sounds like a lot in comparison to how much you are actually, the benefits you're getting from it, I think that it's worth it. And that would be a pledge loan spread over 15 years, 180 months. So you also have to consider that as well. Let's go on the low end. If you had a pledge loan for $1,000 and it was only 2% APR, that's $20. So, I think that it's relative to how much you're putting in, but of course, then it's also spread over a longer period of time, the more money that you use. Overall, I'd spend $900 on $30,000 for 15 years of on-time payment history. That is a steal, to me. Now, here's a credit breakdown. The reason why this hack or strategy works really well and people recommend it is because of the breakdown of your credit score. 35% of your credit score is on-time payments. If you pay this loan off and you do 90%, again, imagine the 180-month one. You've already locked in almost, that's like 14 years right there of on-time payments. It's locked in. You already did it. That's amazing. Utilization's only for credit cards. This will also help with your credit history the longer that you have it, and it's going to help with your credit mix. Your credit mix is 10% of your credit score. So already between on-time payments, between credit history, and between credit mix that is 35, 45, 55% of your credit score is being hit, and new credit, if you count that, that's 65% of your credit score. So, I don't really think that it's really going to get like that much better than that. It's not going to get that much better. Actually, I'm sorry, that's 70% of your credit score. You can hit 70% of your credit score with this one loan if it's utilized properly. So I think that it's one of the best strategies that you can use to help you grow your credit. And if you understand the breakdown of how your credit score works, then it's almost a no-brainer to have this with Navy Federal. Now, if you are watching this video and you're thinking I'm not a member of Navy Federal, there's plenty of videos on that about how to become a member. For example, if you are a roommate of someone who is in the military or is a member of Navy Federal, they may not be in the military themselves, but if they're a member and you contribute at least 50% to the household, like if you're paying half the rent, you can become a member of Navy Federal. If you know someone who's a member, they can provide you with an access code. If you have a family member who is in the military, then you can become a member. And then people have another one called a hack. It's not a hack. It's not a backdoor method. If you've had a family member who was in the military, like, for example, I've had two grandfathers. Both of them have passed. They were both in the military. You know, I can grab all of my grandfather's, all of his credentials. I can show them that I had a grandparent who was in the military, who's no longer alive today, and I can still become a member of Navy Federal. It's not like a secret. It's not a hack. It's not a backdoor. You can do that just by, like, it's like lineage. Like, if they were there and you can show them, then you're good. And that's really it. So honestly, I mean, as long as you have someone who's been affiliated with the military in some way, form, or fashion, there's a way for you to become a member of Navy Federal. It's not that difficult. And I think that if you are looking for a credit union to actually utilize in order to help grow your credit, especially if you're brand new to credit, I believe that this is a good one. And even if you're not brand new, I think that, you know, for Navy Federal and credit unions in general, because credit unions are not traditional banks, they're not looking for profit. They use the money for their members in order for them to give you good interest rates on loans and other products. So in actuality, people need to have more members of Navy Federal in order for them to grow. The more people that have Navy Federal, they deposit money into their account, they leave money in their account, they pay back these products and services on time, the more money and better interest rates they can offer you as a union. Again, the union is run by the members. It's not a traditional bank where they're interested in making a profit based off of interest rates and bank fees. So the members, the more members that there are that use the accounts responsibly, the more they can offer other members. So that's pretty much all I have for this video for today. If you have any questions or concerns, please leave them in the comments. I'll get to them as soon as I can. If this is something that you're currently using, I would love for you to drop in the comments, you know, what the pledge loan did for you. How much did it increase your credit score? Are you looking to possibly do this right now? Are you a member of Navy Federal? Are you not? You know, the different ways that you've joined if you became a member. It's just good to share all this information, because the more information that we share, the more people that we can help. And then, you know, in turn, we can all become a resource for each other when we need to get these types of products and services, or things change, new information comes to light. We all want to be a resource hub for each other, you know, so use your peers to also learn a lot of the things that are going on with these products and services. So thank you guys so much, and you have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith, and today we're going to be talking about the Navy Federal Flagship Visa card and how you can get an $80,000 credit limit on this card. You can even do this with bad credit as well. And this is something that I have been doing since I started my credit repair journey. And even now, I'm continuing to do this. And it's a really, really cool strategic method that I feel like a lot of people sort of talk about it, but they don't organize it in the steps that I believe, should take to do it effectively quick. So we're going to talk about how even with bad credit, you can get $80,000 from Navy Federal. I'm also going to give a nice bonus tip at the end. And then we're going to also show how even if you do have bad credit, bad or good, the time frame that this is going to take is almost going to be the exact same, or very, very, very close. So no matter where you start, you're still going to all end up in the same position, no matter where you are credit wise. And of course, on this channel, I do have resources for credit repair, Lots of videos on collection removal, hard inquiry, charge off. So you guys can check that out as well. But without further ado, let's get right into the video. If you are not a member of Navy Federal, you probably are thinking, why does everybody talk about this one particular credit union? And there's a big reason why. Navy Federal is the country's largest credit union with around 168.4 billion in total assets and 13.2 million customers. And this was only at the end of 2022. And that's according to the latest data. So they've also been known to give out high limits. You've probably heard that they give out very, very high limits. Reason that they can is because they're not traditional institutions. The money that they're able to lend is based off of what the members have that are a part of the credit union. So because of that, and they don't do the usual traditional financial institution, they don't go through the same type of structures, you will get a lot better interest rates. You'll also get a lot better funding. And it also will give you more of a reason to actually deposit money and leave it inside of your credit union. Again, a lot of the amounts in loans and credit lines that they're able to give out, they're able to give that out because of the money that you leave in their bank. So consequently, because you do that, you're actually able to get a internal score that raises your value as a member and also will give you products and services. So you're actually rewarded in the sense with a credit union like Navy Federal for leaving money, being a good client, having products and services with them. So it's about building relationships in this particular case. Traditional banks, it's more of a transactional type of relationship. With Navy Federal, it's all about building trust. And that's the difference that you're going to get with this particular credit union. Now, a lot of people want to know how to become a member. I recently did a video on the Navy Federal Pledge Loan where I talked about that. Becoming a member is not difficult. If you would like to be one, you can become one, of course, through military affiliation. And some people will say, well, I'm not in the military. For the most part, because of the amount of, like, our military is very, very large. There are a lot of individuals who are in the military in some way, form, or fashion. So no matter what, I can almost assure that you're associated with someone in the military in some way. You just may not have realized it yet. So in my previous video about the pledge loan, I discussed a few ways, but of course I'll go through the obvious ones: immediate family, your parents, your grandparents, your spouse, your siblings, your children, including adopted or stepchildren, grandchildren. If you have a household member, if you have a roommate and you pay half of the rent, if they're in the military or they are a part of Navy Federal, you can also become a member that way. They also can provide you with an access code. If you have children that are in ROTC, you can become a member. If you work for the Department of Defense and you're a civilian, then you can become a member. If you're a veteran, then you can become one. There's a lot of ways that you can become a member of Navy Federal. And the one that people usually say is the backdoor method. It's not any backdoor. You can become a member if you had a family member who was also in the military that may have passed or be deceased. If you have a grandfather who was in the military and you remember, maybe what branch that they were in, you can call this number here today and you can tell them that you had a family member who was in the military, but they passed and, you don't have them here to be able to vouch for you, but they were in the military. Tell them the branch, just give them some of the information. You can become a member that way as well. So plenty of different ways that you can do it. And it's not too difficult. So I would suggest that you look at that. Or again, if you have someone who's in the military who is family right now or a friend, they can also provide you with an access code. And like I was saying before, everything with Navy Federal is based on relationship. So because they're this relationship financial institution, you are able to get much better interest rates, limits, loans. It makes it so much easier. And that's the reason why a lot of people like to use Navy Federal. I also like the fact that you can get up to $80,000 with one credit card from Navy Federal. The reason why I like that, you should have multiple credit card products, But if you're rebuilding credit and you only started with one credit card, the reason why I would recommend this one is because you can start it and increase this limit slowly as time goes on to get it up to a maximum limit of $80,000. If I had to pick one credit card that I knew could do that, I would definitely pick Navy Federal. That's the reason why when I started to rebuild, I started with that, because I knew over time I can rebuild and get the maximum limit here. Even if I had bad credit, I would still be able to do so. Now, let's get into this strategy that I'm referring to. Again, all these tips are just strategies based off of information, and I just want to compile it in a very simple and easy way for you to understand and hopefully execute on. So you want to open a checking account and savings account with Navy Federal. That's pretty obvious. You want to become a member. You can use the exact same methods that I gave there. Hopefully one of them apply to you. Again, if you had any member of your family in the military, you can then call them and become a member. All right. Now, if you open a checking account and savings account with them, that's going to be the first step. And I recommend opening up a Flagship checking and a money market savings account. And then you should keep that account open for 90 days before you apply for anything. Now, I do want to say, if you have good credit, you can apply for credit cards right away with them. But all based off of research, if you were to open an account, deposit money and build a relationship with them first, wait 90 days, you're likely to get a higher limit. Even with your credit being good, you may have only gotten $5,000. You took maybe 90 days and built a relationship, you may get a credit card where the starting limit might be $10,000. So just something to think about. But if you already opened an account with them and you already have a product like a pledge loan or something like that, that's okay. Nothing's wrong with that. That's just something that if you haven't done it yet, that I would recommend. Now, I want to talk about some of the features with the Flagship checking account really, really briefly. You do get dividends with this account, so they will pay you a bit of interest for keeping your money there. If you have between $0 to $9,999, you'll get 0.35%. If you have $10,000 to $24,999, you'll get 0.40%. Anything over $25,000 is 0.45%. Now, these aren't the highest percentages, but I believe if you're going to leave your money somewhere, you might as well get something for it. These tiered dividends are based on balances, and you earn these dividends with keeping a daily balance of at least $1,500 for the Flagship checking account. The reason why I recommend having this account is because the more money that you leave with inside of Navy Federal, the more money that they're able to loan out and also make. So I believe, because I've worked at a few banks, that when you have our premier products, they always will, because every bank has a similar type of internal scoring system. Navy Federal has a well-known internal score. These types of products help increase your internal score because they require you to keep more money. Now, for the money market savings, that one is going to be a 0.25% interest that you get from having $0 to $99,999. You also get a percentage for 100,000, 250, 500, and 1 million, etc. And there is, again, no monthly service fee for this one. As long as you have an average daily balance of $1,500 or more, it's $10 for the service fee if you have less. So you definitely want to make sure that if you're starting off with these particular accounts, you're leaving $1,500 in both accounts. You won't get any fees. And you'll also, again, build your internal score with Navy Federal by setting up direct deposit. You want to do that as well, and opening up these particular accounts. All of these will help you. So if you're starting off with Navy Federal and you want to put yourself in the best position to get high limits, set up direct deposit with the Flagship checking and the money market savings account, make frequent deposits, or as you get paid, just do them bi-weekly. Let them just go in there for direct deposit. And then you want to wait 90 days. These are all really, really good things. If you also want to get additional products, if you want to get a pledge loan, if you want to get an auto loan, that's something that you can do. I would wait the 90 days. just before getting anything if you can. Now, here is our next step. For the next step, we're going to apply for a credit card. So if you decide to wait the 90 days, during that time, you made your deposits, you opened up the accounts that we just talked about. This will have built your relationship and will increase your internal score with Navy Federal. The first thing I would do before applying is going to Navy Federal's pre-qualification page. By providing them a few pieces of information, they can run a quick credit check with no impact to your credit score to see if you're eligible to receive a specific card before submitting your application. Now, I will say that if you submit this and the only card you pre-qualify for is the N Rewards card, that is okay. That's okay. I'm going to go through all the scenarios for if you have bad credit, fair credit, and great credit. We're going to go through all the scenarios, okay? Because the beauty of this is no matter what, you're going to qualify for something. If you qualify for the secure card and you're rebuilding your credit, that's okay, because you will still be able to get this secure card. It will be a $200 deposit that you will have to give them at least, and that's going to be the collateral for you to get this card. But this is how I started with Navy Federal. I started with a secure card because that was all that I qualified for at the time. It is okay. If you have fair credit, you may qualify for the Cash Rewards card or the Go Rewards card, maybe even the More Rewards card. Now, if you have excellent credit, you'll probably qualify for the Flagship Rewards card. So with Navy Federal, you may only have 3 credit cards and the total limit you can have is $80,000. The reason why we're talking about the Flagship is because it's the only Navy Federal card that you can have a limit of $80,000 on. Every other card that Navy Federal has, the Go Rewards, the Cash, the Platinum, the More Rewards, they can only have a maximum limit of $50,000. So technically, you can split it between them. Like you can have a 20K Cash Rewards, 15K on the Go, have 35,000 on the Flagship, and you can split the limits amongst these cards to equal up 80,000. What I think is easier is just getting one card. All right. So once you apply or once you pre-qualify, you see your options. If you're pre-qualified for the Flagship, my recommendation, get the Flagship. The good thing about the Flagship, it has a minimum limit of $5,000. If you only qualify for the Cash Rewards or the Go Rewards, pick one of those. And if you only qualify for the secure card, pick the secure card. Okay. Now, here's the good thing about the secure card, and we're going to go over that with the next in the next section. But the good thing about the secure card is if you have it, after 6 months, they're going to try to qualify you for a Cash Rewards. You graduate. They refund your deposit. You get your deposit back. If it's $200 or whatever the case is, they'll refund it back to you. And then you'll get a $2,000 credit limit. For me personally, they were sending me emails 6 months after I got the secure card. Once they sent me the emails, they tried to evaluate my credit worthiness to see if I was able to graduate. I was not in the first 6 months. It took exactly 1 year. They waited 1 year, and I still had charge-offs. I had at least 2 still on my credit report. So that lets you know right there, even if you have charge-offs and maybe your credit score isn't the strongest, you can get the secure card, keep it for 1 year, and chances are you'll graduate. And you'll graduate to a $2,000 credit limit, and they will send you a Cash Rewards card. And then that'll kind of take you up to what we're going to be doing here. So if you qualify for the secure card, you will have to wait until that card graduates to continue this process. Once it graduates, then you can move on to this next process, which is going to be the credit limit increases. Now, for our fair credit people, I'm going to start as if you qualified for the Cash Rewards or the Go Rewards. And let's say that you started off with the credit limit of $5,000. For Navy Federal, when it comes to the cash rewards, go rewards, any of the credit cards that you qualify for, that's not the secure card, it's not the N rewards, they have a 91-3 rule. So Navy Federal requires you to wait 91 days or 3 statement cycles before requesting a credit limit increase. This is when you initially open up your card, and the maximum limit increase you will receive is $8,000. All right. So check this out. If you were to, let's say, get a cash rewards card with a limit of, let's say, $5,000, in exactly 91 days or 3 statement cycles, you can then request a credit limit increase of $8,000. You would have a $13,000 limit. You would have a $13,000 limit. So for the people who have the cash rewards, for the people who have the go rewards or the flagship card, 91 days after you get that card, request a limit of $8,000, right? Because that's the maximum that you could get. You can't get any more. Request that limit. As long as you've been using the card responsibly, hopefully you've been, taking care of your credit and doing everything else that you need to do, you will be good. All right. A tip for you. If you're going to be actually trying to request this limit increase, pay your utilization down across all of your credit cards. Get it to 10% or below, not 0, but 10%. I probably wouldn't do it lower than 5, but 10%. Pay that off. Make sure you don't have a large balance on your card, but you can show that you're actively using it. Do these things to maximize your credit score before you request the credit line increase. You want to make sure everything looks good before we ask for more credit. We got to make sure this is looking good before we request it. So make sure that you do that, because then you'll more than likely get the increase. Now, for the people with the secured card, back to you guys, if your card graduates and you get the $2,000 credit limit, you cannot do the 91-3 rule. That's not good. You have to wait till 6 months, which brings us to the next step. So after you've asked for a credit limit increase in the 91 days, you can only ask for a limit increase every 6 months or 180 days going forward with Navy Federal. So in the first 3 months, we get our first one. Cool. 90 days, 91 days. Now we have to wait 6 months for our next one. So realistically, whatever credit limit you start with, within the first 9 months, you can already add an extra $16,000 to that limit. Okay? You can add that much more. So if you have the secure card option that graduated to the cash rewards card, here's my recommendation. After 6 months, ask for an $8,000 increase. You can then do a product change after having that card for 1 year. You can do a product change to the flagship. Remember, the flagship is the only card that can have $80,000 for a limit. If you do not have the flagship, you cannot have the full $80,000 on that one card. Now, if you want to just apply for another card and split it up, then you can. But just know that that is the only card that does that. But after 1 year of having that same product, you can request a product change as long as you have a limit of at least $5,000. So if you have a cash rewards card that's $2,000 and you graduated from the N rewards within that 9-month time frame, you can now get more than $8,000 for your limit, and now you can do a product change to a flagship, which is perfect, because then now at this point you'll have a $10,000 limit. Remember, you can only get 2 when it graduates. Limit increase $8,000. Now you have 10. Product change to the flagship. You are locked in now. You have a $10,000 flagship card. That's if you started from the N rewards card and had to graduate. For our people who are in the middle, you could start off with $5,000 maybe, and then you'll get $8,000. You're at $13,000 within the first 9 months with the flagship card if you decide to do a product change. Now, after we do a product change, you're going to request a limit of $8,000 every 6 months until you reach the maximum limit of $80,000. While this may sound like it's very tedious, it's really, really not. And I just want to give you an example. If you started with a limit of $5,000 with 5,000, it would take you around 4.5 years to reach the full limit of $80,000 for your credit limit. Now, for my people who have good credit and you started with, let's say you did the 90 days, you made your deposits, you built your internal score up very, very, very well. There's a chance if you apply for the flagship, you might start out with a $25,000 limit. So you might start a little bit ahead, but here's the kicker. If you started out with a $25,000 limit, it would still take you around 3.5 years to reach the full $80,000 credit limit. It would still take 3.5 years. If you started from the $5,000 limit, which is going to be like the base to get the flagship, then it'll take you around 4.5 years. So the thing is, even if you started in the middle, even if you started with bad credit, the amount of time that it would take you with bad credit might be 5.5 years. Fair credit starting at 5,000 would be 4.5 years. Excellent credit starting out with 25,000 would take you 3.5 years. So in my head, I'm like, it's not that much of a difference of how long it can take. It's really not that long. We're kind of all within the same ballpark. And if you play your cards right, and that's why it's important to build the relationship first, the higher you start out with, the less time it'll take. So I would say you can get up to the $80,000 in as quickly as 3.5 years. Starting from the middle, I would say 4.5. Starting from fair to bad credit, probably if you're doing the secure card, I would say 5.5 years. And in that time frame, I mean, every 6 months, except for the initial 91 days, you're going to be increasing by $8,000. That's going to do a lot of great things for you. Like I've said before, if you, some of the executives at FICO, they have said that the other credit card limits that you get approved for are usually based on the credit limit that you currently have. So if you have a $10,000 credit card with Navy Federal and you apply for a card with Chase, there's a good chance that they're going to approve you for a $10,000 card because they see what you are currently getting from somewhere else. All of this stuff will only just help you. And it's just going to keep gradually increasing over time. So as time goes on, all this will do is just aid you in the process of getting higher credit limits from other financial institutions, including business credit, which brings us to the next thing. Now, I have an entire video where I talk about getting the Go Biz reward cards. I give you step by step how when you start an account with Navy Federal from day one, you can open up your business account, which I did. And I also have the Go Biz rewards card. So with this card, you can get up to $25,000 with no docs. And I started out with a $15,000 limit, probably because I did build a relationship with Navy Federal for a while. I did have to wait until my Experian credit score did get to a certain point before I applied for this. So I did have an account with Navy Federal for over a year, and I did have to wait until I removed all derogatory marks from my credit score to apply for this card. But they did start me out with $15,000. I was able to raise my credit limit on there now. So $23,000 is where it's at. And, I'll get the last $2,000 in another 6 months. So if you wanted to get technically $105,000 between just Navy Federal alone, you can get up to $80,000 on the personal side. And then you can get an additional $25,000 on the business side. So if you wanted to, if you started off at $25,000 with the flagship and you have a business, do a sole proprietorship and then apply for the Navy Federal Go Rewards Biz card. Try to get another $25,000 on that side, and you can get $50,000 between both of these cards, kind of right out the gate. And I mean, from that time, if you also did an extra $16,000 within your first year, because again, you could do 8,091 days, 6 months later, another 8,000, now you're at like $66,000 that you have basically within a 1 year time frame from this one financial institution. That's the reason why it's just really, really such a great credit union, and why you should definitely be looking at doing this. I mean, getting access to $105,000 within that short period of time is amazing to me. Again, not to mention the great benefits that it'll aid you when you're applying for other banks that usually will want you to do a whole lot just to be able to, get higher credit limits with them. They're just going to look at what you have with other institutions and say, hey, well, if they gave him $10,000 must be what he can handle. Or if they gave him 25,000, well, maybe he can handle 20,000 over here. Let's see. So if you guys want to check that out, my recommendation is that you go to, or I'll probably put it like somewhere right here. I recommend that you watch that video. Again, I go into great detail about how you can qualify for this card. It's very, very, very simple. And you can get this on the Visa or MasterCard side. They have both affinities. I recommend going with MasterCard. That's the one that I started with, but you can also go with Visa and you can also change it. I've also seen where someone got both the MasterCard and the Visa within a very short time frame. But from what I understand, even if you get both affinities, you don't get 25,000 from both. They will split your limit. So you can play with that and test that theory out as well. But either way, it's a very, very good option. I recommend you doing that. So once again, thank you guys for watching this video. If you have any questions about this strategy, if you're currently a member of Navy Federal, please drop that in the comments. Let anybody know how long it took you to maybe raise your limit. What was your starting limit? What's your limit today? Have you guys, noticed that the strategy kind of is what you're going through now, where every time you get a credit limit increase, they're only allowing you to get a maximum increase of $8,000. I'm not sure if everyone noticed that, but it will only be $8,000 every 6 months after the first 91 days. So you can kind of plan out exactly how long it'll take you to get to whatever credit limit that you're trying to achieve. So with that said, thank you guys for watching. Very much appreciate it. And you have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. And on this channel, we discuss everything financial literacy. Now, today, we're going to be taking a look at the $50,000 personal loan with Navy Federal. This particular loan does not require any documentation, which is why I think it is so popular with people. It's just stated income. Now, I've covered a few Navy Federal products recently. We looked at the Flagship. We looked at the pledge loan. And this is a loan that I actually did put in the application for. I did qualify for. I ended up not taking it. So I did want to go over some of the pros, some of the cons of this loan. But overall, anyone can really qualify with this. Technically, there is no credit score criteria. However, I'm going to actually give you some information and data points where, even though it doesn't state that there is a criteria, I do believe that there is one. I'll also give you some tips at the end where if you have bad credit right now, what you can do to potentially qualify for this loan. So without further ado, let's get started. So the first thing I want to talk about is some of the cons. I want to give some warnings, and I also just want to make sure that you're cautious about getting this loan. The next thing that we're going to be looking at is some data points and application information. Then we're going to be looking at some personal loan details. I'll also give you those tips. And then I will show you how you can apply for this loan on the Navy Federal website. The reason why I want you to be cautious with this loan is because at this time, the interest rates that we currently have are extremely high. So if you're getting this loan at $50,000, I'm going to actually show you what that looks like when we actually go through the application process. I just want you to see exactly how much this loan is, what you're paying for interest, and exactly what that's going to cost you overall. So if you're not able to pay back this loan, I recommend that you should just wait. Just hold off. I mean, if you can't pay back a loan, you shouldn't be getting a loan in the first place, of course. But what I'm saying is, if it's not just the loan and it's the interest that you also are worried about, my recommendation is to wait for rates to go down. Let yourself be put into a better position to succeed as opposed to just getting this loan because it's a little more easily accessible. Now, my recommendation, brainstorm. You need to have an idea about what you're going to do with this loan before you even think about applying for it. So if you're going to be using this loan for business purposes, my recommendation, leverage business credit. There's alternatives. There's credit cards, 0% APR, balance transfer cards if you want to move some stuff around. But if this is the option that you want to go with, if it's for something personal, there's actually a few different types of loans that Navy Federal offers. Personal expense loans can be for, they list like auto, they list a few other options for what you could potentially use this loan for. You could really use it for anything, but they give you some options that they would see the situation that would call for it. They also have home improvement loans, separately auto loans. There are specific loans that they have which should reach the criteria that you need for what you're doing. So just have an idea about what it is that you want to do, what you want to accomplish, and have an exit strategy. Let's say, this doesn't work out, and for whatever reason, you're not getting the return that you thought that you would get for this loan, whether that be an investment, personal, whatever the case may be. Have an exit strategy to get this loan paid off and put yourself in the best position to win. Okay. And again, I can't tell you exactly how you do that. That's going to be up to you to figure out. Just before you get it, just make sure that you're in the best position to benefit from this, and don't have it become something that will get you in trouble or potentially ruin your good credit history. Or if you've been in the process of rebuilding, you don't want to have to go back to doing that again. So, let's just all be careful before we actually get this loan. Now, here are the features of the Navy Federal personal loan, and this is called the personal expense loan. When you go on the website, this is what it's going to be listed under. So the features, it's simplified financing for unplanned and planned expenses. From the website, they say it's good for auto repairs, moving and relocating, vacations, and other major purchases. Now, on this channel, we leverage things like this in order to make money. At least, that'd be the hope. So it can be really used for anything, but these are just some of the things that they list as a good reason to actually use this loan. Now, $250 to $50,000 is the loan amount that you can get for this loan with no documentation. You have terms that go up to 36 months, and this is the current APR to date, 8.99% to 18%. In my opinion, this is extremely high. I don't like it. It's way too high. If you have a plan though, and you know how you can get your return on this in a very fast manner, or the return is going to be much higher than what it cost for the APR, that might make sense for you. So I'm not saying that it wouldn't. I don't think it's favorable terms, but it doesn't mean that it can't make sense for you. It just all depends on what you're doing. They also have 37 to 60 months, which can be from 15.24% to 18%. So if you're going for 37 months, it locks you in at 15.24%. Now, this is to date. These rates are subject to change. You need to check. At the time of this recording, these are the rates. I'm going to put a link in the description so you can actually click on that right now and you can check what the current rates are. If this is 6 months from now, these rates may be different. They may be higher, they may be lower. If this is a year from now, you definitely want to check these rates, because there may be very favorable terms for you depending on, where you are. But again, the shorter the term, the better the interest. The longer the term, the higher the interest rate. You'll have to decide whether or not it makes sense for you and your situation. Now, here are some data points when it comes to this personal loan. This is all stated income. That's probably one of the best things about this loan. It's no documentation that's required. You don't need paycheck stubs. You don't need tax returns to apply for this. You'll receive a decision within minutes. And once you do have that decision, you'll sign a promissory note that's sent to you. Your funds will be automatically deposited into your account in as little as 24 hours. For the people who did receive this loan, I've seen that they got the funds within, 10, 20 minutes. It's in their account. It's ready to go. Now, even though that Navy Federal says there is no credit requirements for this actual loan, I would say your best options for favorable interest rates and favorable terms, you should have at least a 660 to a 680 FICO score. That's going to be a hard pull from TransUnion. I believe they pull your TransUnion FICO 9. So another big thing about this loan, they look at your job history. The longer your job history, the better. You look a lot more stable if you have a long history, and you also want to check your current annual salary. If you are a current member of Navy Federal, which if you're looking at this loan, you do have to be a member in order to actually access this, you can update your annual income. My recommendation before applying, update it. If you want to update it, then wait 24 hours, do that. But you do want to make sure that you have your salary. And I would recommend having 5 or more years of work history when you apply for the loan. Put that on the loan. They also ask for your employer's address, your employer's phone number, and some information about your employer. Now, when you're stating the income, another thing that you can, we'll get to that, but you just want to make sure that, I would say, you have a good debt to income ratio, because again, if you have credit cards, other products with Navy Federal, they can see it, and they can also see how much money you have in your account. So they can take a look at how much money that you have in the account. What has your average balance been? They can see how much money has gone in, come out. So they kind of already know exactly what they're working with based off of what's in the account. Okay. There is no prepayment penalty. So that's one great thing about this. There's the interest for this loan. It compounds daily. If you like to pay off this loan soon, you are able to do so. Only one personal loan is allowed at this time. Only one personal loan. Let's say you wanted to get more. If you had a joint applicant for this loan, they also have to be a member of Navy Federal. You can get up to $150,000. They might ask you for documentation. So if you did want to get up to that amount, just know that you could jointly with another member, but then up to $150,000, and it is subject to documentation. You can also have a co-signer on the loan, if you so choose, but that's only if you deem it necessary. If you can, I would try to get it on my own if possible. This is the application checklist. Before you apply, we want to make sure that we have all this information put together. So, how much do you want to borrow for your loan? How long do you plan to finance this loan? Your current employment and income, including your employer's name and contact information, want to have that all together. Your contact information, including your phone number, your email. If you like your loan documents sent to an address other than your address or what's on record of Navy Federal, then you want to call. That's important. Information about your co-applicant, if that's applicable to you. If you do decide to have a co-applicant, their date of birth, their address, their phone number, their email, their income, their employer, their social, and then their Navy Federal Credit Union access number. So all this information is required. You want to make sure that you have it before you apply for this personal loan. Now, before I said I would give you 3 tips for approval if you have bad credit. Let's be honest. You can't just qualify with bad credit, but there are some strategies that you can put into place that can increase your chances of getting this loan. Now, if you have bad credit, but you have Navy Federal, this is a bank that is based off of relationships. Navy Federal does have internal scoring models, and it ranges to as high as 450. You want to at least be over a 250. That will increase your chances of approval. Now, you can do that by setting up your direct deposit. That will increase your chances. And the more money that you have coming into the account will give assurance that you can actually pay back this loan. So if you don't have a direct deposit set up, I would consider setting that up now, at least for, let's say, 90 days, letting money come in there, because the more money that comes in there, the more history of deposits, the more it looks like, oh, this person has enough income going through this account where we're sure that they can pay back this loan. That helps. It'll also raise your internal score. You can add household income. So you can include the total income that the household brings in, not just your own personal income. And loans are approved based on your debt to income ratio. So check this out. If you have someone that you live with, they don't even have to be added as a co-applicant. You just have your spouse, roommate, someone that you're cohabitating with. You can add their income to your application. So if you guys are both making $60,000, you can put $120,000 for your annual income. That's something that can definitely help. If you have a friend or family member that can add you on as an authorized user to one of their aged accounts, this can also help with your payment history and can increase your credit score. When I first started my channel, there's a video where I talk about this. It actually has to do with getting an auto loan with bad credit. I include Navy Federal as one of the places that you can get the auto loan with. There are places where you can purchase trade lines that are aged, that have good account history, high credit limits. Those can greatly boost your score. So you can look at one, if you have a family member or friend, they don't have to give you a credit card. You can just ask them, hey, can you add me on to your account? Let it report after like 30 to 45 days. Once it reports, it will boost your credit score. Once you're able to do that, if you have any, other things that work like credit builders, additional things like that, use as many resources that you have, get your score as high as you can possibly get it. Your TransUnion one, of course, in particular, because that's where they pull for this loan, and then go and apply. What I can do is I'll link that video. Let me get the time. I'll link the video so that you can see. It's one where I talk about all the trade lines that you can get, and also talk about that strategy in order to increase your credit score if it's bad fairly quickly. That way you just become more favorable in terms of getting this loan. And so do these three things if you can. Definitely add the household income, direct deposit. Those are very, two easy things that you can do if this applies to you. An authorized user, if you can do that as well, it won't hurt that person. I mean, it can hurt you only if they have late payments or their utilization is high, then don't do it. But if it's someone who's responsible and they don't mind adding you on, again, they don't have to give you a card. You never have access to the account. It's just so all of their good payment history can report to your credit report, boosting your score. And when it's done and you get approved for the loan, just remove you. It's that easy. All right. So with that said, let's now go ahead and go to the Navy Federal website. I'm going to show you step by step how to apply for this personal loan. So right now we are on the Navy Federal website. You can go to the very top. You'll see an option that says loans, and there are different loans here: mortgage rates, pre-approval, finance, auto. Plenty of different loans here. What we're going to do is look for our personal loan. And then here we go, personal loans. All right. And then just like before, these are the terms. These are the interest rates. You'll always want to check here first before you apply. Here's the personal loan. Here's the home improvement loan. As you can see, the terms here go to a little bit longer. They go to 180 months here. $25,000 is the minimum loan. So, if you were doing something for home improvement, that was the purpose. You may want to consider doing this one instead. You do have to call for this one or to visit a branch. You cannot do this one online. There's a debt consolidation loan if you're looking to consolidate. It's pretty much the exact same rates. It doesn't really change there. The amount of months is the exact same as the personal expense loan. So really not that different. You can call for this one as well, or you can apply in a branch. There's the savings secured loan, the certificate secured loan. Those are closer to our pledge loans. That is all the different personal loans that they offer, but we are going to be looking at the personal expense loan, and then we click on apply now. All right. In order to apply, you will need to already be a member with Navy Federal and have access to your online account. So we're going to get logged in here. All right, so I slightly scrolled down, but at the very top of the loan, it just asks you to confirm your personal information. So it had my first name, last name, my address, my phone number, my email address. You just want to confirm that all that information is correct and does not need to be changed. Then it asks you to tell us about your finances. You want to put your employment status. I would just say private employer, unless you're active duty military. You're a government employee. You can also put self-employed, but I recommend just doing the private employer. And then you can put the name of your employer here. So whoever your current employer is, just add that information. You'll then want to add the length of employment. Again, I would say 5 years is really good. So hopefully you have that time frame with that employer. And then your total annual income. So for the total annual income, again, if you have something that you can add for your household, I would add that. When you do add that, it's before taxes and it breaks down what your monthly income would actually be. So as you can see here, they're taking all this into account when you're applying for this loan. That's the reason why they're breaking it down. They want you to actually know how much you have coming in. And again, it's about debt to income. When we get down to where we're asking for the loan, they're going to show you how much the loan is monthly. And they're going to look at how much money you make monthly, how much the loan is, to see if it actually makes sense, to see if, you're able to pay it. So right here, it tells you may include your wages, your retirement benefits, public assistance, and income from investments or rental properties. And you do not have to reveal alimony, child support, or separate maintenance income unless you want it considered as a basis for repayment. In order to use certain types of income, an established history or evidence of continuance may be required. So just letting you know that they may end up needing information depending on what's put. Now, housing type. You can do you own, free and clear, you own, paying a mortgage, renting, whatever it is that you're currently doing. If you have rent, they're going to ask for the amount. If you're own, free and clear, there will not be one to enter. But just keep in mind that as you are doing this application, this is just a calculation. They're going monthly income. What's your housing expense? That's for most of us, that's the biggest expense. This one, they're going to minus that one, and they're using this information to determine what it is that you can qualify for. So as you're putting it in, you're kind of telling them everything that they need to qualify you or disqualify you. If you have a co-borrower, that's optional. Then you can add them, same information that we talked about before. You will need their access number, the date of birth, name, their social, their address, their phone number, their employer contact information. All of that's going to be needed for you to add them as a co-borrower. And then provide a loan amount and then select a term. So let's say that we're selecting $50,000, right? And let's just do the longest term, because that's going to give us, I just want to go, this is all highest interest rate, longest term. 15.29% will be the lowest that you could possibly pay, to around 18%. Look at your estimated monthly payment, $1,209.64. And it can range from this to $1,285. So just going back, if I had rent and my rent was going to be, let's say $1,800 a month, we have that. And let's say that I was only making $80,000 a year. So they would deduct this, and they would also deduct this to see how much I'm making, to determine what my debt to income ratio is. So again, you're telling them your debt to income ratio. So what you put can qualify you or disqualify you. It also can be determined by how much money is in your account. So again, you want to take all this into consideration when you're filling this out. You're providing the information that lets them know if you can or you cannot pay back this loan. Of course, I would put in the exact information, because sometimes this could be saving you from yourself. If it doesn't make sense, it just doesn't make sense. That may be your best protection. All right. And then you want to tell them where you want to fund it. So if you have a savings account, this is my membership shared savings, nothing in there. So I'm just going to leave this account the way it is. and then you can put the disclosure information. So before you submit your application, please read through these important disclosures. You would then consent to, of course, the credit pull, and then the loan application accuracy the certification disclosure. And it says you previously read and agreed the e-sign disclosure. You would then submit the application. Once this application is submitted, again, within minutes, you'll know if you're approved. You will know if you are denied. So if you are denied, that's okay. I have videos on how to remove hard inquiries. You can check that out. You can remove the hard inquiry. No harm, no foul. You'll want to go ahead, go back to the drawing board and consider, hey, 1, do I need this loan? 2, why didn't I qualify? Think about the information that you just typed in. Did that make sense? Did that make sense for the bank? Would that make sense for someone if they were trying to get a loan repaid with favorable terms for this person to be able to, you want to consider all of that. If it seems to make sense, if your income made sense, if your history with your job makes sense, I mean, you're stable, you're making enough money, you're making more than what your rent is and the expenses would be. You have the deposit that's direct into your account. If it's everything, and I would call them to find out maybe an exact detail of maybe why you didn't get it. Other than that, if it's something that has to do with credit, your credit report is basically your report card on how well you pay back. So if you have the income, everything else looks good, but for some reason you're not paying people back based off of that, that doesn't quite make sense, that you're making enough money to pay everything, but you're just choosing not to pay someone back. That, of course, is a red flag. You'll want to work on that to get that information cleaned up. Plenty of videos on here. Please check them out, and take care of the things that you can take care of as fast as possible. Use those tips that I gave to help increase your score even further, and then try again. But other than that, this is the entire process of this personal loan. Again, everything is stated. No documentation is required. So that is good. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. If you are someone who is looking to get this personal loan, then, drop a comment. Let me know if you were able to get approved. Are these terms favorable for you? If you want to share with what you plan to do for that loan, then, please share that information. Other than that, I have a video on the Flagship credit card that you can check out. I've done a recent video on the pledge loan if you want to see that. In one of my older videos, I talk about how to get the auto loan with Navy Federal if you have bad credit. And I'll probably link some of those videos here, the description, or at the end of the video. Appreciate you guys so much. This community is great. Again, I mean, it's just so awesome. So thank you for watching once again, and you guys have a wonderful day. That I'm saying is out the ordinary. It's not anything that anyone couldn't do. It's just I'm going to compile it in a way that's going to be easy and very comprehensive for, I feel like, anyone, because anyone can do this. So with that said, we're going to buy a car with bad credit, and again, no money down. So like I was just saying, the first thing we have to do is raise our credit score seemingly overnight. Now, there are various ways that you can do this, but here is the most effective way to raise your credit score so you can get that car. So you need to be added on as an authorized user. Now, I'm going to approach this as if I'm speaking with someone who's never had credit, because I don't want to, if I'm saying something that sounds like it's obvious, I apologize. I'm just saying that because there may be someone who is hearing about this for the first time. They could be young. They just don't know anything about credit. So just bear with me. So what is an authorized user on a credit card? An authorized user is someone who is added to a primary cardholder's credit account, even though the credit card company will issue a card with the authorized user's name on it. The primary user is legally responsible for paying charges on the account. So here's what I'm saying. When you are added on to someone's credit card account as an authorized user with various credit cards, you get to adopt that person's payment history. So let's get into how that helps you get a car. Being added as an authorized user on another person's card can give you credit history or build your credit. Increase your credit score fast using this method. Doing this will give you the history and a credit score boost. So here's what I'm saying. When I tried to get my first car, I had bad credit. My mom added me onto one of her credit cards. When she added me onto one of her credit cards, I got all of her positive payment history. So my credit score was in like the mid 500 range. And it was like overnight, my credit score went up to like a 630. So I went from basically bad credit to fair credit seemingly overnight, right? So that's what we need to do. We need to get your score to at least the 600 range. And the reason why this is going to work is because 35% of your credit score is on-time payments. So if you get 3-4 years, 2 years of on-time payments, that's 35% of your score. It's going to dramatically increase your credit score. Your other 30% of your credit score is utilization. How much credit is being used on that credit card? So if this person is only using 10% or less on their card, plus they have positive payment history for, I would say, at least 2 years, you are going to see a huge increase in your score. You may see 50, 80, possibly even 100 points seemingly overnight once you get added onto that card. If you're going to do this, you want to do it, I would say, like right before their cycle date closes. That way, when you get added on, it reports a little bit faster. Okay. But this is the hack strategy that we're going to use. Now, I'm sure some people are thinking, well, what if I don't have anyone that can add me on or that doesn't want to add me on? First of all, just know that if you're asking someone to add you on and they're in a position where they do want to help you, they don't have to give you a credit card. They could literally add you on for 30 days. This will just be a temporary boost to your credit score in order for you to be able to qualify for that car loan. So just let them know, if they're hesitant, that you're not getting a card. This can be temporary, just enough for me to boost my score, just so that I am able to get, better rates for a vehicle. So let's talk about if you don't have anyone that you can ask. There's a trick for that. So what if I don't have anyone that can add me? If you want to get an instant credit boost and you don't have anyone that can add you, you can use vendor trade lines to increase your credit score. And if you don't know what vendor trade lines are, I'm just going to go over that quickly. There's two websites that I recommend. One is coasttradelines.com. The other one is tradelinesupply.com. And we're going to go over exactly what a vendor trade line is and what does that actually mean. So, Coast Trade Lines. This is the fastest and most reliable way to boost your credit score. Boost your credit score in just 1 week. This is how it works. Our credit is your credit. We partner with individuals with high credit card limits to temporarily add you as an authorized user to their credit cards. Their card's perfect payment history and high limit will post to your credit file, boosting your score. This means their credit is now your credit, and you can qualify for things like a housing mortgage, auto finance, or business loans. So it's like when parents add their child as a user to their credit cards, our credit partners will add you to their credit cards to boost your credit score. So if you're a low credit individual, you want to watch your score increase and you need that boost in order to get, a car loan, a mortgage loan, business loan, any loan. This strategy doesn't just work with vehicles. It also will work with any loan. All right. And I'm going to give you an example of, what that looks like. So if you go to buy trade lines and you pick your own trade line. So there's a full inventory and you hand pick by your preference. Now, this does cost a decent amount of money. Pick your trade line, the fastest and most reliable way to boost your score. So here's someone with a Chase 23K credit line with 8 years of history. 8 years of history. So there's 3 spots left. It's $580. but you're going to get a 23K credit line with 8 years of history. If you have a 500 credit score, what do you think that's going to do for your credit score? Your credit score is going to jump up. I mean, I would say you will probably be somewhere in at least the low to mid range 600s by adding an account like this to your credit score. And it adds it on there for $580. And I believe that, yeah, they do it for 60 days. That's more than enough time for you to get in position to get ready to get your vehicle. All right, so let's look at other things. There's a Chase right here, another one for $27.3 thousand credit line, 9 years of history for $640. And if these prices seem high to you, there are different price ranges. The lower the price, you'll probably notice the lower the credit limit or the younger the account is. So the older the account is, the better it'll be. I mean, they even had one right here that's not available, but a Synchrony. It's a low credit limit, $800, but 9 years of history for $290. So, a little bit less, but that's okay. So you would just go through here and just decide which one would work within your budget. And if this seems like, a lot, what you guys have to understand is if you're trying to get a vehicle and you're looking at paying a crazy interest rate, 29%, something nuts like that, you paying $470, $770 even, what you're going to save over the long term, over like a 60-month car loan, it's a no-brainer. Because I know like sometimes we're thinking in the immediate moment, but if you're thinking long term, you're going to save more than that within the first year just by having that lower interest rate. So this is an investment into yourself. And a little more information here. Lines with an asterisk have excellent posting histories. Grab these to minimize the risk of non-posting. Need to post to all three bureaus? Grab a BOC, PNC, and that just lets you know, like, if you want this to report to all three credit bureaus, then you want to make sure to grab these accounts. These post to all three. If you know that you have a bank that you're going to go to and you know which credit profile that they pull from, then you can just pick the one that they pull from. And it says, please select no more than 3 trade lines per application. We are not able to process orders with more than 3 trade lines. And then, of course, the trade lines bank, how long the trade line has been open, the longer the better. Trade line statement date is the line that you're seeing with the 25th, 26th. Remember, I was saying you want to look at the point where the statement cycle date's about to close. That's usually when it's going to report. So trade line statement date, it should post to your file about 7 to 10 days after this date. So, I mean, this is just a way where, again, you can ask your friend, you can ask your mom, you can ask your girlfriend, you can ask anybody you know with a good payment history to add you on as an authorized user for free. If you have no one that you can ask, then this is an alternative. You could even get a friend where you could say, hey, if your payment history is excellent and you have a high limit, I throw you $50. Can you just add me on there for 30 days? I don't need a card. I just want to get this loan. In most instances, I would do that for free for my friends, because especially if they're just trying to get into a better position. So this is definitely an option for you. I do believe that this is one of the best ways that you can get a low interest rate on an auto loan, a home loan, a business loan, or temporarily increase your score 100 points. I mean, just to get started with repairing credit, or for someone who doesn't have credit at all, where you can get a big jump so that you can get the lowest interest rates on anything that you need. And I just wanted to take you guys to Tradeline Supply as well, so you can see the accounts that are on here. Maybe there's better pricing. I haven't looked at this in a while. So here's a Barclays for $5,000, opened in 2020, so about 3 years old. Reporting period, March 9th to March 16th, one in stock, $322. So you can kind of like go through here and take a look at the different ones. I would look for a decent limit. Here goes a $10,000 limit. It's only been open since 2021. So you may get like 3 years out of that. I think that's not bad. $373.75. Not bad. You know, they actually seem to have better prices than what we saw for the last one. Okay, pretty cool. So I just wanted to give you an example of both. And, you know, if you need that 100-point credit score boost, this is the thing for you. Or get added to someone's account as an authorized user. All right. Now, this is just step one. So let's get back to step two. So now here's what we figured out so far. We know how we can get a huge boost to our credit score to where now we can pretty much qualify for most basic loans. But now we need to get funded, and I don't recommend going to a bank. If you're trying to get a car loan, we don't want to go to a bank. Name is Federal. I have a couple of their products. I had their In Reward Secure card. I had that Graduate to a Cash reward cards. I have the Go Rewards card, and I also have their Go Biz Business MasterCard. All right. So I have a few products with Navy Federal. I think they're a really good credit union. So Navy Federal's lowest APR is 4.54%. You can apply and get pre-approved. Once you're approved, they will send you a check for the entire amount of this vehicle. This does not require a down payment, guys. Once you have the check, you can purchase the vehicle from the dealership. This is hassle free. So Navy Federal pulls your TransUnion credit score. So if you were looking at the Tradeline option, you want to make sure if you go with Navy Federal, you're looking at one that has TransUnion reporting. So TransUnion credit score, and there isn't a minimum credit score requirement. However, Navy Federal is all about relationship building. Navy Federal has their own internal score for members. When I was rebuilding credit, Navy Federal was a big part of that. I would suggest if you want to get an auto loan and you're not pressed for time, open up an account if you can and get a pledge loan with them. Get the Insecure Rewards secure card, open up a checking and savings, make deposits into the checking and savings account for 6 months, pay down that pledge loan and get that secure card, pay it on time for 6 months. You do that, plus what we just talked about, you're in the game. You're in the game. But let's go to the Navy Federal website. So now I'm going to show you how to get pre-approved for Navy Federal Credit Union auto loans. So let's take a look at the rates, okay? So shopping for a new or used car, get exclusive benefits with our great auto loans and see what you need to get started. Let's just take a look at what we need. So step one, you'll need to provide the following information: contact information for applicant and co-applicant, phone number and email, current housing, employment, and income information for applicant and co-applicant, trade-in information if that's applicable, the amount you expect to finance, including vehicle purchase price, taxes, tags, title, and warranty, less any down payment, length term of the loan you want. So when you're doing this, if you don't know the vehicle that you're going to choose, there is an option that you don't know the vehicle yet, and you can just get the amount. So this only applies if you've already picked out a vehicle and you know the VIN number and you know the state, the exact mileage, the dealer. And if you have all that information, then great. If you don't have a vehicle picked out, no problem. More about applying. So after submitting your application, you'll receive a text or email letting you know the status of your application. We understand that when shopping for a car, you can't always wait for a decision. That's why we typically provide a decision in 5 minutes or less. You receive your funds. That's step 3. You can choose to pick up a check at your nearest branch or have it mailed to your home. Send us the title once you pay the seller. Ensure the title is received by Navy Federal within 90 days of purchase. So before we go to that apply now option and look at those steps, let's just go back and check out some of our current rates that we have right now. A new vehicle for Navy Federal is 4.54%. Again, if you're a prime lender, you're looking at something like this for 36 months. 37 to 60 months, 4.99%. 61 to 72 months, 5.29%. 73 to 84 months, APR as low as 7.19%. 85 to 96 months, APR as low as 8.09%. And that is today's date. Rates are based on February 12th, 2024. If you're watching this video at a later time, these rates are subject to change. They may be lower, could be higher. It just depends. They also partner with TrueCar, so they actually help you pick your car online just to make this buying experience that much easier. It's seamless. You don't have to worry about the nonsense at the dealership. That's very, very important. Again, you can pre-qualify. This won't impact your credit score. I mean, it really doesn't get much. Would your business use an additional $25,000? Are you a member of Navy Federal? If so, this is the perfect video for you, because I'm going to show you not just data points, step by step, how you can get approved for this card and how I got approved for this card. So join me on the computer and I'm going to show you step by step how to get approved for the Navy Federal Go Biz Rewards card in 2024. Now, for full transparency, I was approved for the Navy Federal Go Biz Rewards card and I was approved for $15,000. I do plan on submitting a request for a credit line increase within the next 91 days. I believe you can do it within 30 days, but I'm just going to wait the 91. That way I can get some usage out of it before I make that request. So I'm just going to probably put like on the screen somewhere the approval. And yeah, let's get started. So the first thing you need to do in order to qualify for the Navy Federal Go Biz Rewards card is set up an account with Navy Federal. If you are not a member and you would like me to make a video on other ways that you can become a member, then I will do that as well. Let me know in the comments if that's something that you would like to see. Now, I received an access code from one of my friends who allowed me to become a member. Once I did that, the first thing I did was open up a easy checking account, a Flagship checking account, a savings account. After I made these 3 accounts, the very next thing that I did was get a in-reward secured card. And then I also got the pledge loan for $501. If you do $501, then you can have the pledge loan for 12 months. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying there are different ways to approach getting this card depending on where you are in your credit repair journey or if you have prime credit. So in my instance, when I first started with Navy Federal, I was rebuilding credit. I had a lot of charge-offs, a lot of collections. My credit score was sub 600, so somewhere in the 500s. So if this sounds like your situation, I'm going to give you the steps that I took in that situation. If you have a fair credit score, but you don't have any derogatory marks, I'll give you that scenario. And if you have prime credit, I'll give you that scenario. So let's just start with what I originally started with. I started with easy checking, Flagship, savings, in rewards, secured card. And I also started with the pledge loan, $501. You can pretty much do this all within like a 2 or 3 day time span. So I wouldn't even overthink it. With this, I'm going to be under the assumption that you are already a member as we're doing this. So let's go under the guise that you're already a member with Navy Federal or you have the ability to become one at this moment. All right. If you have subprime credit, I will follow those steps that I took. If you have fair credit, like you're below a 650, but you're probably above like a 630 and you have no derogatory marks, I would still do everything I just said, but I would change one thing. Sorry, I'm going to just go right here. So this was the in reward secure card. When I got this card, I got it because I went to pre-qualify and I could not get any other credit card. I would go to the pre-qualify me section on Navy Federal before you get the in rewards card. Check if they pre-qualify you for any other credit card. I now have a cash rewards card. I now have a Go rewards card. I received both of those cards prior to me getting the business credit card. So if you're fair credit, no derogatory marks, no collections, no anything like that, and you're above a 630, right around that range, go to the pre-qualify me section and have them pre-qualify you for something else. You may get a cash rewards card, you may get something else, go rewards, you may get something else. If you get that, cool, get that card instead of the in reward secure card and do the pledge loan, same checking accounts, same savings account. If you have prime credit, a lot of this won't apply to you. If you're a 750 or above, I would just open an account with Navy Federal. I would still do the Flagship checking account. I would still do the savings account. You don't necessarily need to do the credit card or the pledge loan. The more products you have, the more you build up your internal score. But with a score like that, you don't need to do it. I don't see that as being something that you need to do. Would it hurt? No, but not necessarily anything that's, I would recommend for you. You don't have to do that. Now with the secure card, I did the deposit of $200. It was very, very easy. I put it in my savings account. I called Navy Federal. They went ahead and took it from my savings, and then that was my credit line. With the pledge loan, I put $501 in my savings account. They take it from your savings account, and then they put it back into your checking. You get the money back, but then you'll also see the pledge loan. I paid 90% of that loan, so I paid about $450. And when you pay it, they put the money back into your account again. So a pledge loan is really just you transferring funds around. You don't really have to worry about that. You could even use the same money from the pledge loan, do the pledge loan, pay the $450 on 501, and then take 200 from that and use that for the secure card. You could just move the money around and shuffle it and do the same thing. You only get the money back for the in reward secure card. You only get that back after 6 months at least. I think they can graduate you earlier. It took me 1 year to graduate. Now, these are just some prerequisites that I'm recommending because I know everyone's at a different point in their situation with trying to get this business credit card. So I just want to make sure I touch everybody. Okay. I hate to always deviate from the point, but I just want to tell you, this is what I did. This is exactly what I did. After I did all of this and set up these Navy Federal products, the next thing I did was open up a business membership. So become a business member and get started. This process for me was very, very easy. You want to gather all your information before you start the business membership application. When you start the application, they're going to ask you for some documents. Let's actually go to this, and we'll go to right here to our business solution facts. So what documentation do I need to submit with my application? So for business, the business solutions require your structure for your business. For me, it was my business license. I went to irs.gov and got my EIN number. So if you're familiar with creating a business and filing that information with the Secretary of State, you need to get a EIN number. You have to get a business license. And then they say that you need a certificate of good standing. But for the state that I'm in, I just went to my Secretary of State website, search for my business, and screenshot it as my certificate of good standing. It shows that the business is active. So the documents, they vary by the business type. I never create LLCs. I only create corporations. That's just my preference. So if you have a corporation, they want the good standing certificate filed, stamped within 60 days before date of application. Again, I just did a screenshot from my Secretary of State website. It showed that my business was valid. You're going to need your federal tax ID. When you start a business, you should already have this, and you'll have those documents. The beneficial owner form. If you're the 100% owner of this, then just yourself. And the fictitious name certificate is if you had it. That's just if it's applicable. I didn't even need that. Now, I would say the most common business that people use is probably an LLC. So for LLC, certificate of good standing, again, with your state, it depends. I went to the Secretary of State website, screenshot your federal tax ID, and then the beneficial owner. So same documentation you would need for a corporation, and then so on and so forth. You guys could take a look at this and see where you would fall under your particular business type. And then this is what you would want to do. And it tells you some information about what a beneficial owner is. How does Navy Federal collect this information? So you can go here and read through. Once I collected all this information, they're going to have you start a to-do list where you're going to be uploading all this information. You're going to upload all this information. It's fairly easy, guys, super quick. Once that information is uploaded, you're going to call this number, 1-877-418-1462, within 2 business days after you've uploaded your documents. Now, I do a lot of research. I've seen videos where some people said that it took them, you should wait 30 days before you apply for the business account. Just so you know, I did mine within 2 days. I opened up my account with Navy Federal, right? I did everything that I told you about, the pledge loan, the in rewards, the secure card. And then I set up my direct deposit, of course, for Navy Federal. And then right after that, I did this online and I submitted all my documentation. The phone call is about 1 hour. So right here, it lets you know, review your application and documents with our representatives. Please be mindful that the review process can take an hour. So that review process is as follows. They will ask you for your NACIS code, or you may know it as like the SIC code, your business type. I had a website. They asked me for the website. They reviewed the website. They wanted to know what my business did, how we made profit. You know, they just want to check your business address. They're going to ask you if it's a virtual address. They said that that's okay. So all this was done. It took about 1 hour, just like they're saying here. And you need to be prepared to fund your business membership. So the minimum amount required to open your account will be $250 to $255. And this amount should be available for transfer from your personal Navy Federal account through a non-Navy Federal debit or credit card. So it's pretty straightforward, guys. It doesn't take long to apply for this account. Again, you could do this all within like 2 or 3 days. If you have Prime credit 750 or above, you can open your checking account, your savings account. I recommend all 3, the easy, the flagship, and the savings. And then you can go ahead, wait for your online account to be active. And then you can go to this page, business membership, get started, follow these steps to start an application, right? You're going to just go to start the application. And when you go to start the application, you have to sign. When you go to start the application, you have to sign into the Business Solutions portal in order for you to even see it. But what will happen is you sign into your personal account, you go to start the application, and then it's going to bring you to the Solutions portal. And then once you get to the portal, that's when it's going to ask you to upload all the documentation that we just went over. All right. So just so that I can bring everything back together. At this point, subprime people, the people who are rebuilding, we've gotten that secure card, we've gotten that checking savings account, we've gotten that pledge loan. Our mid-tier people, fair credit people with no collections and no derogatory marks. You're going to do the same thing, but you're going to pre-qualify for a different credit card just in case you can get the cash rewards or the go rewards and save yourself that secure deposit. And for our prime people, you just set up the checking accounts, the savings, and then you can go right on ahead to this step. And the reason why I'm saying this is because when I originally joined Navy Federal, I applied for this credit card before. I had just gotten my credit score to a 600, right around that range. And I still had derogatory marks. I still had collections and charge-offs. I applied for this card. They pull from your Experian credit score. personal TransUnion credit cards pull, um, personal credit cards from Navy Federal pull from TransUnion. The business pulls from Experian. Just keep that in mind. When I did it, I was denied. When I was denied, I received a response telling me I had too many delinquent accounts. So that's why I'm saying it's not that you wouldn't qualify if you have those delinquent accounts, but you're going to have to do more relationship building first. That's why for you guys, I recommend the pledge loan. That's why for you guys, I recommend the In Rewards card, direct deposit. And then I would even set up a direct deposit for your business account. Even if it's just $25 every 2 weeks, I would just put some money in there. You do that for 6 months, improve your credit score, and then you can go back and take a look and see if you can qualify. Now, in my case, I don't know if you can qualify if you have any derogatory marks. I do know that with Navy Federal, it's all about relationship building. That's one of the major keys. So if you have improved your credit score enough and you've also gotten these products with them, it will just increase your chances of getting qualified for this credit card. At the time that I qualified for this business credit card, I had no derogatory marks. I had no collections, and my credit score was a 762. So I just want to have you guys keep that in mind. So once you've started that business account, this is the Go Biz Rewards credit card, right? Once you started it, you can start the application here. So before I go on, I'm going to tell you a few data points about my personal business. Again, it was a corporation. When I applied for this card the first time, my corporation was only open for around 8 months. When I applied for it the second time, my corporation was open around 1 year and 7 months. And I believe I did this on February the 6th of 2024. So I just got this account. This is fairly new. Now, I will say for this card, I received the 14.4% APR variable. There is no annual fee. It's a 1x point per dollar spent. So for people who have a lot of other business credit cards, this is not the greatest rewards card. But hey, if you need funding, it's good to get started. This card is available in a Visa or a MasterCard. Once you go to the start an application point, you will be given the option of choosing between a Visa or a MasterCard. There is no earnings cap on this card. But again, it's basically 1 point per dollar spent. So it's like 1%. So it's not the best rewards, but it's better than nothing. There's no foreign transaction fees. It's great for travel and expenses, and zero liability policy for unauthorized charges. Okay. So I did get approved for the MasterCard. That's the one that I chose. My business again opened 1 year and 7 months. I did build some business credit, but I don't think that was an important factor when it came to qualifying for this card. I think the two most important factors is having a fair credit score. I had less than 3 inquiries, only 2 inquiries at the time. And I'm sorry, I had 1 inquiry at the time, only 1. But I would say 3 or less would actually be good. I would say have at least a 680 credit score without a relationship. If you have below a 680, then I would say build the relationship first, especially if you have collections or derogatory marks. You definitely want to build that relationship with them first. Other than that, I think it's pretty straightforward. And that's really all that I had with a business. I believe you could get this card with a brand new business as long as it's structured properly. When I say structured, I mean you have a website, you have a Google profile where this business can be found. You get your number in the white pages and yellow pages online. Believe me, that still matters. You have a business number for this line. You have a virtual address. I actually started doing a course on starting a business, and I'm going to be starting a new business within the next probably 4 weeks. When I start this new business, I'm going to document the entire process, and I haven't decided yet if I'm going to put it on YouTube or if it's going to be like a course that you can get from my website, successwithstevensmith.com. So just keep an eye out for that. But I'm going to be doing a lot more videos when it comes to business credit cards and getting business funding. So this is the first of many more to come. So let's go to start the application. And we're going to go to single owner unless you're a multi-owner business, but I'm a single owner business. So I'm going to sign in to apply here. I was able to sign in with ease, so that is good. Right now, I have the screen like covered slightly because I'm concealing my business name. But this was the process. The process was application, underwriting, it was approval, closing, and then booked. So it lets you know application, you completed the loan application, it's been received, and monitor your to-do list, right? Underwriting, review of the application and supporting documentation. The loan will be decisioned once it's determined that the application is complete. Approval, closing, and booked. So this is the process. I applied on February the 6th. I was approved on February the 9th. And I was able to see the account in my online business portal on February the 12th. And on February 13th, the account was booked, and then it showed booked and closed by the 13th. All right. So the entire process was, I would say 7 days. It could probably take 7 to 10 days. But for me, 5-6 days, really. Not, with the weekend. So I did start a process that I was going to show you guys, and I didn't want to go much further. So it's an incomplete application that's going to expire within 48 hours. Now it's showing my business information here, so I'm going to have to conceal that. But and I'm not going to go any further because at some point they do the hard inquiry and my information just seems to auto populate. So I'm not going to go any further than this, but this is the business visa application. I already have the MasterCard, so this is the Visa one. So card application, your business, where they're just going to ask for your business details. It's going to auto populate right here. Again, I probably have this concealed right now. I can see it, but you'll see your business information. Then the electronic communications, they just some information that they're going to want you to confirm. Beneficial ownership. That's when you're going to put if you're 100% or if this business is split between two different owners. Your card information. They're just going to ask you where do you want the card sent to, and it'll probably be, I think it only gives you the option for the address on file, which should be your business address. Your personal income and housing. That's where they're going to ask you for how much money you make as an individual and your housing expenses. Now for the amount that I put, it was over 100,000. But again, I'm not sure if that actually is applicable. It just depends. But you can also do under 100. I would just put what your personal income is, because I really don't know any data points that it would be for that. But I'm just telling you, for me, I put above 100,000 for the personal income. For your business income, they're going to ask you if your business makes less than $1 million per year. And if you fall into that category, then that's what you're going to choose. And and your certifications and disclosures, again, some things that they're going to get you to confirm. Your certification of organization, That's where they're just going to confirm that your business is in good standing, and you just confirm that information. You're going to have an electronic signature with your first name, last name, and I believe your initials. You're going to review and then submit. After that next step, basically it's the process that we had discussed before, which is you have to wait for it to go through that status of application, underwriting, approval, and then that booking one. So we're going to go through that process. Again, it should take about, for me, it was like 3 days to know that I was approved. It took about 5 to 6 days to actually see the account on my online portal, and it took about 7 days for that account to be completely that whole entire application to be booked, which it's now online and it's completely closed and we're done. So if you guys have any questions, please let me know in the comments. If you're a member of Navy Federal and you have this card or you recently applied for this card, please put that down in the comments. Let me know what you were approved for. For me, again, I was approved for 15,000, and that was with again 762 credit score, no derogatory marks, no collections, no charge-offs, and I only had one inquiry at the time that I applied, and my business was open for 1 year and 7 months. Again, I don't think that's applicable. I just think your business needs to be structured, which if you were able to get the business checking account, then I believe that your business is structured. And I think that that's all you need, man. If you have a decent credit score, 680 or above, you're good to go. Below that, with no derogatory marks, like below a 680, but maybe like that 630 to like 660 range, I would just get a couple products and then I would go and apply. And if you are subprime with the credit, I would get the In Rewards card, and then I would get the pledge loan, and I would make some deposits, wait until your credit is cleaned up a bit, maybe wait 6 months, and then go apply for the card. Worst case scenario, I have a video that you've probably seen of how to remove the hard inquiries. This credit card does not show up on your personal credit. It doesn't show up on your business credit. Some people don't like that. For me and what I do with credit, that's perfect because the utilization doesn't get reported. So it won't affect you if you used 80% of the credit balance. It won't affect your business credit. So for me, I don't see that as a problem. In fact, that's the reason why I got the card in the first place. I don't see any advantage of the rewards for this card. There are much better cards with rewards. American Express has a lot of good cards. Chase has better business cards, but just the fact that it doesn't report on your business credit or your personal credit was an advantage to me to have that extra 25,000. I mean, I think, well, 15,000, but I'll get to 25. But to me, that was an advantage. I thought that was actually a pretty good thing. I'm trying to think other than that, if there was anything else that we need to go through. But I think that is everything. So if you guys have any additional questions, if I missed anything, if you think that there was some step that maybe I overlooked, please let me know in the comments so that I can clarify anything for you, or any other questions that you have. You guys know I'm very responsive. I'll answer as many questions as possible. Usually I'm doing some work in between, but if you email me, if you leave a comment, if you DM me, I usually respond fast. I think my fastest responses will come from the comments more than it'll come from any other medium. So please leave a comment, like and share and subscribe. And I want to see you guys get $25,000 in business funding, please. So start these applications, start the process, and I want to see it. Let me know. Thank you for everything, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about everything financial literacy. And today, we're going to be talking about the Navy Federal Secured Credit Card, but we're going to be talking about graduation. Now, this is a card that I started with. It was the first card that I had with Navy Federal. That card went on to become a cash rewards card, which enabled me to get the Go Rewards card, which enabled me to get the Go Biz Rewards card, which will enable me to convert this to a Flagship at some point. So I just wanted to talk about exactly how you can get that process started. I realized I have a video that talks about this and how you can get $80,000 in credit line with Navy Federal. But this is going to be a more in-depth video on how to get started with that process by first graduating your secured card, because I didn't see any really easily outlined steps on YouTube. So if you're a new member of Navy Federal who's rebuilding or building credit for the first time, I highly recommend that you use the N Rewards secured credit card. Within the first 6 months of you having this card, you can potentially graduate and you'll receive a cash rewards card with a limit normally of at least $2,000. Now we're going to talk about exactly what a secure card is. If you're unfamiliar with it, if this is your first time hearing about that, essentially this card will be the gateway to you getting a flagship credit card and beyond with Navy Federal. So in this video, again, we'll outline step-by-step instructions of how I personally graduated this card and how you can as well and get that high limit with Navy Federal. So without further ado, let's get into the video. So this is what we're going to be discussing as an overview for today. We're going to be discussing exactly what the N Rewards secure card is, how much you should deposit for this card, some customer service data points that I learned early on, and then the steps that I took to get this card to graduate. I'll also give you some things to remember at the end just to keep in mind so that if you do have this card but you haven't graduated yet, it might shed some light on why that is the case, okay? So let's start by talking about what the N Rewards card is. A secure card basically works just like a credit card, except you have to give money in order to secure your credit line. Normally, a regular credit card is called a unsecured line of credit because the bank is giving you that credit line so that you can use it and pay it back. Only thing that's different about this one is that you will use your own money as collateral to make the credit line for this card. So a secure card, again, is just like a regular credit card, except it requires a security deposit, and your deposit is returned to you when you close your credit card account or switch to an unsecured card. If you have no credit or you have a low credit score, a secure card can provide you a path to building or repairing your credit. As you use your card, you'll earn rewards while also earning some dividends on your deposit that's held in your savings account. So that's another cool thing. If you have Navy Federal and you notice that every once in a while you'll see like, 10 cents, something else going into your account, you're actually earning dividends on your deposit as it's sitting as your credit line. So that's one thing that I think is really amazing about this card. You don't really see that very often with secure credit cards. So in the case of Navy Federal, just know that your money isn't just going to waste. You're earning a little bit of money just from having that secure credit line. All right, now let's actually go on to the Navy Federal website, and then we're going to look at some of the features and benefits of the N Rewards secure card before we discuss graduation. All right, so right now we are on the Navy Federal website for the N Rewards secure credit card. And just know that at the time of recording, anything that you see as far as APR is going to be what was, what was available at the time. So you earn rewards while building or rebuilding your credit. So you can make a deposit as low as $200 and you could be eligible for a credit limit increase in as little as 3 months. So just be aware that in a 3-month time frame, you can be eligible for an increase on this credit card. That does not mean that it will graduate right to a unsecured version. It just means that you will be eligible for a credit line increase in as little as 3 months. It's a possibility. Now, here are some of the features and here are some of the benefits of this card. You get 1x points per dollar spent. There are some helpful tools on Navy Federal through the app and the website for credit building. At the 3 months, again, you can be eligible for an automatic increase that provides you with additional credit. That does not mean that it graduated, but you may get a higher credit limit. At 6 months, your account will be reviewed to see if you're eligible for an upgrade to the cash rewards card. Once the 6-month mark passes, you will then subsequently be reviewed every single month to see if you're eligible to graduate. Okay. Now let's talk about the rates and fees. The rates on this card is 18% APR. That is the interest that you'll have on this card. If you're using this card to graduate, we should never be getting interest. So this really shouldn't matter no matter what this changes to. It shouldn't matter. Now for fees, there are no annual fees. There are no balance transfer fees, of course, for a secured card. No foreign transaction fees, no cash advance fees. So just keep all that in mind. And then again, here are 4 steps to how this is going to work. You deposit at least $200. You can have up to $5,000 for a credit line on the secured card. And you would deposit this into your savings account with Navy Federal. You submit your application just like you would submit it for any other credit card. If you're approved, because you can be denied, I normally don't see it unless you file for bankruptcy. Then there's a potential you could be denied. But if you are approved, they'll hold that deposit as a security, and the amount that you're using for your deposit will become your spending limit. Number 3, after just 3 months, you can be eligible for a credit line increase. You do not have to add to your deposit, so you don't have to add any money to be eligible. This is just going to be something that is a possibility that can be done. It just depends on other factors. And after 6 months, they'll review your account monthly to see if you're eligible for an upgrade to the Cash Rewards unsecured card. Once you upgrade, you will get your security deposit back. Making on-time payments and keeping your balance under the credit limit can help you get approved for an upgrade to the unsecured version. So they even give you some ideas of how you can actually move up to that card in a very short time frame. So now that we've discussed all of the features and benefits and how the in-reward cards actually work, let's get into some more actionable steps that we can take. And then we're going to talk about how much exactly you should deposit for this particular secure credit card. Now, I'm sure that you're wondering this because I was wondering this too when I first got this card. How much should I deposit for this secure card option? Now, here's what I recommend, and here's what I learned personally. I learned that it doesn't matter what you deposit for this card. You can deposit the minimum of $200. That's what I did. But there are some benefits if you deposit more. So here's what I recommend. I recommend you deposit what you can. From my own research and my personal experience, the amount of the deposit doesn't play a factor in the graduation process. It doesn't play a factor. You can start with $200 or you can deposit whatever you feel comfortable up to $5,000 because that is the maximum. All right. However, if you start with a higher deposit than $2,000, when you graduate, your limit will be your initial deposit. So keep that in mind. So check this out. When you graduate, if you only put $200 in, your credit limit's going to only be $2,000. That's going to be it. Now, on the contrary, let's say you were to deposit $5,000. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes they'll give you your $5,000 back, but give you a different limit. But let's say that you deposited $5,000 and you graduated. As long as, Navy Federal allows, you can then get a $5,000 limit on a cash rewards card. And as I've told you before, if you have at least $5,000 on that card, you can then do a product change to a Flagship. So in as little as 6 months, if you were to get upgraded, you could look at doing something like that. Now, I want to also keep in mind, you're supposed to have that same product for a year before you can graduate to a Flagship. But I have seen some people who have contacted customer service and were able to do the product change prior to that year. Now, again, there's been conflicting information, but you can try. Worst case, in a year's time, you can have a Flagship credit card, right? And then after 6 months from your graduation date, then you can ask for a $8,000 credit limit increase. So that is a huge benefit. In the best case scenario, what I'm trying to say is if you were to start with $5,000, if everything was to go smoothly, you graduate in 6 months, you can possibly go to a Flagship card, and in 1 year, you can have a Flagship card with a $13,000 limit coming from having a secure card. I think that's amazing. That's a sound strategy, and that's something that you can do if you have extra money. If you don't have $5,000 to use as a secured limit, that's okay. You don't have to use $5,000. You can use as low as $200 like me. If you use as low as $200, guess what's going to happen? You'll graduate, you'll get $2,000 for your limit. At that point, 6 months later, you can then ask for a $8,000 limit increase. You will now have a card with $10,000. And if you want to switch over to a Flagship or whatever other Navy Federal card product, you'll have a card with $10,000. It's only a $3,000 difference from the person that did the $5,000 deposit. So as you can see, it's something that you can do, but you don't really have to do. So again, with all that being said, my recommendation, do what you can do comfortably. Do what's feasible for you, and know that it won't make that much of a difference what you deposit. What's more important is having good habits when it comes to paying on time and utilization. Okay, that's what's the most important. So hopefully that answers that deposit question. Now let's talk about some customer service data points. Now, I spoke with a representative from Navy Federal. This was through the chat, and this is exactly what was said. I screenshot it, pretty much just copied it, and I pasted it to here. So this is what I was told. The review of your account will be based on an evaluation of your TransUnion FICO 9 credit score, including credit card account history at Navy Federal. Factors such as, but not limited to, outstanding balances, payment amounts, payment frequency, and payment history may also be considered in your review. Since this process is automated, we do not manually review account for unsecuring. If an account meets all required criteria, the conversion is processed systematically and the card is converted to an unsecured account at the same APR. This hold is released on the secured funds as part of the process. If the account does not qualify at the 6-month anniversary of the card, it is subsequently reviewed each month thereafter until it does qualify for a conversion. This is what I got directly from Navy Federal before I graduated. So with that being said, it's done systematically. They review your account based off of these qualifying factors. So you don't have to call and ask. They'll do it. I don't know if they have a manual review process. I believe everyone does. But just know that it's done systematically. After the 6-month mark, they will review your account. All right. So I took all this information and I basically came up with a game plan of how I was going to get this card to graduate. I did end up getting it graduate. I did end up graduating this card. For me, it took 12 months, but there were some things I believe that made it take an extra 6 months. I believe that with good habits, you can do this within 6 months. One thing I do want to mention, you can ask them for a lower APR. So that's something that I did learn too. When you graduate, you can contact them and ask them to lower the APR on your card. So that is an option for you. But now let's get into the steps that I took based off of these customer service data points that I received. All right, here are the steps that I took, and I'll kind of do some explaining as well with these steps. So step 1, this is what I did. I set up an automatic payment that's 10% or less of my total utilization. I'm going to tell you why. And if this explanation isn't helpful, I have a video that talks about how credit card statements work, because you need to understand something. You need to have a balance report every single month to the credit bureaus. Not only will that actually help with your payment history, it'll show that you're using this credit card. You need to show activity. Some people, it's confusing for them because they're like, well, if I have a balance on my credit card, doesn't that mean I earn interest? No, credit cards have cycle dates. You use your credit card, your cycle date closes, whatever balance that you had on your card when the cycle date closed is what gets reported to the credit bureaus. Okay. And then you pay it the next month on the due date. That's why you should have one automatic payment that's always going to report 10% or less. So for example, if you have a $200 credit limit on your secure card, set up an auto pay for $20. The auto pay will be charged to your card. When your billing cycle date closes, it reports to the credit bureaus you use $20 of your $200 limit. That's 10%. Now it looks like, oh, you're responsible. The credit line doesn't matter. The amount doesn't matter. Utilization just means what you're using in contrary to what you have available. Don't worry about the limit. Just worry about what you have available and then 10% of that. Okay. So whatever that is, that's what we're focusing on. Okay. So let's say you have $20 out of 200. Every month you're guaranteed to report an on-time, a 10% utilization. You then pay it after your cycle date closes. Again, it'll charge. The new one will charge. It'll report, so on and so forth. You've just put yourself in a situation where your utilization will always be perfect. Okay, that's step one. Step two, make 5 transactions per month other than the auto pay. So I've said this before. How credit card issuers make money is by you making transactions. They get an interchange fee. So if you want to help Navy Federal make money, spend on that card. Here's what I suggest. We all have to get gas, right? Get gas on your card. If gas is $50, whatever, $60, $70. If you have a larger vehicle, maybe it's at most like $100 something for your gas. Do a transaction for gas. Immediately transfer the money from your checking account and just pay it. There's a good chance you're going to get gas at least 5 times in a month. Just pay it right away. Okay. Make 5 transactions per month other than your auto pay and pay them in full immediately. Doing this shows that you're using the card actively and you're making money for Navy Federal. Just use the card actively, pay it back immediately. Use it, pay it back. Let the auto pay one, cross the cycle date, but those other transactions that you're doing just, regular, pay them as soon as you make them. That's it. You just want to have some more activity. Cool. All right. So step 3, and this is important too, make sure your TransUnion FICO 9 score has 100% on-time payments from the day you open this account, and try your best to remove any derogatory information. Now, here's what I think. A majority of the derogatory marks that I had with TransUnion came off around December of 2023. This is the reason why I think my account did not graduate after 6 months. But if you start taking some of that stuff off, or you don't have any, you could probably get this card graduated within 6 months. You need to make sure that not only are you taking care of this card, but from the day you get this card, you have on-time payments and your utilization and everything is good with everything. So here's the thing, guys. A credit report is literally a report card of how well you pay on time. If you knew me and I was your friend and everyone told you Steven never pays back money, would you loan me money if you know I don't pay back anybody else? If I don't pay anybody else back, then why would I pay you back? Just think about it like that. Like, really, come on. If you don't pay other people back on time, or you have late payments with, all these other guys, why would you pay this one back on time? So it's not just so much about, like, again, these things are based off of algorithms. No one's personally attacking you. No one's personally attacking your character or who you are. You just have to have good spending habits, good financial habits, and pay back stuff on time. If you're not paying back stuff on time, these are algorithms. They go off of behaviors. Algorithms just tell you the nature of someone's behavioral patterns. Money is psychological, and that's the honest to God truth. If you're bad with money, you need to kind of reflect and understand why you have bad financial habits. A lot of times, it's not because we don't have the money to pay stuff back. It's more of an internal issue. That's something completely different. I don't want to turn this from finance to psychology. Okay, that's an internal issue that needs to be resolved. Whatever that problem is, resolve it. Start figuring out how to have a better relationship with money, and then take care of your TransUnion FICO 9 score. Pay back everyone on time. Okay, that is step 3. That's my recommendation. So again, towards the very end of the year, right before I graduated, I didn't get a lot of stuff deleted. And I had a whole year of doing nothing but just good financial habits and just cleaning up credit. That's all I did for a whole year. And eventually, after my 12-month mark, I still had 2 derogatories left, 2 charge-offs. The account still graduated with 2 charge-offs, on my credit report. So I believe that as long as you're doing that, you're cleaning stuff up, it will definitely help. And you guys know I have plenty of resources and information on this channel for you to be able to figure that out. Okay. Now, again, some more things that I want you to keep in mind, and these are just kind of randoms, but keep in mind that this card, it will result in a hard pull. Yes, I have videos on removing hard inquiries. Should you remove a hard inquiry for an account that you want to keep? The answer is no. If you get a hard pull on this one, leave it. Leave it. Do not remove it. Okay? You want to use the pre-approval tool first. So if you're watching this video, don't just get the secure card first. Use the pre-approval tool first to see if you qualify for the cash rewards card. You may not actually need to get the secure card option. You may qualify for one of the other cards. Oddly enough, you just might. So I would suggest that you do that first before you go with this option. Now, if all else fails and you don't qualify, then yes, you can fall back onto this option. In the scenario, if you got two hard inquiries, trying to get these cards, remove the one where you did not get qualified. That one is okay to remove. All right. And again, I cannot emphasize this anymore. Your credit profile still plays a huge factor. So yes, Navy Federal has an internal scoring model. I have a video on that about, information of how to get a 450 internal score with Navy Federal. While your internal score is based off of your personal relationship with Navy Federal, you do have to understand that your credit profile plays a huge factor in what you get approved for. These are models set in place to approve you based off of financial spending habits. Okay? That is it. It's that plain and simple. If you need to clean it up, clean it up. Again, no matter how many videos you watch on cleaning up credit, if you don't change the way you think about money, you'll fall back into the same habits and then it won't help. These are just a few things that I want you to keep in mind, and I can't think of anything else that I feel like was a huge factor. But follow those steps that were outlined in this video and you should have no problem graduating. And if you do have the In Reward Secure card and you have not graduated yet, I can almost guarantee your answers are probably going to start in your TransUnion FICO report. So I hope that this video does help you. I hope that you're able to use this information to get your In Rewards card and graduate in the shortest amount of time that you possibly can. Or if you weren't able to do that, hopefully this information helped you understand why you have the In Rewards card and it has not graduated yet. And hopefully you're able to actually use some of these steps in order to get this card to graduate. And then check out that $80,000 credit limit video. You can then follow those steps to just, continue to raise this limit and then reap the rewards of having Navy Federal as your bank. And then also get other products. You can then look at mortgage products. You could then look at auto products. There's a lot of business products. There's a lot of good products that you can look at with Navy Federal that I highly recommend that you check out. They have some of the best interest rates that you can possibly get, as well as nice high limits. One last thing I want to mention before I wrap this video up, because it just came to mind. You can actually pre-qualify for other cards even before you graduate. I know that sounds weird, but even if you have the secured card, but you have a good TransUnion score, check the pre-qualification tool. If you see that you pre-qualify for some other cards like the Flagship, the Cash Rewards, Go Rewards, apply for them. Apply for them. Look, worst case, if you get denied, you'll get a letter in the mail. You'll get your internal score. If you get denied or approved for anything, you get a letter in the mail that will give you your internal scores. And some people were asking me that, but that's a way to get your internal score. You have to apply for something, and whether you're approved or you're denied, you'll get it. Hey, worst case, if you're denied, yes, you have the hard inquiry, remove it. On top of that, you also get your internal score. So you'll have a good idea of where you stand and what your position is with Navy Federal. And then you could do some things to strengthen your internal score. But just know that even if you haven't graduated, you can still qualify for some of the other cards. Check that pre-qualification tool. That is something that I would always, check maybe monthly just to see what you can get. But other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. I appreciate it if you made it to the end of the video. If you do have the N Rewards card and you have used some of these steps in order to graduate, please let me know in the comments below. And let other people know how long it took you to actually graduate so they can get an idea of how long it might take them. You guys can share tips and information just to help each other actually become a resource and, help everyone who's not had this card actually figure out what they can do and come up with a good strategy in order for them to graduate as well. Again, thank you so much for watching. Leave any comments in the video if you have any questions or concerns, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about everything financial literacy, and today we're going to be talking about the Navy Federal Business Account. In the past, I made a video about the Navy Federal Go Biz Rewards credit card with a comprehensive step-by-step guide in order for you to get approved for that card and setting up the account. I wanted to make a separate video about the Navy Federal Business Account, some of the products that they offer, and also revisit the steps that it takes to create an account. There are some other products and tools with Navy Federal that a lot of people are not aware of when it comes to their business accounts. Over the next couple of videos, I want to touch on those. I don't really see enough information about it on YouTube, and I want to cover all of the different tools and how you can use them. So in the next couple of weeks, I'll probably be using a few of them. I may even go as far as getting one of their auto loans just to actually show you guys the steps, the process, what my data points were, so you can do the same thing. Their business line of credit, I might actually go ahead and apply for that. Not sure if I'm going to actually use it for anything, but I want to touch on some of the products because they do have great benefits, and I can come up with a few good strategies of how other people can utilize them, and I might utilize them as well for a few things here and there, but definitely want to make sure that you're aware of the business side of Navy Federal, not just looking at the other personal products. Again, these get overlooked. I'll also be getting to the commercial real estate side of Navy Federal. Don't know if I'll actually apply for that one because I don't have any particular property that I'm looking at, but in the future that may be something that I want to explore. So I do want to provide more information on that again, so we can get a more information on the business side, because there's so much on the personal, but just not enough on Navy Federal business accounts. Navy Federal offers several different types of checking accounts that we'll go over, and you can easily find the one that may suit your needs best. Requirements may vary. It depends on the criteria and the eligibility of where you're located. And it's important to check the current situation when considering starting an account for you or your business. Now, if you refer to my first video, I talk about some business restrictions that they have with Navy Federal. I didn't have it set up in this video, but just to go over that briefly before we get started, it's the usual suspects. If it's gambling, if it's real estate, sometimes, I'm not going to say trucking always, they may give you a hard time, but if it's anything like that, anything that has to do with anything explicit, you're not going to be able to create an account. You will have to get on the phone with someone to review this. So please keep that in mind. You can set up a business for general purposes, just general purposes and services, and you can do something else with it. So just keep that in mind, that there are some businesses that will not qualify for this type of account. But again, it's the usual suspects. I mentioned it in my other video, but you can also just Google it. It's pretty much the same thing industry wide. All right, let's get started with number one, and that's going to be breaking down the Navy Federal business accounts that they offer. Now, a lot of this stuff you can find online, but a lot of the information also you don't really get to review because you have to set up this account over the phone with Navy Federal. So this is the business checking. This is the most standard business account that you can get with Navy Federal. The account is designed for smaller businesses with a simpler need. It has a 0.01% APY rate. You want to remember that this figure may change after you open your account. This is as of right now. A nice feature is that there's no monthly maintenance fee. You also get unlimited electronic transactions as well as the other checking accounts in the credit union's range. But there's a tight limit on non-electronic transactions before a fee kicks in. You're also restricted to just 2 signers. All right. Now let's go over the fee or limit type and included monthly transactions. You get unlimited electronic, 30 non-electronic, 25 cents per transaction over this limit. So if you have 30 non-electronic transactions, it will be 25 cents per transactions after 30. Now, most transactions are electronic, so this may not be applicable to you, but just keep that in mind. The current deposit fee, there is no fee. And at Navy Federal and Co-op ATMs, there is no fee. Monthly maintenance fee, none on this account. The minimum average daily balance for waiving maintenance fee is not applicable for this account. Now let's talk about the Business Plus checking. Now this is aimed at slightly bigger companies. Navy Federal's Business Plus checking account gives you a higher transaction limit plus unlimited signers. As with the business checking account, the APY rate at the time of recording this video, 0.01%. There's a monthly maintenance fee to pay unless you maintain a specific average balance. Included monthly transactions, you get unlimited electronic, just like the previous one. You have 50 non-electronic. After that, it's 25 cents per transaction over this limit. The deposit fee is none. At Navy Federal and Co-op ATMs, there is no fee. The monthly maintenance fee is $8. The minimum average daily balance for waiving maintenance fees is not applicable for this particular account either. Now, the last checking account that we're looking at is going to be the Business Premium Checking Account. This is the checking account that I currently have with Navy Federal. And I suggest that if you're looking to get the Go Biz Rewards card and you're also looking to get other business products, I recommend you have this account with Navy Federal. Now, this account is designed for businesses with larger needs, as well as those who want to earn a higher dividend on their credit balance over $1,500. When we checked, the figure was between 0.35% and 0.45% at the time of recording this video, depending on your balance. Again, though, remember that this can sometimes change, and this account also allows you unlimited signers, but the monthly maintenance fee is higher than for the Business Checking Plus and the regular Business Checking. Now let's go over the fees or limit types for this one. Now, included monthly transactions, unlimited, 100 non-electronic, 25 cents per transaction over that limit. So, same thing. The deposit fee, there is none, of course, and none at Navy Federal and Co-op ATMs only. And you can always check online to see which ATMs are participating. The monthly maintenance fee is $20 for this account, unless you have a daily balance of $5,000. If you have a daily balance of $5,000, the $20 fee is waived. All right. So again, I recommend if you're trying to get approved for the Go Biz Rewards card and you want to increase your chances, it looks better when you have the premium account with them and you have a balance of $5,000 to waive that. And if you don't, that's okay. You can always go with the plus, or you can go with the other one. Just go with what suits your needs. But I do believe that when you use the premium products, just like in the case of the Flagship checking, that you're going to get better products when you apply. That's just a sidebar, because again, you still need to make sure that you have a good credit score. For the business products, they pull from your Experian. So this might be good if you, let's say your TransUnion score isn't really the best, but let's say that you have a really good Experian score with no derogatory marks. You may not be qualifying for a personal credit card with Navy Federal, but when they pull your Experian, you might be able to get their products on the business side. So keep that in mind. That is a little hack that maybe you can look at, because they're only going to look at that one bureau. So again, you don't need all of them to be perfect. You just need to make sure that you focus on the one that's really strong right now. If Experian is stronger, you should be looking at going this option, and then you can build up your TransUnion one and start looking at the personal side at a later time. Now let's talk about the different savings accounts that you can have for your Navy Federal business account. The money market savings account is the one that you don't have to have this one per se, but it depends on the amount of money that you plan on keeping into your account. And there's dividends that you earn on this account daily. But the features, there's no term or restrictions. They have competitive rate. Minimum of $2,500 is required as a balance to earn dividends. You also earn more than a standard savings account without terms or restrictions. And this is best for businesses looking for higher earnings than a standard savings account. Now there's the jumbo money market savings account. There's no term restrictions. They have competitive rates. The minimum balance is $100,000 to earn jumbo dividend rates. And the businesses with the ability to maintain a higher balance on the deposit, this account would be best for those. And businesses that are interested in a jumbo dividend rate. Now, in my case, I do have the money market savings. I don't have the jumbo, but I have the money market savings. It's $2,500. If you did have $100,000, you could put it here, but in all honesty, you could put it in something like a high yield savings account and earn more dividend interest. And will earn more interest. If you had that much money, I definitely wouldn't have it in a money market savings. Now, if you did it temporarily to get approved for all the things that you need and then transferred it out, then so be it. But I have the money market savings balance of daily balance of $2,500. That should be more than enough to earn your dividends. And even if you don't have $2,500, you just won't earn the dividends. So, worst case, but there is no fee to have that account. All right. So let's discuss number 2. What do I need to open a business account with Navy Federal? Now, to open a business account with Navy Federal, you'll need to have a personal Navy Federal account. You do need to be a member in order to open this. And you need to have an account that's in good standing. And you can find an application form on the Navy Federal website, which we will go over. You'll need to complete that before going any further. Then to open a business account, you can call Navy Federal at 1-877-418-1462. Or you can go into your local branch. Either one is fine. Make sure that you check your documentation that you'll need to provide for your business. And this can vary depending on whether you're a sole proprietor, an LLC, or a corporation. If you are a sole prop, you'll need your business license and your tax identification number. That's your EIN number, and you can get that from irs.gov. If it's relevant to your business, you'll also need to provide a fictitious name certificate or a certificate of assumed name. And another thing that you will actually need when you're going through the process is a certificate of good standing. And for the most part, in my experience, every account that I've opened, they talk about this. It's something that you can actually purchase online, but you don't need to. You can go to your Secretary of State website, type in your business name, screenshot a picture of where it says your business is in good standing. They just need to know that you have an active business that is still operating. If they can't find that, then they're not going to be able to open the account. So that's one thing that I did not mention, but the certificate of good standing is just you taking a screenshot of your business status. It just needs to say active, and you can get that by going on to your Secretary of State. I can't show you because it's different from state to state, but it's simple. You just look up your business and then it'll show you it active. That's the most simplistic way that I can pretty much break that down for you. Now, number 3, we're going to be going to the application for Navy Federal online. So let's go through the steps of exactly how you can set this account up. And then we'll get to that point where you have to call. And from there, I'll give you like a brief overview of what you can expect from that conversation. So right now we are on the Navy Federal website, and this is the business solution section. You can just Google Navy Federal and you can Google business and you'll see the same exact page. It should, for the most part, be the exact same, even when the last almost 2 years now that I've been using it, I really has not changed that much. So become a business member, and there'll be the get started option there. If you click that, it brings us down and it'll say join now. And pretty much it goes over 4 steps that you'll need in order to actually open this account. So step 1, gather information before you start the new business membership application. Make sure all owners have a Navy Federal membership. All owners, individuals, or entity owners must be individual members of Navy Federal Credit Union with accounts in good standing. So keep in mind, if you have a business that has more than one person, they all have to be a member of Navy Federal in order for you to open this account. So if this is a 1-member LLC, It's just you. It's not applicable. If you have other people who are going to also be assigned to this account, then they will also need to be members of Navy Federal, which if you're a member, that means you can provide them with your access code so they can become one. But just know if they are not, you will need to make them a member in order for them to be on this account. Now, gather all required documentation. You can find the list of documentation that's required for your business type on the business solution facts page. And we can go here really quick. I just want to briefly go over it with you so that you have all the documentation needed when you open this account. You will need to make a deposit of $250 for sole proprietorship and $255 for all separate entities, such as limited liability companies and corporations. And it's required at the time of opening the account. So that's something that I want to make a correction on. So you'll need to make a deposit of $250 for sole proprietorship and $255 for all separate legal entities, such as LLCs and corporations. So $255 is what will be required at the time of opening this account. And let's go to documentation. So the documents that are required to open this account may vary by business type. For sole proprietorship, you will need your federal tax ID or TIN letter, a valid business license, business permit, or fictitious name certificate, or a certificate of assumed name. General partnership, federal tax ID is required, beneficial owner form, and representatives will assist you with the completion of this form. So if you need help, they will help you over the phone. You'll need a valid business license, business permit, or fictitious name certificate, or a certificate of assumed name. Limited partnership applies to LP, also a limited liability partnership, LLP, and professional limited liability partnership, PLLP. A good standing certificate filed and stamped within 60 days before the date of application. Again, you can go to your Secretary of State website, find your business. It should show your business is active. Screenshot that. That's the same as a certificate of good standing. Save yourself the money. Federal tax ID, which you can get again, irs.gov. Beneficial owner form, fictitious name. Corporations, and this applies to S Corps and C Corps, a good standing certificate, a federal tax ID, beneficial owner form, fictitious name. And then for limited liability companies, good standing certificate, federal tax ID, beneficial owner forms, and fictitious name certificate. And they have some information here, like what is a beneficial owner and how does Navy Federal collect this information. If you want to read that, then you can, but it's not really, we kind of went over that. They're going to also go over it with you when you're on the phone. So it's not like you really need to go over that. But if you just want more information, it's going to be on the frequently asked questions section of the business solution page. And you can come back and you can read this information if you want to go over a couple of these other things here. Now, you'll need to complete a new business membership application. The last part of this video, we're going to go over that. So should be fairly soon. And you have to sign into your personal Navy Federal account in order to access the membership application. And then you'll want to complete that process. If you choose to save and come back later, like if you figure out you need more information in order to complete your business application, you can go to save and come back later, and you can resume where you left off. You need to sign in within 5 days using your personal Navy Federal credentials under the to-do section. And that way you can complete the incomplete application. Now you will need to upload required documentation, and that's going to be on the to-do list. Once you see that, they'll upload the documentation that we just talked about, depending on what type of business that you currently have. Once that's done, you'll want to call Navy Federal at 1-877-418-1462 within 2 business days after you've uploaded your documents. You'll want to review your application and documentation with the representative, and be mindful that the review process can take about 1 hour. It took that long for me, and they're available Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be prepared to fund your account, and depending on your business type, the minimum amount required to open your account can be from $250 to $255. This amount should be available for transfer from your personal Navy Federal account or through a non-Navy Federal debit or credit card. All right, so that is the entire process that we have to set up this account. Let's finally go through and look at the application. All right, so we are looking at the Navy Federal application for business membership, and it's going to ask you pretty straightforward, right? Your legal business name, your form of business, your entity type. You're going to put your tax ID, your taxpayer identification number, how many employees that you have, is the business a franchise? You can enter yes or no. Business established in the U.S. or U.S. territories, the state of business organization, incorporation or registration, the business phone number, any alternative phone numbers, the business email address. Is the business designated as a veteran owned or veteran owned service? If it is, then you can, just select yes. If it's a nonprofit, yes or no. And then other than the legal name, do you also operate the applicant business under a fictitious name? If you have a fictitious name, then you'll say yes. If you don't, then just select no. And then it wants your physical street, city, state, zip code. And then by providing a mobile number, you're granting Navy Federal permission to place automated, pre-recorded, or artificial voice non-marketing calls and text messages to that number. Messaging and data rates may apply. So you'll want to go ahead and get all of this information filled out. All right, so after you filled out all of the business membership application, you'll want to enter the business details. So describe the nature of your business. You'll want to select the industry that best describes your business. You'll want to select the sector that best describes your business. You'll want to select the NAICS code that best describes your business, your sales revenue amount here. And then you'll also want to enter if your business is any of the following, and you can pick like real estate, food services, pick whatever the general purposes of your business. Does the business provide any of the following products or services? And, some of these you can't open an account if you provide these services. So really you want to select none. Okay. And the business primary trade areas, you want to select that. If you're in the U.S., more than likely it's domestic. The purpose or transactions of which you'll be using this Navy Federal account, more than likely it'll be for operating and general purpose. Does your business have a website? Yes, if it does. Do you have accounts for this business with an institution other than Navy Federal? And you can select yes or no. Now, once you enter the information for your business details, you'll get the products, services, and funding. And then please complete the following fields. Number of membership savings accounts. You can select if you want a membership savings. I just put 0. Number of money market savings. I just put 1 because I want a money market savings. Number of savings accounts. I just put 0. Number of basic checking accounts. And this just depends on what you're trying to do. For me, I skipped the basic checking. I skipped the plus. I'm going for the premium. I'm just going to select 1. And you understand all of these accounts because we just went over them one by one. So you should already know exactly which one that you're going to get at this point. Then you want to select I understand, and then they're going to let you know what the minimum requirement is for funding, and then all of the other requirements that will be needed depending on the type of business that you currently have. Now, I do want you to keep in mind that businesses that are not a sole prop are required to have 1 membership savings account. So even if you want the money market savings, you're still required to have 1 membership savings account. So you can have 2 in that case, but remember, you'll still need that. Now, the next section of the application is going to be owners and entity owners. So you'll want to enter all of your information here. So are you or any other owner a Navy Federal employee? So in that case, no, if you're not an employee. Numbers of owners. If it's just you, of course, you just put 1. Are you or any other owner a Navy Federal official? That will probably be no. If you're a veteran, you can select yes or no. What branch of the military are you affiliated with? If you're not affiliated with the military, then just put no. If you know your rank, add your rank. Do you or any other owner have a connection to a Navy Federal office? I would select no. Your business title, I would select exactly whatever your title is: president, manager, member, owner. You could select owner. Your owner percentage, if it's 100%, then you could just put 100. Your type of government issue ID, you can do your state driver's license. And then from here, you'd want to enter your driver's license number, the state, and then the entity owner. Is the applicant business owned in whole or part by another legal entity? You should select no in this case unless it is. But if you're a 100% owner, that wouldn't be the case. All right. So when we get to the authorized signer section, you'll want to enter the number of authorized signees. In this case, there shouldn't be any authorized signees, so you can select 0. All right, now after you've put that you have no authorized signers, if it's just you, then you'll get this: resolution of corporation, limited liability company, partnership, or other legal entity. You'll basically just have to select this, and you can read through the information if you'd like, but it's just terms and conditions that you'll need to confirm in order to proceed. The next step is going to be the certification of beneficial owner, and you'll have to certify that you are the legal owner of the business entity, and then you'll have to confirm the address, zip code, all that information, your beneficial ownership, more than 25%, and that you are the controlling party. You would select yes. Once that is done, you'll get the certifications and disclosures. You'll want to, of course, view and accept. You'll want to go over all that information, and you can do so at your leisure. But once you go through it, you can click agree, and then you'll be able to accept there, and then you'll want to accept all other disclosures, and then you'll want to view and accept, and that's going to be the schedule or fees and charges. You have to look at it in order to proceed, and then you'll want to make sure to view the authorization to link business and owner consumer accounts. This is what's going to actually link your personal to your business, and then you have to agree, and then you can select next. Now, by typing your name, you recognize that this will be treated as an electronic signature. So you want to type your name and then type your initials to complete the application. Once that's completed, the last step is to review and submit the application. So once you've done all of this, that's pretty much it. You'll want to submit the application. Now, once the request is submitted, you'll receive this. Your request was submitted. What's next? You want to click on the link below to go to your dashboard, and it'll have your to-do list. You'll want to upload the documents listed on the to-do list. You can drag and drop them, and then you'll be able to call Navy Federal once they are open, of course, and you can contact their business team, and they will assist you in opening the account. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching this video. That wraps it up. The last thing that you'll see when you go to the dashboard is that you'll need to upload your documentation, that certificate of good standing, which you should know how to get now and what you should add there. You'll be asked for your EIN number. You'll be asked for your business license. So once you have all that information gathered, drop it into that section, and then you'll be good to call Navy Federal and complete the setup of your business account. So that is it. And in the future, we are going to definitely be talking about other business products that I would like to explore. And again, just really delve into the business side of Navy Federal. If this information was helpful to you, please like, subscribe, share it with someone who maybe is interested in opening up a business account with Navy Federal. And again, thank you so much for watching, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy, and today is going to be a little bit different than most videos. I was actually sitting here trying to start a new video and pick a new topic, but I was in the midst of actually looking at getting pre-approved for an auto loan. So, I decided to kill two birds with one stone. Why not just document this process as I'm doing it, so I can also take care of this and also get some work done? Little backstory: I had a situation with the vehicle that got totaled out a couple of weeks ago. And just so you know, if you guys ever get a payout from the insurance company and it's way less than the value of your car, do something called comparable comps. Get like a Google spreadsheet, give them all the cars of the same make and model in your area with the same mileage, show them that price, and they'll up the price. They offered me like $6,000, and then I completely refused that, came back, got $12,000 from the adjuster, which was a little bit above the actual value that the car was at. I might make a video on that one day, but to get to the point is I was able to get $12,000 from that. I also had a personal claim that was another like $6,000, so it was about $18,000, and then I was going to put up around $10,000 of my own dollars that I had saved, and I was going to get a new vehicle. So with that being said, I really have the cash to purchase the vehicle outright, but I was still waiting on the last $6,000, and it might take like 5, 6, 7 days or so. But I was curious, like, since there's no prepayment penalty for the auto loan, What if I just got it through Navy Federal and then just paid it out before I had to actually pay any interest? So seemed like an interesting idea. There's a good chance I probably won't use it, but why not just try it? I mean, what's the worst that can happen? So I did contact Navy Federal to verify some information. I'll probably go over that in the course of making this video, but I kind of wanted to just show you guys what I was working on. So the auto loan rates can be as low as 4.09% APR for new vehicles. And then here are new and used car loans. They let you know that the decision is in seconds in most cases. Pre-approvals are good for 90 days. So that's what I was told. Within 90 days, if I don't use it, it just gets voided. So it's okay if I don't actually use the pre-approval. And then these are the different interest rates that you get depending on if you have a new vehicle at 36 months, 37, 61. Of course, if I did pick it, I would pick 36 months because I'm fairly certain I would just pay the car outright and I don't want to pay any interest if I don't have to. So that's kind of the gist of what I was working on right now. And yeah, everything seems pretty straightforward. There's also some information about auto loan eligibility and some information that you could check here, but it's pretty much the exact same thing that you would expect. Of course, you have to be a member, and they will ask you for some information that, why not? Let's just go through it in real time and you guys can actually see me do it. There was a screen I want to get to that talks about the pre-approval. So let's jump to that and then let's just get into the process and just see where this goes. So this was the screen that I was talking about. It gives some information on the Navy Federal auto loan pre-approval. So you could negotiate a better sales price than with the dealer, which of course, a lot of you guys are aware of that. I hate going to car dealerships. I really do. I've worked in them. I don't like going in the car dealerships. The thing I like to do, get pre-approved. You get your check, you buy the car, you're done. You don't have to deal with anybody. A lot of our hard inquiry removals come from people who had their credit shotgunned by car dealerships. So of course you want to avoid all of that nonsense. So it says step 1, you gather the following information to submit your application. Contact information for applicants. If there's a co-applicant, phone number, email, current housing. If you have trade-in information, the amount you expect to finance, the length of the term, and you submit your application. You receive your loan check once you've been pre-approved, and then you can take the loan check to your dealer once you're ready to buy. So this is the process. And, let's just get right into it. Let's see what happens. All right. So this is the process. Apply for auto loan. So you can choose from your auto loan type. Now, I'm just going to look at pre-approval. I have an idea of the vehicle, but I don't want to actually do all of that where I put the information in. So pre-approval is a great step if you're still shopping and haven't selected a vehicle to purchase. It gives you flexibility and negotiation power. Dealership purchases only. So some overseas dealers don't accept pre-approval loan checks. Please verify that the dealership will accept pre-approval loan checks before completing the application. So I've already done that. I have a pretty good idea about the dealership that I'm going to be going to, but I also have 3 backup options in case it doesn't work out there. Finance a new vehicle, and that's if you found it, and then refinance. So let's just go to pre-approval and hit continue. The next step is vehicle loan and info. So what type of vehicle are you looking to purchase? I would say that it's going to be new with less than 7,500 miles, 2023, 24, or 25. I am not doing a trade-in. And then they want to determine the loan amount. Now, this is the interesting part. I'm curious just to see how much I can get, but I wonder if I should stay within reason. So why don't we just do 50,000? Why not let's just do 50,000. Let's just see. With no down payment and 36-month long term. That is a high car note. But look how low your interest is. And again, we're just going to see what happens. So your total loan amount can't exceed 125% of the vehicle's value determined by J.D. Power. So for example, if the vehicle's value is $20,000, your total loan amount can't exceed $25,000. Makes sense. Okay. Oh, so you can do basically 125%. So this is actually similar to the PenFed auto loan. Let's continue. All right, so right here, it's showing my personal information. I'll probably block this out, of course. Well, I have to. It has my address, my email, my phone number, and then employment status. And then I'm entering all my employer information. My employer information is actually just going to be my previous employer because, again, I'm self-employed, but I'm also paying myself with my paycheck stubs. So I'm just going to use the same private employer that I previously had when I became a Navy Federal member, since that's the information more than likely they'll have on file. And then we're going to enter the total annual income. And then we're going to also enter the housing type. And now that we've entered the total annual income, the employer, the housing type, and we've entered the personal information, and I'm just saying it because I know I'm going to go back and block out the information. I just want you to know what the options were. And then you would enter, of course, whatever applicable to you. But as you guys know, I'm self-employed, but I'm just entering information based off of my private employer that I had previously because I haven't been paying myself for the entire year yet. Probably starting next year, if I apply for anything personal, I'll be using my business since that is my employer and be going off of that next year. So it says, please review and apply. Vehicle loan info, type of vehicle new. Our purchase price is going to be $50,000, no down payment for 36 months. And then, of course, my personal information. Once again, I will be blocking that information. You won't see it, but address, email, phone number, employment status, length of employment, your total annual income, and your housing type. And then there is the disclosures, and I've read consent to credit pool. Let's look at that really quick. So Navy Federal uses credit reports to evaluate applications. If you have a credit freeze with a credit bureau, we will be unable to complete our review. We encourage you to contact the respective credit bureau to have the freeze temporarily lifted. Once you have the freeze lifted, please return to proceed with the application. By continuing, you authorize Navy Federal to obtain consumer reports about you to consider you for this application and any related applications and offers of Navy Federal products and services. You also authorize Navy Federal to obtain consumer reports to review any Navy Federal accounts you open. Now, from what I've seen, there are people who get hard pulls from TransUnion when they do this. There are people who get hard pulls from Equifax when they do this. Again, we're just going to see what happens because I'm doing this in real time. This is just me doing regular stuff from day to day. You guys are just seeing it play out live. All right, so let's go back and let's apply for this auto loan. All right, processing. Your decision is pending. You're almost done. There are just a few steps. So let's go to continue. And it says choose the delivery method. I guess they want me to choose for pre-approval loans. We'll issue a check with your funds. Choose the preferred delivery method. Branch pickup, regular business mail, express. All this costs money. So, I'm not really worried about it. I could just do regular. Let's just get it in the mail. So the application has been submitted and is under review. It says, thank you for applying. You'll receive a decision notification via email. A decision could be made on your request as early as 2 hours, but in some cases, it can take up to 24 hours. You could also be contacted by email, e-message, phone, or text if we need more information. So this is our application number, our loan term, our loan. And it says, if you're pre-approved, here are your next steps. Find the vehicle you would like to purchase. Bring your pre-approval check to the dealer. Fill in the year, make, model, mileage, and VIN number. Sign the check. Give the completed check to the dealer. Verify that your name, your address, the amount financed, payment schedule, and vehicle information are correct on the electronic promissory note. Electronically sign your loan documents. The interest rates received during the application process is based on the vehicle information. If you purchase a different vehicle, then your rates may change. I don't know what that means. It wasn't an instant decision. Again, we're just seeing this play out in real time. I did have some other things I needed to do today, which is kind of why I was trying to, speed up this process and just document it for you guys. So I'm going to give it a little while. I just got a notification. It just said that a hard inquiry was blocked on August 9th, 2024, because your TransUnion report is frozen. If this doesn't look familiar, it means someone tried to open an account in your name, Navy Federal Credit Union. So my TransUnion credit report was blocked. That's probably why I didn't get an instant decision. I was actually trying to go to the TransUnion Service Center, and for whatever reason, it told me my account was temporarily suspended and I couldn't remove the freeze. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to call TransUnion. I'm going to manually have them remove the freeze, and then I'm going to get back, and then we'll go from there and then see what we can do. I might have to even call Navy Federal and go that route. All right. So I guess we'll just wait and see what happens.
And how may I assist you today?
Yes, I was trying to temporarily lift the freeze on my TransUnion credit report. The problem is I was trying to log on through the website, but it said that for security reasons, I was unable to log in and do it. So one, I wanted to see if you could do it over the phone for me. But secondly, I wanted to see if I could also fix that so I can do it myself in the future. All right. And I'm resetting the password now. Thank you so much. And I appreciate your help. No, that's it. Thank you. Freeze is lifted and password is reset, and I can see temporarily lifted. Perfect. Thank you so much for your help. Now I'm going to have to call Navy Federal, and I'm going to have to let them know to maybe see if they can rerun the application. So we will do that next. All right. So we can see if we could get this thing approved.
Department, may I have your name, please?
Yes, my name is Stephen Smith. The hard inquiry just went through. It just went through. So she should be coming back soon. Yeah, I'm getting tons of notifications now about hard inquiries. All right. So, yeah, and it pulled from TransUnion. So let's just wait.
All right. We were able to pull the credit for you, and it is routed to our lending team. So you should hear something back in the next 2 to 24 hours.
So Navy Federal was like a 7-minute call. They are easy. You know what I mean? Like, you just get in and out. Love it. Easy. All right. Well, I got the hard inquiry. So they did pull my TransUnion credit report. And now we're just waiting. All right. And while we're waiting, I just pulled up my TransUnion FICO 8 score. It's 748 right now. My utilization was a little bit higher than what it should have been, so it brought it down a little bit. But this is as of July 13th. It actually will update again in a couple days. It actually went down slightly because of that hard inquiry, but it was a 765. 765 at the time of applying, and then it dropped down to like a 764. It looks like. I'm gonna stop this video. I'm gonna go ahead and edit it, and then when I get to the end, I guess I'll just record the end, and then we'll have our conclusion. So hopefully see you guys in a couple of hours, maybe a couple days. All right, I am back, and I just got back home. I did get this email several hours later. So the way that it worked for me, I had to actually call Navy Federal back, and they told me that I actually had a tentative approval, and they gave me a counter offer. So they actually gave me a counter offer for $30,000, and this is the email that I got. Congrats, you're pre-approved for an auto loan. Excellent news. Your auto loan is pre-approved. You can review your tentative annual percentage rate APR when you get your loan document. This APR could change if the type of vehicle you buy is different from the one on your application, or the loan terms change. We'll list your final APR and monthly payment on your promissory note once you choose and buy your vehicle. Depending on how you choose to receive your document, we'll mail them with a check for your loan, or you can pick them up at a branch. If you choose branch pickup, go to any Navy Federal branch and bring a valid ID. So I didn't choose branch pickup. As you guys saw, I chose to have it mailed to me, so I won't be able to do that. And I called to actually see if that was an option while I was out, but it is not. And they have already gone through the process of sending this. It is about 6 hours later, a little later at nighttime. And again, I just got back home. So now that I did get the approval, let's log into the account so we can actually see this on NavyFederal.com. All right, so I'm logged into my Navy Federal account. This is the auto loan with the application number. and it's $30,000. Next step needed. Now that you are pre-approved, here are the steps. Here are the next steps. Find the vehicle you like to purchase. Bring your pre-approval check to the dealer. Find the year, make, model, mileage, and VIN of the vehicle on the check. Sign the check. Give the completed check to the dealer. Verify that your name, address, amount financed, payment schedule, and vehicle information are correct on the electronic promissory note. Electronically sign your loan document. The interest rates received during the application process is based on the vehicle information you provided. If you purchase a different vehicle, then your rates may change. While I was out, I did look at some vehicles in between time, and I'm pretty sure I could find something that was between 2023 to 2024 that meets all the criteria to keep the exact same APR. So I'll keep you guys updated. But yeah, the approval did happen. It didn't happen instantly, unfortunately, but we were given this counter offer. Again, I did have to call. No one actually contacted me and told me about this tentative offer. I had to contact them back and then find out that there was a tentative offer for $30,000. And then I had to accept. And then once I accepted, about 10 minutes later, it was approved. I was out. If I would have chosen the option to actually get the check from Navy Federal, I probably could have gone into a Navy Federal branch right before they closed, picked up the check. But again, I didn't. But yeah, it seems to be a pretty straightforward process. It was fairly easy other than the mistakes that I did make on my own. And yeah, I'll keep you guys updated with this process as it plays out. But I hope that this was very informative for you. And I did learn some good information about if I did decide to keep this loan and actually get the vehicle with it. So you can actually pay after 60 days have passed. If you do it before 60 days, they'll have to readjust your interest rate, which will probably go up. If I want, I could treat this like a pledge loan. I can actually pay it up to a certain percentage, and then I could just leave it. And then I'm just good. I could let my, for my credit, have this account that's showing that I paid a majority of it off. It'll probably increase my credit score, and then keep it, for the rest of the few months and collect those on-time payments. So that may be an option. It's not a bad option. It frees up some of the money that I'm going to have. I have $30,000 right around there that I could have right in my pocket. I had about 28 that I was going to spend. I can take that, put it in some investments, pay the small percentage on this, and then when I get the return on my investments, I can pay this off. So I might do that because I did have some other things going on towards the end of the year where I might make a lot more money now. So yeah, it's kind of nice. It's pretty cool. Again, I'll keep you guys updated, but that's pretty much it. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Again, this was different. Everything was in real time. Normally, I would do all of this stuff, go through all the pains and go through all the motions, and then come back, put it in a slideshow. But I'm glad I was able to do something a little bit different while I'm, active and moving throughout my daily life, trying to, get this stuff updated in real time. So I'm glad that you got to see that and see the mistakes. Hopefully this won't be such a long video, but again, thank you so much for watching, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about everything financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about the Navy Federal Home Loan and how you can actually get multiple loans with Navy Federal with zero money down and with very, very low interest rates depending on your credit worthiness. I want to talk really quick about home loan pre-approvals. Then we're going to get into some facts, and then we'll be discussing each of these home loans. It's going to be 5 different home loans, and then we're going to be trying to find the differences and the advantages, maybe disadvantages of each one. That way you have a full understanding of each of these home loans. This video may be long, and if you want to skip to a certain part of the video, then I suggest using the timestamps in the description if you just want to know more information about one particular loan. We all know in the economic climate that we're currently in, buying a house, it isn't easy. It's actually fairly difficult. Not only do you have to find the right house, you also have to find it in the right price range, but you have to make sure that your finances are in order so you can qualify for a mortgage loan. Now, if you wait to apply for a mortgage loan until after you found the house that you actually want, time can be a factor. With housing stock generally being low, there may be other people who want to buy the exact same home that you might want. And if there's a hiccup in your finances, then it could cause you to lose the chance to buy the home that you really want. So getting pre-approved for a mortgage can make the home buying process a lot smoother. So I just implore you, as a first-time home buyer, you should get pre-approved before you do anything else. And you'll probably hear this from real estate agents. You'll probably hear this from a lot of people. You want to get that pre-approval letter. This is one of the most important steps when buying a home, and you need to determine exactly what you can afford to actually spend. Getting pre-approved gives you an idea of how much you can spend and lets you tailor your search for houses to your range that you are approved for. But if you don't get a pre-approval, you're just simply guessing at what your budget might actually be, and you may not get what you think. So, for example, if you think that you can afford a $800,000 home with a $100,000 down payment, and it's just a, fairly frivolous example, but if you haven't gone through that pre-approval process, you may end up surprised that you only qualify for $500,000. You may not qualify for the $800,000. And if you have already put in an offer on that home, you can't afford it. It's a waste of time, not just for you. It's a waste of time for your agent, the seller. And getting pre-approved forces you to be realistic in your search for a home and finding one that's in the correct price range. Home sellers often want to streamline this process. They want to make it as easy as possible. They don't want to gamble on a deal that might fall through. So if you get pre-approved, it makes it clear to the seller that you're serious about buying, and it makes it clear to your real estate agent that you're serious about buying. And if you don't have that pre-approval, another potential buyer who does may actually get the home just because the seller will look at them as being serious while you still have to go get pre-approved. So this is just, my one thing I want to stress in the beginning. I know some people who are real estate agents, that is one of the things that they make it a great point to tell anyone that's buying a home for the first time. Get the pre-approval so that we know exactly what we're looking for, what we can afford, and we can make this process a lot smoother. All right. Now let's get into a couple of FAQs about the Navy Federal Home Loan and just some general information about home loans you may just want to know for the future. So first thing, Navy Federal does not offer FHA loans. There are other comparable products that we will talk about, but just want to get that out the way. Navy Federal, as far as what I know currently, if this changes, let me know in the comments, because again, as videos age, as new information comes to light, things change. But as far as I know right now, they do not offer any homes that are more than 1 to 2 unit residences. They'll only finance 1 to 2 unit residences. They'll not do 3, 4 larger. Okay, so just be aware of that. The VA loan and the conventional loan, they will have the lowest interest rates. Now, the reason why I want to make that a point right now is because if you were just looking at the home with the lowest interest rate, it doesn't necessarily mean that's the best loan for you, or it's not. For example, a conventional loan, if you don't want to have any PMI, private mortgage insurance, you'd put down 20% on that home. Some people may not have 20%. The more you put down, the lower your mortgage is. You can make more equity on that home, especially if it's a rental property, if you do it that way. Now, for a first-time home buyer who wants to keep their home for just them, then maybe it might make more sense for you to do one of the no money down options. There is no which one is better. It just depends on your situation. So again, there's a situation where it's better for you to put down more money. There's a situation where it's better for you to put down less money. There's a situation for every scenario and where everyone is at currently. So I just want to get that out the way. The VA loan, conventional, they will have the lower interest rates, and they're going to have lower interest rates than some of the 100% no money down. But they also have, with Navy Federal, no money down options on these same loans. Okay. And again, everything just varies by your situation. Now, I want to talk about credit worthiness for 1 second. For credit worthiness, when it comes to home loans, it can actually vary. Conventional loans require credit scores usually in the good range or the fair range, in like 620 at least. This is not always a requirement. Okay. The government backed mortgage loans, like for example, FHA loans, they don't have the same type of qualification requirements as a conventional loan. So you can have a lower score, like a 580. Usually 580 is the minimum, but they can actually go as low as 500. So the thing is, when it comes to credit worthiness, your credit score can really range when it comes to getting a mortgage loan. So there is no like one thing I could just tell you that's going to be true. It depends on the lender. What I can say is the higher the risk, the higher the interest. And I'm going to show you on a calculator differences in interest. So my thing is, it's not just about getting approved for a home. It's about doing something that's actually feasible. Yes, you can get approved for a home with a 580 credit score, but the difference you might pay in interest, if it's 2%, that may be the difference of a couple $100,000 over a 30-year term. It does matter. So I would suggest always getting the lowest interest rate possible, because you want to pay as little money back to your bank or your credit union as possible for your best interest, so you can keep more money in your pocket. Okay. So I just want to make that a point. I also want to talk about seller contribution, because some of these loans, they're going to have seller contribution with a different amount. And depending on that may help you if you're a first time home buyer or you don't have larger amounts to put down. So seller contribution. A seller contribution is when the seller of property chips in to pay a portion of the closing cost. I have an entire video on FHA loans where I literally go and show you an example of the loan, what closing costs look like, what you can expect to pay, because it's going to be different than what you think. It's not just going to be the down payment. There's additional fees and costs that you want to look at. That video is like an hour and almost 30 minutes long. I spend a lot of time on it. I suggest you refer to that video. It goes way in depth about the home buying process, especially if you're a first time home buyer. And that video is applicable to even conventional loans, and it's applicable to even this. So if you want more information about that, I suggest you watch that video. When it comes to closing costs, seller contribution, the seller can chip in, and it's an alternative to lowering the actual purchase price. So I'm sure you're thinking, why would the person selling a home want to do this? Well, for sellers, they can make their property more attractive to potential buyers by reducing the money the buyer needs to bring to the closing cost table. This may lead to a faster, more streamlined sale. And there are different loans that allow you to get more from the seller depending on the loan. So those may become more attractive. Those will have higher interest rates. So it's a balance, guys. So we're going to get into the situation where seller contribution can help you with the closing cost and with the final price of the home. But I just wanted to mention all of this now. That way I don't have to double back to it in the as we're talking about each loan. Okay. Hopefully this makes sense. If you need to refer back to it, then you can rewind back to this point. I'll have it time stamped where we talked about, seller contribution and some of these other facts. And again, if things change, then please let me know. If you look at any of these credit requirements for loans, pretty much it's the same. Again, for conventional, 620, lower 600s can usually be the range. It depends on the lender. You can have credit scores for FHA loans as low as the low 500s. Usually it's 580. That's kind of a standard. It depends on the lender. But, just be aware that these are things that you're going to have in order when you think about buying a home. You're going to have these things in mind. Okay. Now, the first loan that we're going to be talking about is the VA loan. And the VA loan is going to be for veterans. So if you're an eligible active duty military member, a veteran, or you're a surviving spouse, you can use a VA loan. It's guaranteed by the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs to buy a new property or refinance an existing mortgage. VA loans offer many benefits such as no down payment or mortgage insurance. So you don't need to have PMI. PMI is private mortgage insurance. I'll talk about that a little bit more as we continue. But like I said, I have another video that talks about that. And it talks about the other type of insurance for FHA loans. You don't have to pay that with a VA loan, which is definitely one of the things that makes it the most attractive. Qualifications are lower. You also get lower interest rates. However, there are also some drawbacks such as required funding fees, property restrictions, and potentially less equity to start. So we want to talk about the pros. We want to talk about the cons. So here's the benefits of a VA loan. No down payment required. That's one of the things that makes this loan very, very attractive. VA loans allow eligible borrowers to become a homeowner without contributing a penny up front. You don't have to pay anything up front. 30% of aspiring American homeowners believe they'll need 5 or more years to save up just for the down payment. And 10% think they'll need to dedicate 10 years or more in order to get their down payment for their home, just to make it affordable. They think that they need that. No mortgage insurance. There are mortgages that require only a small down payment, but it'll cost you. For example, FHA loans charge mortgage insurances both an upfront premium and an annual premium throughout the loan term. That's one of the downsides of an FHA loan. So you'll also pay private mortgage insurance, PMI, on a conventional loan, and there's a separate one that you have, again, for FHA loans. Now, lower interest rates. Lenders tend to charge a lower interest rate for VA loans than they'll do for a conventional loan, which means that you can save a lot of money on the interest in the long run. That's the biggest advantage to me, especially over a 30-year loan. VA home loans closing costs might be less than those of other loans as well, since the VA limits the origination fee a lender can charge to no more than 1% of the mortgage. That is another advantage. Also, easier qualifications. The VA doesn't set a credit score minimum for borrowers. Again, there's no minimum. Usually some banks they want 580, but technically there is no minimum. In addition, VA loans may have more lenient DTI, that's debt to income ratio. Once again, I'm sorry to have to keep saying it, but I have a video where I go over all of this stuff, like really in depth. So please, I'm going to link it somewhere at some point. Please click that if you really want more information about these insurances, debt to income ratio, and how this all works. They allow for a maximum DTI as high as 41% compared to conventional loans, which typically have a DTI limit of 36% unless you have compensating factors. So again, they allow for debt to income ratio to be a little bit higher. I honestly think that you should be more privy to your debt to income because there's a lot of factors that aren't considered. Don't take on more than what you can afford. It doesn't make sense. All right. You don't want to be home rich, but then cash poor. It doesn't make sense. All right. So, just be mindful of these things. They also have convenient refinancing options. A VA cash out refinance option allows qualified veterans to borrow up to 100% of their home's value in cash at closing, though some lenders may limit the amount to 90%. Either way, that's more than many refis, which allow limits of up to 80%. If you just want a straight loan swap, no cash, you can opt for an interest rate reduction refinance loan, or RRRL, if you want to look at that as an option. It doesn't require a home appraisal, unlike most refis. Plus, the funding fee on a VA RRRL is relatively small, just 0.5% of the loan amount. And VA loans are assumable, meaning that if you're selling the home, your buyer can take over the mortgage instead of obtaining one of their own, even if they are not a veteran. So someone else can still get this, even if they're not a veteran. So VA loan assumptions are especially beneficial when the interest rates are rising, which loan assumption requires extra steps. The lender must approve, and the seller has to keep their full VA loan entitlement, which impacts future home purchases. They can be an excellent perk for a buyer. So that's another advantage that you have. They also are more lenient when it comes to bankruptcies and foreclosures. That's a huge benefit. They offer more flexibility. So if you've encountered some financial challenges like bankruptcy or sold a home in a short sale, for example, the typical waiting period after a foreclosure is around 2 years. 2 years is not that long. It's especially if you did a short sale. And that's in comparison to that of like a 3-year waiting period with the FHA loan and up to 7 years with a conventional loan. That is a very long time. One other thing is the seller contribution of up to 4%. The seller is allowed to contribute up to 4% of the value of the home towards your qualifying closing costs, which could save you money. That is a huge advantage. All right. So there's a lot of advantages to the VA loan, but of course, to the contrary, let's talk about some of the disadvantages. So while the VA loan offers, as you know, we talked about so many benefits, there are a few drawbacks. Funding fee that's required. While you won't pay for mortgage insurance with the VA loan, you will pay a funding fee at closing costs, although this fee can be financed into your loan, increasing the total amount that you owe. If you're taking out for your first VA loan and putting down less than 5%, the funding fee is 2.15% of the loan amount. The fee increases, however, if you get another VA loan and also put down less than 5%. If you make a down payment of 5% or more, the funding fee is smaller. So that is up to you. But if you're putting no money down, then you will notice the funding fee will be higher. So not all borrowers are required to pay the funding fee. For example, if you receive compensation for service connected like disabilities or you're a veteran surviving spouse, for example, you may be exempt. So that is a situation where that may not be a problem. There are property restrictions. So VA loans limit the type of property that you can buy and how you can use it. You can only buy a primary residence with the VA loan. This is why I was talking about when you're looking for investment property, conventional loans might be better for you, and it will vary. A VA loan is when you're buying your home, a home for you. This is where it's most beneficial. So with all the advantages of a VA loan, you shouldn't be looking at this loan to use for investment property or to make money with. So again, that is going to be one of the drawbacks. So no investment or rental properties unless you intend to live in one of the units. And again, they only offer you the 1 to 2 unit residence. So at most, you can only add maybe one other family at most. So like a duplex or something like that. So manufactured homes are also subject to more scrutiny, including a structural engineering examination. The other drawback that I believe is that there is less equity to start. So the major upside of the VA loan is the ability to get the mortgage with no down payment. However, you lose some equity up front when you choose to do that. Now, those are the advantages. Those are the disadvantages. Hopefully it gave you a little more information on the VA loan and how maybe it'll assist you in your situation. Let's go a little bit further and let's take a look at the Navy Federal calculator. And I want to kind of show you what you're looking to actually pay for this particular loan. So currently right now we are on the Navy Federal website. I'm looking at the mortgage loans. We're looking at the VA loan. Now, at the time of recording this video, it's showing you that interest rates are as low as 4.875%, APR as low as 5.599%. Down payment can be 0 with terms from 10 to 30 years. Now, let's scroll down and take a look at the calculator. So right now, we're taking a look at the calculator for a VA loan. Now, let's say you had a VA loan for 30 years. Let's do a 30-year VA loan. How much is the home you want to buy? Let's do $500,000. And let's say that you want to put 0 down on this home. So your monthly payment can be as low as $2,761.02 with the APR as low as 5.709% with interest rates as low as 5.250%. And then I also want to show you if you were to put down, let's say 20%, then your payment changes to $2,208.81. All right. Now, I'm sure you're wondering right now, why do I have an APR and I have an interest rate? Well, let's talk about that for 1 second. So interest rates, they refer to the annual cost of a loan to a borrower, and it's expressed as a percentage like we see here. Now, APR is the annual cost of a loan to a borrower, including fees like an interest rate. The APR is, of course, expressed as a percentage, just like this one. And unlike an interest rate, it includes other charges. In this case, it won't have mortgage insurance. Sometimes it does, but in this case, it won't. But sometimes it has the closing cost if it's built in, discount points, and loan origination fees that can also be worked in. So even though you're seeing this, the APR and the interest rate aren't going to be the same. So why the difference? The APR is intended to give you more information about what you're really paying. And the Federal Truth in Lending Act, it requires that every consumer loan agreement disclose the APR. So they have to show you both of these. Since all lenders must follow the same rules to ensure the accuracy of the APR, borrowers can use the APR as a good basis for comparing certain costs of loans. Remember though, your monthly payment is not based on APR. It's based on the interest rate that it's going to be on your promissory note. All right. So I just wanted to cover that because we're going to be looking at this a little bit more, but I just wanted to show you how much you're looking to pay, how much you're looking to actually save, and the difference between down payments. And don't forget, when it comes to closing costs, it can also be covered up to 4% by your seller's contribution. All right. Let's move on to the next type of home loan. The next home loan that we're going to be looking at is going to be the military choice loan. Now, with the military choice loan, it's going to be very, very similar to what we saw with the VA loan. Now, with the military home loan, this type of loan is tailored for veterans and active duty military members who have already utilized their VA home loan benefit. And similar to the VA loan, the military choice loan doesn't require any down payment and offers a fixed interest rate, with the seller being able to contribute up to 6% towards the closing cost. Think of this as a conventional loan with no money down. Like the previous one, there is no PMI. There is no private mortgage insurance that's required. You get to put down, of course, less than 20%. No refi rate drop. That's the other difference here. So there is an easy no refi rate drop. You have rate drop assurance. So buy your home now, and if rates drop later, you can lower your rate without refinancing for a one-time $250 fee. That is the plus when it comes to this military choice loan. You will not have to worry about refinancing. Your rate can be adjusted for a $250 fee. So if you've already used your VA loan, this is the next one that I would look at doing. Now, with the military choice loan, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that with this one, you can use it for an investment property. I don't believe you have to be a primary resident. Now, again, I have to double check that, but I believe that that is the case. So you could even look at this maybe as a secondary option. But now that we know what the difference is between the military choice loan, biggest difference is the no refinance rate drop. You do not have to refinance your home in order to lower your rate. That's one of the biggest differences. The other difference is your seller contribution can be as high as 6% for this particular loan. All right. So let's look at the actual calculator so we can see the difference in what we're paying monthly for this particular loan. All right. Back on the Navy Federal website right now, we're taking a look at the military choice loan, and interest rates are as low as 6.250%. APR rates are as low as 6.566% with a zero down payment. Term 16 to 30 year. Let's just scroll down here. Let's do the military choice loan. And we'll do the same example, $500,000. And let's say that you're going to do zero down for this loan. Now, as you can see, your previous mortgage was somewhere around $2,700. It's $3,078 and 59 cents. Now that's this is the reason why I made it, I'm making a point to do this, because I just want you to see the difference of what you're paying when you put down money, when you don't put down money, and the difference 1.5% can make. The difference is almost $300 you're looking at paying a month, somewhere around there. Now let's look at if you actually put down 20%. All right, now if you were to put down 20%, remember our previous one was like $2,200. Now you're looking at $2,462. Now, the good thing about this military choice loan, you can lower the interest rate without you having to actually refinance your loan and start over. So you can literally it could be 10 years from now, and you may be able to drop this APR to somewhere at 3%. Now, that's the awesome part about this loan. You could do that without refinancing. They'll just drop the rate. That's why even if you're paying an extra, like even if it was $200 or $300, interest rates most likely will come down. So if you refinance and if you can drop the rate without having to refinance, that could be a huge advantage. So just know that, if you're paying a little bit more, but being able to have that trump card up your sleeve, it might make this loan a great option for you. So highly consider that. The next loan on our list is going to be the conventional loan. The conventional loan is something that everyone's probably familiar with. Normally, people talk about the FHA and the conventional, but Navy Federal's conventional loan is pretty much the same as any other conventional loan. It's a fixed rate mortgage. It's a great option for home buyers who want a stable monthly mortgage for a long term. And the minimum that you have to put down on this one will be 5%. You have to put down at least 5%. Lots of loans require up to 20% down payment. Some of other loans only require 5% down, so you can buy the home sooner. So that does make this loan a little bit easier to obtain. You have the no refi rate drop on jumbo loans. So with the easy no refi rate drop, you have the option to drop the rates if the rates are lower on the home later. And you don't have to do that with refinancing. Just like the previous loan, you just pay a fee of $250. There's no PMI insurance required. That is a big advantage for a conventional loan with less than 20% down. And there are refinance options available. So if you already have a mortgage and want to refinance for a different interest rate or a shorter term, this option may also be a good fit for you. Again, all these things are situational. They depend on exactly what you're doing. And for this one, let's take a look at the calculator and see how much we're paying and what benefits that we could get from this particular loan. All right, so back onto Navy Federal, our conventional fixed rate is 5%. So remember I said that the lowest interest rates that you're going to get is going to be from the VA loan and the conventional loan. And the APR can be as low as 5.191% at the time of recording. Down payment 5%. Terms 10 to 30 year. So we're now looking at the calculator for the conventional fixed rate, a 30-year loan term, $500,000 home, same that we've been doing. 5% would be $25,000. And now your monthly payment is as low as $2,734.37 with an APR as low as 5.763% with an interest rate as low as 5.625%. So as you're seeing, you're getting a home loan that is, or a mortgage that's very, very close to what you were getting with the VA loan with putting no money down. Now let's put down 20% and almost the same. It's a little bit higher. $2,302.63. APR as low as 5.763% with an interest rate as low as 5.625%. Here's the advantages with this loan. You got the refi option again, like the military choice. You could lower this rate if you want to. So that can happen in the future. That is a benefit. Another benefit is with this particular type of property, if you want to use it for investment purposes, you are able to do so. So that is the other option. It just depends on exactly what you're doing. So this may be something that you may want to consider, and there's no PMI that's required, even if you're only doing 5% down. That is the advantage of doing this with Navy Federal. So that is awesome. Definitely take a look at that. And again, every situation is different. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish with this particular property. All right, let's move on to the next one. All right, the next loan that we're going to be looking at will be the Home Buyer's Choice Loan. And this is a 100% no money down financing loan. So the other ones were optional. You had the option of putting money down, not putting money down. This one is a no money down loan. So it's 100% financing loan and no PMI with seller contribution up to 6%. Now, this can be a good first time home buyer's loan. I would say that if we're talking about like in comparison to the FHA loan, This is a much better option. Normally on a conventional loan, you'll have to do the PMI, and on an FHA loan, you'll have the MIP. That's the other type of insurance for an FHA loan, and that's when you put down less than 20%. So this gives you the same advantages as an FHA loan. You also saving not having the MIP. So, I mean, that makes this one very amazing. You get fixed rates with consistent payments. You get the no insurance, no PMI, no MIP if it was a FHA. There is the no refi rate drop. So that is a big advantage. So if rates drop, you can get it lower. And there's also refinancing options. So this one you're probably looking at thinking, man, that's the best loan that's on this list. You know, that's how it would be perceived. But again, that's the reason why I like to look at the calculator, because, you know, looks can be deceiving. As many advantages as this has to actually getting your rates, I suspect, and I haven't even looked at the calculator yet for this particular loan, but once we plug in the same numbers, I suspect this one is going to, of course, be the highest one monthly. All right, so let's take a look at the calculator. We're looking at the rates for the home buyer's choice loan, and kind of like I was saying, without even having to have us look at it, look at the interest rate. 6.375%, APR as low as 6.693%. Down payment is, of course, 0. With this one, you don't put any money down. It's 100% finance loan. So I don't even need to do the 100,000. I could just put 0 for this one because there is no money down. So as you can see, and this is why it's very important to look at the figures. Yes, this is probably the easiest one for a first-time home buyer. No money down, no PMI, no MIP, seller contribution up to 6%. Easy, right? But look at your mortgage payment. It's the highest of them all. We saw as low as $2,200 if you put 20% down, of course, because you're putting down 20%. But the benefit of that is homes can be a hedge against inflation. The more money you put down, the more money you can make off of this property later on. That's going to be the thing that is going to offset that benefit of not having to put more up front, is you're going to be paying more monthly. Taxes, insurance, and other costs are not included. Therefore, the actual payment obligation is going to be greater. So it's actually, all of our examples will be greater, but just know that it's going to be even greater than that. So that's why knowing your debt to income ratio and actually knowing, getting pre-approved is very important, because even if you are qualified for this loan, are you going to be able to afford $3,500, $3,600 for a mortgage? So that's the reason why it's really important, and why you want to understand the difference between all of these loans, and you want to understand what they come to, what you can afford, and why knowing your debt to income ratio is important, advantages and disadvantage of each one of these options. All right, let's move on to our last home loan when it comes to Navy Federal. Our last loan on the list is going to be the adjustable rate mortgage loan. Probably my least favorite, just because I don't feel like it's consistent. It's, again, adjustable rates. They call it an ARM as well. So Navy Federal offers a 5/5 ARM, which maintains a fixed interest rate for the first 5 years, and it adjusts every 5 years thereafter. Ideal for those who plan to move or refinance within a short period of time. So there's the advantage there. If you don't plan on keeping that property, and maybe there's a really good rate that you could get at the time, this might make sense for you. They begin as fixed interest rates. They adjust up or down after the initial term, and the initial rate is generally lower and lasts for a set period of time. So ARM products contain two numbers. There's two numbers that you're going to see. The first refers to the number of years the interest rate will remain fixed. The second is the number of years between interest rate changes. After the initial fixed term expires, for example, a 5/5 ARM would have the same interest rate for the first 5 years, and then the rate would adjust every 5 years after that. And ARMs, again, could be a good option for buyers who plan to stay in their home for a short period of time. No PMI. There's the no refi rate drop, and the refinance option is available. I really don't see many reasons why you would be looking at this particular one. It's a very unique scenario, and you'll have to be the one to make that call. But let's take a look at the calculator. Now we're looking at the adjustable rate mortgage loan. The interest rate is actually the same as the conventional loan at 5%, with APR as low as 5.666%. The down payment can be 0 or it could be 10%. So with the conventional loan, you can actually put down more if you had it. With this one, it's 10%, with term 10 to 30 year. So let's scroll down and take a look at the calculator. So I wanted to start by doing a 10% down payment. In this case, it would be $50,000 for $500,000. So at least for the first 5 years, you'd have an APR as low as 5.71%, and you'd have interest rates as low as 4.750%. Now, your monthly payment you're looking at is $2,347.41. Very competitive with what we already had. And let's check to see what would happen if we did 0 down. So $2,608.24 with APR as low as 5.714%, with interest rates as low as 4.750%. So for someone who may have been looking to sell this property, waiting for it to appreciate in value, and they could afford to have maybe a tenant that's going to pay $2,608.24 a month, maybe this makes sense. Maybe there was a reason for it. Again, every situation is different. There may have been a reason why this did make sense. But adjustable rate mortgages can provide attractive interest rates, but your payment, as we know, is not fixed. All right, I want to thank you guys so much for watching this video. I know that it was very, very long, but I did want to make sure that I provided you with as much information on these home loans as possible. I also wanted to make sure that I provided you with specific scenarios where each one can have an advantage, each one can have a disadvantage, and some of the requirements that are needed in order for you to get these loans. If you have any questions, please leave comments below. If you have one of these particular loans, please let me know. Which one are you using? Why? How does it benefit you? What are some of the advantages? What are some of the disadvantages? When you're looking to buy a home, are interest rates too high? Are you waiting? You know, these are all conversations that I would like to have. For me personally, I definitely am looking to buy some property. I am waiting for interest rates to go down, but as soon as the opportunity presents itself, I am jumping on it. I am definitely jumping on it. Definitely love rental property. It's a great hedge against inflation. It may not be for everyone. I actually have a video where I actually am talking about rental investing. So that might be something that you're interested in. Definitely let me know if that's something that you want more information on. But yeah, I think this is a really, really good look at how much you're paying, what you're getting, and hopefully you kind of understand how some of the lower, some of the first time home buyer, the ones that they're trying to present, you may want to maybe use it to first get into your home. And then you might want to look at a refinance option when you have more money to possibly put more money down. Or if your home and property increases in value, you can sell it. Hopefully you're able to make a profit for selling it, then use the money that you get for that home to be a down payment for your next home to hopefully reduce whatever it is that needs to be paid for the mortgage monthly. And maybe you could also get a lower term. There's different ways that you can kind of flip this and make money out of it and hopefully save money in the future on, all of your next property or even current property. So thank you again for watching this video, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about Navy Federal Credit Union, the top common denial reasons. There will be 10 of them, and how you can make sure that you never get denied again. Now, these are 10 reasons that I found that I was denied when I first became a member of Navy Federal, and I applied a few different times, and I was denied quite often throughout my first year. However, I kept all of the letters and I just put them all into one envelope. So I had like a few different letters of why I was denied, and on each of them, they pretty much told me exactly what happened. And I just kind of used that to really give a lot of information out. And I just want to share that So you can, maybe navigate what your denial reason was, and that way you can make sure that in the future you get approved. Let's talk about these key factors that you have to look out for when you're trying to get approved for Navy Federal, their consideration reasons, and what can you do to make sure that you do not get denied again in the future. So if you're watching this video, I'm assuming that you were recently denied for something with Navy Federal, and you may have received an adverse action letter. Now, everyone will get this if you've applied for something and you've been denied. You also get another letter if you've been approved as well. So either way, you probably have seen this letter on some occasion, or a type of letter like this. Navy Federal will tell you what the factors were for making their decision, and it should state key factors that adversely affected your Navy credit score or Navy Federal credit score. And again, I collected a few letters over the past year, and I'm just going to tell you what the common reasons were why I was denied for, every possible reason. Before I do that, I want to address a couple of reasons that really don't have anything to do necessarily with Navy Federal, but they have to do with your credit score. And this is something where it's not going to be action that you can take with Navy Federal to increase your chances. This is something that you have to do with your TransUnion FICO 9 score. So let's briefly talk about that, because that's going to be the first three things that I want to discuss. So after a credit application is denied, you'll receive, again, what's called an adverse notice from Navy Federal. And these are the three common denial reasons that have to do with your TransUnion FICO 9 score if we're talking about the personal side of Navy Federal. So if you have a denial letter or adverse action letter and it says 1, serious delinquency, 2, missed payments, or 3, too few accounts currently paid as agreed, the only thing that you can do with that is to remove the derogatory information. So if it's a charge off, then we have videos on how to remove that. If it's a collection, we have videos on that. And if it's late payments, we also have videos on that. You can check those out in order to get that information either updated, deleted, or removed in, whatever way, form, or fashion that you need to get it done. If your application was denied by Navy Federal due to this type of information on your report, you have 60 days after you receive that adverse action notice to request a free copy of your credit report, and then you can contact the reconsideration line if anything does change. But read through your report carefully, make sure that you understand and agree with all the information that's being reported. If there's anything that you don't agree with, again, dispute that information. Now, the next 7 reasons that we're going to be talking about for you being denied or actionable things that you can take with Navy Federal, and 1 or 2 of them may have to do with credit scores, but they're very easy to correct. But most of these will have to do directly with something that you need to do with Navy Federal. Okay, now we've gone through the first 3 reasons that really have to focus on the TransUnion FICO 9 score. We're going to focus on the reason that has to do with Navy Federal and your account. So, balance status of Navy Federal accounts. You may have gotten a letter that said one of the key factors in making their decision on whether or not you were approved had to do with the balance status of your Navy Federal accounts. If you receive this, you can be denied for having a low balance in your checking account and your savings account at the time of application. When I first opened my account with Navy Federal, that was one of my first mistakes. I did it within like the first week that I opened the account. I had around $100 in my checking, $100 in my savings because I was relatively new at the time. The easy way to combat this, very, very simple. Open a Flagship checking account, as you guys know from a couple of videos that I had, the one about the Flagship credit card, the one about the internal credit score. You want to have the Flagship checking account. It is the premier checking account that you can possibly get with Navy Federal. I recommend that you have that. You also want to open a savings account. It doesn't have to be any particular one. It can be the shared savings. It doesn't have to really be, any particular one, but you do want to have a savings account open with that checking. So you want to deposit at least $1,500 in your Navy Federal Flagship checking account. You don't have to do this all at one time. You can do this over the course of, let's say, 3 months, 500, 500, 500, however you see fit. Now, the way that I came up with this number, because I have no way to, confirm it, but some things don't have to be explicitly said for me to understand exactly what I need to do. So for example, if you don't want to have a monthly service fee with your Flagship checking, you need to have a daily balance of $1,500 or more. If not, it's $10 if it's less than $1,500. So that tells me that Navy Federal is trying to do one of two things. Either they're going to require me to have $1,500 so they can probably be able to use that money as collateral to then lend out money. That's how they're going to be, I guess, making money off of me, then the interest off of the collateral that they use to give out loans and other products and services. They're requiring me to have at least $1,500. That's me doing my part. If I don't do that, then they'll charge me $10. That's just me basically paying them, which is another way of, I guess, me doing my part. So in some way, when you're a member of this credit union, it's almost like you have to do something to really help them with their bottom line, which in turn will make you look better for them. It's almost like when you're really good at your job and you get a promotion, right? And the promotion can be, well, when I ask for something, I get what I want, or a pay raise, however you see it. But the point is, you have to do one of two things in order to really look good. This is one of the easiest things that I think that you can do. Now, when it comes to a savings account, I don't know of any particular amount that I think that you need to have. But what I will say is if you have $1,500 in the checking, I recommend you put $1,500 in the savings. If you do have a money market savings account, that is the account that earns dividends. You need to have at least $2,500 deposited into that account as a minimum to earn the smallest amount of dividends. Now, when I see that, that tells me, okay, if I open this account, I should at least put $2,500. I should at least put $1,500. Now, again, I have no way to confirm that that is true, but based off of, I've worked in financial institutions, based off of what I know, based off of the information that they pretty much gave me, this is what I would think would be the requirements in order for you to meet that balance status when it comes to Navy Federal. The next one is going to be insufficient variety of secured loans. Now, in your letter that you got from Navy Federal, if your adverse letter, if you were denied, you may have seen this as a reason. Insufficient variety of secured loans. Now, this doesn't mean that you were denied for not having a secured loan, but that does let you know that Navy Federal does use this as a key factor that they take into consideration when deciding whether or not you get approved. Even if you have a good credit score, even if you have good credit, you should still open a secured line or loan with Navy Federal. Just as a show of good faith, you should do that, even with good credit. Easiest way to correct this, open a pledge loan. Super easy. It's the easiest way. Now, this will not only help your credit score, especially if you're rebuilding, it'll strengthen your relationship with Navy Federal, thus increasing your internal score. And you can do one for a very small amount. $250 will get you a pledge loan for 6 months. Now, again, with the pledge loan, I've said it before. I have a video on the pledge loan if you want more information on that. But I highly recommend that you do a pledge loan for at least maybe 3 years or so. I would do a longer one. The longer the pledge loan is, the better it is for you, because 35% of your credit score is on-time payments. The more on-time payments that you can get, then the better your credit score will actually be. And the easiest thing that you could possibly do is use a pledge loan. Getting a pledge loan is really like you transferring money to yourself. So you can get a $20,000 pledge loan. If you had $20,000, you could pay that pledge loan all the way up to $19,900, and you could leave $100 in there. And if you decided to do a pledge loan for the next 15 years, that's just going to be 15 years of on-time payments that you're going to get. And you don't have to pay that last $100. They'll tell you when's the next date you have to pay it. It'll be several years down the line, but you just basically secured a 15-year on-time payment loan that's guaranteed to always be there. I think that's one of the simplest things that you could do, and it'll greatly help your credit score. And no matter how good your credit score is, I mean, age is one of the hardest things to obtain. And that's something that you pretty much are locking it in. So I think it's one of the easiest things that you can do. All right. The next one is going to be length of Navy Federal membership. Now, again, if you have that adverse letter, you've been denied, you probably see this in one of those key factors, length of Navy Federal membership. Now, if you're a new member, you probably have had your Navy Federal account less than 90 days. This is a common denial factor that you will see on your adverse letter. Easiest way to correct this, just wait 90 days. That is an easy way for you to fix this. You wait 90 days before applying for credit cards or loans. In the meantime, here's what you can do. Get a pledge loan. You could even look at a certificate or some other products that you may possibly get that don't technically require a hard inquiry. Like, again, certificate, pledge loan, those don't require you to have a hard inquiry in order for you to get them. Now, these products will increase your internal score, and they'll also help build your relationship while you're waiting those 90 days. Even if you're someone, again, with good credit, let's say you wanted to get a credit card. This may be the difference between you getting an $8,000 starting limit and getting a $25,000 starting limit. That just by taking a little bit of time, being patient, and doing a couple little small things that really make no difference to you, it can really increase what you can get approved for, even when it comes to things like auto loans. So I would highly recommend that you just consider waiting, again, good or bad. And if you do have a bad credit score, or let's just say low credit score, if you have negative information, you really just want to get that off. That's going to hurt bad. Just if you can, get it completely off. But if your score is low, maybe like a 650, 630s, that range, I would even say wait 6 months if you want to just give it a little more time. Length of membership does actually matter. So just consider that when you're, deciding exactly how you want to combat this and exactly how you want to get started. But take your time, let that length of membership just increase, and then start applying, and then you can choose how you want to do it after 90 days based on your credit worthiness. Okay. All right. Direct deposit status. Number 7, direct deposit status. Now, we talked about this, but there's actually plenty of different reasons on the Navy Federal website where it's almost like they kind of tell you that you should set up direct deposit. But this is not just for Navy Federal. It's pretty much across the board for any financial institution. Everyone wants you to set up your direct deposit. So this is another key factor. And if you don't have it with Navy Federal, I highly recommend adding that as soon as possible. Reason being, when you set up direct deposit, it does a few things for any bank or any credit union or any financial institution. It lets them know, one, you have stable income. They know that they're going to see a deposit in this account every 2 weeks. Every bank, credit union, they want you to leave money in their bank because they can leverage your money in order to do other things and make money. So basically, you leaving your money in any bank does help them financially. They want you to keep it there. You also want them to know that you are stable. And you don't have to put 100% of your paycheck there. You can go to your payroll and you can set up a predetermined disbursement. And I used to do this with my checks. I used to take it and I would just move I would take my checks and put them into 4 different accounts. One of them would be for bills. One of them would be for, personal stuff. And the others would just be so I had a certain amount going into each account every single month. And it would be easy. I would know every time I got paid, there was one card that I can spend whatever I want on. This is my discretionary spending card. Whatever is on this card is what I can spend for the next 2 weeks. I can't spend anything else. And then I would have that account that would pay my bills. I know exactly what my bills are. My bills don't fluctuate. That account is going to always have my bills every single month and pay my bills. I never had to look at bills. That's the easiest way that you could do it. Set up the direct deposit for Navy Federal, and then you can have just money going in and you never have to really think about it. Just sit the money there and park it and, just let it stay for however long you need to accomplish whatever it is that you need to accomplish. Now, if you're self-employed, like I am now, you can set up a payroll. You can do it through Gusto, ADP, etc. I recently set up my payroll. I have a video on that if you want to watch it. It shows you how to pay yourself through your business. But I recently set that up and received an email from Navy Federal letting me know, hey, your direct deposit is set up through your employer. And then they show me, like an increase in whatever an increase in my cash rewards because I had direct deposits set up once again. So, that's pretty cool to be able to see that. And again, you can be your own business, pay yourself as an employee. It will still count as direct deposit. I don't know of any other way to know if it's set up or not. I just knew because I got notified. I would suggest calling Navy Federal if you're unaware if you have it set up, or if you weren't notified through an email of some sort, to see if you have it. I had some people ask me if they're like independent contractors or they drive Lyft or Uber or things like that. Does it count? When I don't believe it does. I think it needs to be set up like deposited electronically, but I can't really confirm that. I would call and I would ask them. All right. Now, this is one of those other ones that I was talking about, kind of had to do with your credit report, but it is credit inquiries. But the reason why this is important is because if you have a lot of credit inquiries, it can appear that you're credit seeking, which can look risky to Navy Federal or any bank, to be honest. So I have videos on here, very straightforward. Everyone has seen plenty success with this, that shows you how to remove your hard inquiries. So everyone should probably be aware. And if you're new to this channel and you're not familiar, check my videos. I think it's my second or first video that I ever made on this channel. Just go to the videos, go to oldest. It'll be right there. Or you can just search it, type it in, remove hard inquiries or delete hard inquiries. It's going to be there. Now, do not remove hard inquiries for accounts that you actively use. I want to make sure I said that. I do say it on the video, but I say it at the end. But if you have an account that you're currently using, like for example, if you have an auto loan, you have your car is, on your credit report. It's a good account. You're paying it on time, right? You want to get the credit for those on-time payments for that auto loan. Do not remove the hard inquiry for that auto loan. Reason being, there is a chance that the account will stop reporting to your credit report if you remove the hard inquiry. Now, does that always happen? No. Have I seen where people have had accounts that stopped reporting because they removed the hard inquiry? Yes, it happened to me. Now, will it happen to you? I can't say for sure. If that's, if you want to take that risk, then go ahead and take it. It doesn't always happen. I've removed some other inquiries where nothing happened, but then I've done it and it has. So I'm just warning you. That's up to you. Yeah, that's your discernment. I can't tell you what to do and what not to do, but I'm just giving you a heads up that is a possibility that can happen. Okay. This does not apply to business credit cards. Business credit cards don't show up on your credit report, your personal one, except for a few of them like Capital One. But for the ones that do not, you don't have to worry about that. You can remove those. This is only in regards to inquiries where you were denied and accounts that don't report to your personal credit. And if you so choose to do that, then go ahead. And if it happens, call the credit bureaus. That's what I had to do. All right. Number 9 is going to be proportion of loan balances to loan amount is too high. Now, if you have a loan balance where it's too high, like, for example, if you just got a brand new auto loan, for Navy Federal to state this, they must have some type of ratio or algorithm. Now, I don't know exactly what their algorithm is. I have no idea. But again, like sometimes things don't have to be explicitly said for me to understand. So if they're saying that it's too high, clearly there is a ratio that they are using. So if you just got a brand new auto loan and you haven't made one payment on it yet, then obviously it's gonna, if it said that the balance is high, if you were denied and this was one of the reasons, maybe wait a few more months for the balances to come down slightly. Maybe wait 4 months, 6 months. We don't know for sure what it is, but that's what I would recommend. Just wait a few months, especially if it's brand new. I mean, give it at least 3 or 4 months to get some payments on there. And if the current one that you have is too high, but it's on a credit card, like it says revolving balance is too high, pay your credit card below 10%. That will do it. Pay your credit card below 10% or increase your credit limit on the credit card to reduce your utilization ratio. That'll reduce it if you increase the limit. So if you have a $1,000 limit and then for some reason it goes to $10,000, you now have a 10% utilization ratio. So that would do it too. So you can either pay down your balances, and of course, if you have like a mortgage, an auto loan, just give it time, because of course you're not gonna, unless you just want to, like this is an extreme example, but I can actually fall into this myself. I can pay an auto loan down up to the very end of it. Like I'm in a position where I could do that, and I probably will. But if you can pay it down to where it's almost nothing and you chose to do that, then you can. But I would just give it time and just let it pay down naturally. If that was a reason you were denied, then just give it time. All right. And number 10, the length of time that accounts were established. Now, the length of time that a revolving account or account has been established is something, again, you can't really do too much about, but you want to consider this. Depending on what you're applying for, apply for the account that's most important to you first. If you apply for an account that you like, for example, if you really need a credit card account, maybe you want to focus on getting that first and then applying for your auto loan. Or maybe you want to get your auto loan first because that's more important. It just depends, you know. But consumers with limited credit history on their credit report because of short length of time, you have not yet demonstrated that you can, repay these accounts. You don't have a long repayment history. So as time goes on and your file starts to lengthen, the impact of these things will not really affect you as much. What I can say is, as long as you get an account, at least a new account, in my experience, past 6 months to the first year, it's usually okay after that. The longer you have it, the better. 15% of your credit score is history. So you'll have to just wait some time for those accounts to become established. But that's why my recommendation when it comes to getting accounts, the reason why I like Navy Federal as a personal credit card is because you can get this one credit card and you can get that limit up very, 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 very high. So you can keep this same credit card for, I would say, the next 5 years, and you can just keep actively increasing the limit. That is easy to me. In my opinion, that's a very easy thing for you to do, as opposed to trying to get 5 or 6 credit cards, and every time you get it, it shortens your credit history. If I need higher limits, I have business credit cards that don't show up on my personal credit. But again, you don't want to have a thin credit profile. You don't want your credit profile to be thin. So you do need to get some, you want to have a few different types of accounts, but you want to make sure that you get some length in time. So if you, at some point, there's going to be a period in time where you can't be like crazy credit seeking and you have to just give these accounts time to get old. There will be a point. From my experience, your credit score, when you get to like a 760 or 80, it seems like the only thing that can help your credit score go up is time. Like it's like that's the last category, is just length of time, payment history. This is another reason why, again, that pledge loan, if you get it for 15 years, why that can be so helpful, because it doesn't give you all the payments up front, but it's like you locked it in already. It's like you don't have to do anything. You already will get these on-time payments for just transferring money around, essentially. But yeah, that is pretty much it, guys. These are the factors that I had when it came down to my Navy Federal for denials. I would hope that you can take this information. If you received your adverse letter, check it out and see if that information was on there, if any of these were on there. If they were, drop a comment, let me know what your adverse letter said. Going off of that adverse letter and making the adjustments on that letter will help you to get approved, and you will not get denied if you address the things that are on the letter. It's very important to read over that adverse letter and look at what they're saying. Missed payments, derogatory accounts, delinquent accounts. Hey, there's a bunch of resources on this channel that you can use that should help you deal with those. Anything else that has to do with, Navy Federal, like more specifically to Navy Federal, you now have the information that you need to at least know how you can address it. And to get more specific, if you don't have an adverse letter yet, apply for something. If you get denied, then you can get the letter. You know that you can remove the hard inquiry. And then based on what that letter says, you can come back here and you can say, okay, I'm going to do A, B, and C. This should be good. Wait a little bit of time for those changes to take, effect, or to report, or whatever those changes are, and then apply again, and then you should be approved. If this helped you, please share this information. If you found this valuable, then please like and subscribe. And you guys have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you so much for watching. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about everything financial literacy. And today I want to talk about a trade line with Navy Federal that I've seen people talk about, but I feel like it doesn't get its just due or enough mention. And for all intents and purposes, to me, it's a secret trade line that's been hiding in plain sight, and it can potentially help boost your credit score. On this channel, we've talked about the Navy Federal Pledge Loan, as many other people have. We've also talked about the Navy Federal secured credit card. Now, these are similar options that help you when you're trying to rebuild your credit. But there's a third option that I would actually recommend after you've gotten the pledge loan, after you've gotten the secured credit card, and you've built a relationship with Navy Federal, you've gotten the checking account, you've set up your direct deposit, and hopefully you're looking at the Flagship. There is another option that I suggest that you attempt to get that can improve your credit score. So this account is what we're going to be focusing on today. And without further ado, let's get right into the video. So the account that we're going to be talking about is the Navy Federal Checking Line of Credit. Some of you know what a checking line of credit is. Some of you may not know what a checking line of credit is. So let's start by talking about what this account is. We'll get into the benefits, and we'll talk about why this is such a good account that you can actually use to build your credit and also increase your relationship with Navy Federal. So what is a checking line of credit? A checking line of credit is a revolving line of credit that's attached to your checking account. You'll actually see it on the Navy Federal app or on the website as its own account. Now, it protects you from overdrafts and from having transactions get denied for non-sufficient funds. And with Navy Federal's checking line of credit, you'll have peace of mind knowing that your checks, your transactions are covered with this convenient overdraft protection option. Now, that is what the account is meant for, but I don't think that the way that I like to look at things, I look at things a little bit differently. For this account, there is a few benefits that we'll get into of how this actually does help you build credit. So what's the difference between a loan and a line of credit? So a loan has a set term and a payment that has a maturity date. A line of credit operates like a credit card and is revolving until you close the line of credit down. And your payments will vary based on the balance that's on the account. So this is exactly what the checking line of credit is defined as. And I just wanted to separate the difference between that and a loan. And now let's get into what the benefits of this account actually are. The checking line of credit benefits. This account, in my eyes, is like a hybrid of a pledge loan and a secured credit card. And I'm going to go over why I see it as a hybrid. This account reports as a credit line. That's one thing I thought was very interesting. Yes, it's an account meant for overdraft protection, but it actually reports to the credit bureaus as a line of credit. It also helps you reduce your utilization. That's 30% of your credit score. The other percent is 35, which is on-time payments. The two combinations are what we use for 65% of our score, which is what makes them the two most important. This account, just being an account for overdraft protection, actually reports as a revolving account. Let's say that you're using 50% of your utilization and you're doing that between, like, let's say maybe two accounts. This one may come and add an extra revolving balance that could reduce that down to 10%, which would then increase your credit score a lot. It also reports on-time payments. That's the biggest weighted section of your credit score. It helps with that. Not only will this account help with your utilization, your credit mix, your on-time payments, it's also going to help with your internal score. That's just the additional plus. Even though it's supposed to function as just overdraft protection, can actually do a few different things when it comes to increasing your credit score. And that's why I said it reminds me of like a hybrid between a secured credit card and a pledge loan. Technically, the line of credit that it is looks like it's just a loan, but then at the same time, it has the benefits of a revolving account and also has the benefit of helping with your utilization while at the same time being able to add to on-time payments, which both accounts actually do. So now that you understand the benefits of this checking line of credit and why I'm saying it's like a hybrid secret account that no one really talks about, or maybe they never thought about using it for the purpose of actually building credit, let's talk about the data points when it comes to this account. And I'm just going to be giving you my own personal data points and how this can benefit you further, but also how you can qualify to actually get this account. Now, here are the data points on the checking line of credit. I actually screenshot this from the time of application. The maximum limit that you can have on this checking line of credit is $5,000. I'm going to talk about some old data points later, but it's $5,000 for active duty members. If you are an active duty member, you can have $5,000 for your checking line of credit. If you are a non-active duty member, then you can have up to $3,000 for your checking line of credit. Now, this max limit is per member and can be spread amongst your accounts. So what I'm trying to say is you can have multiple checking accounts with Navy Federal. You can actually have, like, let's say an easy checking, a flagship checking. For whatever reason, maybe you have different bills coming out of different accounts. If you wanted to have a checking line of credit split between both of those accounts, if you're a non-active duty member, then you could do $1,500 linked to the flagship, $1,500 linked to the other account. That's just an example of how that can be split up. So you do need to go to the Navy Federal Credit Union website to apply for this account. I couldn't find it in the app. If you find it in the app, then, please let me know in the comments, but I could not find it. You'll select new accounts in the upper right hand corner, and then you'll look for the checking and savings section. Okay, that's where you'll find this account. I may do a demonstration at the end, but you'll need to request specific amounts in $500 increments. Now, I did receive a TransUnion hard pull for this account. For data points, I can't say for sure what it is, but I did get a TransUnion hard pull. I received an instant approval of $3,000 for this account, and it was at a 13.99 APR. It can take around 2 hours to receive a decision during normal business hours. The APR can range from 13.99% to 17.99% at the time of recording this video. That may change depending on the time that you are watching this, okay? The information is always subject to change. Now, the minimum payments are 2% of the outstanding balance, or $20, whichever is greater. Do have a direct deposit going into my Navy Federal Credit Union checking account. I have the flagship account. I've been a member for about roughly like a year and a half, almost 2 years. And I use this account to pay bills from and, keep a decent balance in there, enough to not have a fee from the flagship checking. I also do have the easy checking as well. Now, again, it will display on the site and the app. You will see this under the loans and credit section. It took about 1 day to show up. Now, if you ask for a limit increase on this account, you would follow the same procedures. You go online, you request the increase. It's very straightforward once you've done it one time. In the past, people have reported having credit lines of $15,000. Recent credit lines, you're looking at about $500. So it has changed recently in the last couple of years. Some of you may even have a checking line of credit where it's grandfathered in, where you have the $15,000 or $10,000 or $7,000 or what have you. But currently, most people, from what I can tell, are getting approved for the $500 with lower credit scores. But if you have fair to exceptional credit, you may get the $3,000 credit line for the checking line of credit. And then I want to go over a little bit of information that's actually right here on this page. Again, this came from the screenshot at the time of applying for the checking line of credit. Process is quick and easy, and in many cases, your checking line of credit can be approved instantly. So normally this will be an instant approval. You'll need to have a few pieces of information on hand. Here is some of the information that you'll need to gather. contact information. It's pretty simple: phone number and email, current employment and income information. Some loan requests require special handling. You may need to visit a branch, or you can also call the number that's listed here. And then note, and this is the part that I was talking about, your checking line of credit cannot exceed a combined total of $5,000. Generally, the combined credit limit for your checking line of credit account will be $500. If your application is approved, you may qualify for and be granted higher credit limits based on criteria in addition to credit worthiness, such as length of membership, direct deposit, and or active duty status, up to $3,000 for members not in active duty military service, up to $5,000 for active duty service members. A signed agreement is required for the checking line of credit to be activated. If you'd like your checking line of credit documents sent to an address other than your address on record, please call, and that's the number that you can actually call to do so. Now, one other thing I wanted to actually talk about is when it comes to getting this, who is the checking line of credit for? With the pledge loan, I believe that one is something that you can get approved for very quickly. You can also get approved for the secured credit card very easily. Some people don't. Usually in that case, you might have a bankruptcy or it's something else. But for the most part, those are really good options because you secure the line of credit with your own collateral. Thus, it's very, very unlikely you'll ever get denied. The checking line of credit is a little bit different. It does require you to at least have some amount of fair credit. And that's the reason why, if you're going to apply for this, once again, like I emphasize, you can remove the hard inquiry if you get denied. That's okay. But it's another great option for you to build a relationship with Navy Federal. On top of that, if you're able to qualify for the $3,000, you never know, then it's going to report just like a credit card for you. So if you're someone that doesn't have a limit of $3,000 and you can use that additional credit line, especially if you're, building or rebuilding, I think this is a good thing to apply for. Maybe after you've built the relationship with Navy Federal, gotten that Flagship account, done your direct deposit. I have a video on how to build your internal score. I have a video on, how to graduate your secure card. You can watch those videos. A few months down the line, if you're looking for an additional product, that's when I believe you should look at this. I believe you should look at this after you've tried to remove any collections, charge-offs. So what I'm trying to say is, if you have a TransUnion credit report and you know that your credit report has derogatory information, I would not apply for this. Apply for the secure card, apply for the pledge loan first. I have plenty of videos that talk about removing collections, that talk about removing charge-offs. Get as much done as you can. After you've gotten a lot of stuff off, you've increased your score, then if you want to look into an additional trade line to add to your credit profile, to thicken it up, to continue to build a relationship with Navy Federal, this is one I would recommend. I would recommend this. Okay, this will most likely help with graduating a secure card. This will more than likely help with credit line increases. This will help with your credit score. This is a great account to have that I believe should be spoken about just as much as the pledge loan, just as much as the secure card. But because this one is not something that you can actually use for your collateral, like you can just put your money up, I understand the hesitation. So I do want to, say that before I just say go and apply. But again, worst case, you can remove the hard inquiry. That is the worst case scenario that will happen. Hey, you may even find out what your internal score is if you want to get that, because you do have to apply for something. And whether you're approved or denied, you can get your internal score. Usually it's with credit cards, but I digress. There's plenty of good benefits to trying out this account. Even if you get denied, I'm just looking at the upside. Again, there's always positives if you're looking for the positive in a situation. All right. And the last thing that I'll do is just show you how to find this account online, and then that'll be it. So right now I am on the Navy Federal website. Once you're logged in, you can go right here to where it says open new account. When you click on that, you'll see the option for deposit accounts. That's going to be the checking account, savings, and checking line of credit. And you can click on view all. Here are the current rates for the checking line of credit. The rates are from 13.9% to 17.9% APR. Now, protect your checking account from overdrafts and denied transactions with coverage from large unexpected expenses. You can click on apply. And when you click on apply, you'll get that same screen that I was talking about before. And then you can scroll down to the bottom and click continue. So on the next screen, you'll continue with the application and it says, how are you applying? And you can select individually. And then it just asks you to please have the following information, and then you'll click continue. Once you click continue, this is the screen that you'll get. You'll want to enter your loan amount. So open new checking line of credit. It says generally the combined credit limit for your checking line of credit accounts will be $500. So in this case, you would select your checking account and then we would pick exactly how much we were going for. Now I'm just showing combined total checking line of credit for all accounts is $5,000. And I'm just selecting that one just as an example, just so, you see that it can be $5,000, and then we'd hit continue. Now on the next step, it's going to ask you to enter your contact information. That's going to be your phone number, your email. It's also going to ask for your home ownership information, your employment status, the name of your employer, the length of time that you've been with your employer, your monthly income before taxes, and then other monthly income, whether it's part-time income, military allowance, or any other discretionary income that you have. All right, so it's going to have the requested checking line of credit. It's going to have the account that it's going to be associated with, and this is going to be the combined total checking line of credit for all accounts. It's going to have your applicant information on the side, which will have your name, your contact phone number, your email address, your housing, whether you are owning or renting. It's going to have your employment status, your current employer, your current monthly income, and other monthly income. If you have any additional income, part-time job, or discretionary income, you would add that as well. Now, once you finish the application, you're going to get something like this. It's going to say checking line of credit information. You have agreed to proceed with your application. In most cases, a decision is made in less than 2 hours. Please click the button below to complete the application and obtain your confirmation number. So you'll hit continue. So this is for the document delivery. You'll receive and sign your document securely or electronically. And you can also choose whether or not you would like it to be 5 to 7 business days, and you get a mailed paper document. Once that's done, you submit and your application is completed. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. Hopefully this information was valuable to you. If you do like this account, if you use it currently, drop that in the comments. If this is something that you think that you're looking at applying for, let us know if you were approved and what you were approved for. If you were denied, even so, that's okay. Let us know if you were able to see your internal score when you got the letter back from Navy Federal. All this information is good. It helps us continue to, strengthen our knowledge, to know these products, know these services, and also know how these things can benefit us no matter if we're approved or denied. So again, thank you so much for watching, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about a video that was requested by someone in the comments, and they were asking about the Navy Federal Credit Union certificates. Now, I didn't want to just cover the easy start, so I decided I'm going to cover all of these certificates in one whole video. And if you don't know what a certificate is, it's always good to have your money work for you. I talk about that when it comes to investing. One way that you can do this is to open a certificate of deposit. Navy Federal Credit Union offers several shared certificates with terms ranging from 3 months to 7 years. And share certificates are this credit union's equivalent to a certificate of deposit, also known as a CD, that are found at most traditional banks. And Navy Federal certificate rates tend to be fairly competitive compared to other credit unions and also other traditional banks, as well as online fintech companies. So again, These certificates are going to be the standard, the easy start, and the special easy start. We're going to be going over all three of these today. We're also going to be getting into exactly, what this can do for you and what benefits that it can offer to have a certificate in 2024. So let's talk about what a Navy Federal certificate actually is. And some of you, again, may recognize this as a CD. So Navy Federal certificates are a great option for your savings goal. They can earn higher dividends. So as well as the interest that you earn, you will also earn some dividends in a basic savings account so that you can help reach your personal financial goals faster. Now, here are two things you want to keep in mind. In most cases, the farther you are away from your maturity date, the higher your annual percentage yield ends up being. Secondly, there may be an early withdrawal penalty if you decide to cash in that certificate before the end of the term. Now, what is a maturity date? A maturity date's an important moment for those that hold a certificate. It's the date that you reach. That was the predetermined fixed date that you chose, untouched. You did not touch that money, and you are now free to get your money back plus the interest, all without paying any sort of early withdrawal penalties. So that is the benefit of going all the way till the end of your term and hitting that maturity date. So what are your options at maturity? You can cash out. That's usually the most favorable option. If you want to use all the funds from your maturity certificate for a goal like a down payment or to pay off a credit card or to have all the funds sent to your checking account, you can also keep it in your savings, but you'll have ready access to those funds. For long-term financial goals like retirement, you can fund a Roth IRA if you so choose. Now let's talk about what the benefits of having a Navy Federal Credit Union certificate can be. There's a few of them, but I'm also gonna get to the end to let you know if I think that it's actually worth it. So one of the biggest advantages is that you can protect yourself against inflation. The value of your money decreases over time. I've talked about this in a lot of videos. Hopefully you guys are starting to kind of resonate with that and learning that money is cheap. It's inherently cheap, and that you need to find ways to keep your money's value and also grow it. That is the only way to build wealth. So unlike a savings account where the interest rate can change regularly, it just depends on what's going on, a CD's interest rate remains the same throughout the term. It does not change. It is fixed. So this means that once you signed up for that certificate, you know exactly how much interest you're going to earn until the end of the maturity period. Regardless of how the market is going, regardless of inflation, regardless of any conditions, it's going to stay the same. And if the Federal Reserve begins to lower interest rates, as many experts believe will start happening in the future, savings account rates will go down too, but you'll continue to earn the same rate on that certificate as when you opened it. You also get the advantage of having low risk. It's one of the lowest risk investments that you can possibly get because, again, your money's guaranteed. And again, you have multiple terms. So you can choose between a few months to a few years. It all varies. The longer you choose to do it, the more money that you will make. It also teaches you how to be disciplined. That is one of the biggest advantages. Investing into a certificate also helps you avoid the temptation to dip into your savings before you really need to. So they impose a penalty for the early withdrawals. Certificates don't really have the potential to grow your earnings exponentially. I do want to mention that. The way investments like stocks work or real estate, things of that nature, but they also don't have the potential for huge losses. And the only time you may lose earnings is if you withdraw funds before your term has expired. Would I use a CD? Perhaps. It just depends on the market conditions. I think you should always diversify. I would have maybe ETFs. I would have stocks. I would have maybe a certificate or a CD. And then I would also have a high yield savings account, but I would also recommend having real estate. It's okay to have this type of product, but I would say that this isn't the end all be all. I think that there are also high yield savings accounts that would actually be a little bit better without having any penalties of withdrawal. You can move your money anytime that you want to, and you can actually earn higher interest rates. Now, again, with a CD, the interest rate is fixed. With a high yield savings, it fluctuates. It can change at any time. So again, that is the one advantage that is assured to you. And now you kind of have an idea of what are the pros and the cons of having this account. So let's go over to the Navy Federal website and we'll actually take a look at what these accounts entail, look at some terms, and look at the differences between them. All right, we are on the Navy Federal website, and we're looking at all of the certificates that Navy Federal is currently offering. So let's talk about the standard certificate. So this one allows you to plan out your savings, providing guaranteed returns that you can access at a set maturity date, like we talked about. And who is this particular certificate best for? This one is best for individuals who want to earn a higher dividend rate, also individuals who don't need a flexible access to savings at any particular time, and individuals who are interested in making a single deposit. So the APY, it goes as high as 4.85%. The term can be 3 months to 7 years. Now for this one, there is a deposit of $1,000 that is required as the minimum. You need to have $1,000 at least in this particular certificate, but you do get a nice high rate, 4.85%. But again, you can choose from 3 months to 7 years. Here are the short-term rates for this particular certificate. You can have a term of 3 months, 1K minimum, with a 2.75% APY. Now you can even go as high as 100K to get 2.80% APY. 12 months is 4.80%. And then you can do a 1K minimum, and you can also do 20K for 4.80%. And you can also do 4.85, 100K for the minimum, but it's a very small like difference for that amount, but you can determine what's best for you. 18 months, 4.50%, and that's going to be on 1K. Same on 20K, 4.55 for 100K. 24 months, 4.20%. For the 1,000, 20,000, 4.20%, 4.25%. Now here are the long-term rates. Now notice the longer that you go, the lower the APY. 3 years is 4%. That's on $1,000 and $20,000. 4.05% on $100,000 or greater. 5 years, 3.80%. Same thing for the 20,000 as well as the 1,000. 100,000, 3.85%. 7 years, 3.80%, as well as the 20,000, and then 3.85%. So 5 years and 7 years are not different. These rates are subject to change. We're looking at the rates as of August 12th of 2024. So just know that these can change if you go back and check them at a later time. So for the Easy Start certificate, these are best for individuals that want to save for a specific goal in mind, individuals who want to build good saving habits, and individuals who want the flexibility to add money at any time. The APY can be as high as 4.75% with terms from 12 months to 24 months with a deposit of at least $50. Now for this one, if you are someone that has a hard time saving and you want to save for, let's say, a trip or something important, and you just know that you don't want to accidentally go in there and take that money, and this may be good for you. They have decent terms, and you can do a very small amount. Does not have to be anything too large. All right, and our last certificate is the Special Easy Start certificate. Now, this one lets members who have direct deposit and a checking account take advantage of savings at a special rate with a low minimum purchase. Now, this is why it's very important to have that direct deposit set up with Navy Federal so you can take advantage of these additional features. But the APY can be as high as 5.30%. This is best for individuals who want to start saving quickly, individuals who want to take advantage of a special rate of up to $3,000, and individuals who are interested in adding money at any time. The term is one set, that's 12 months. And for this one, I would say if you wanted to do more than $3,000, the standard certificate is probably the best one for you. If you want to do just up to $3,000 and get the highest rates, I would go with the Special Easy Start, especially if you're not trying to do longer than 24 months. This is probably going to be the best one for, I would say, most people. Now, for the Easy Start certificates, you can actually pay yourself very easily. One, you open it. There's no hard inquiry or anything to apply for to get this account. You just have to do at least $50. You set it and you forget about it. You can set up a weekly deposit of $10. It'll automatically just do it on its own and watch your money grow. After a year, you would grow $50 into $560 plus any earned dividends. You can also keep earning. At the end of the term, you can renew it up to 21 days after the maturity date. So if you wanted to do something where you can easily save money without having to think too much about it, maybe there was something you wanted to get, this would be good for someone young if you wanted to save up for a particular thing, and maybe it was going to be, in this example, $560. This is a great way of you to automatically start to save. It'll also build really good habits when it comes to saving. You'll learn a lot about interest. You'll learn something about dividends. You'll also learn about growing your money and making money other than just, spending time. You can now make money off of the money that you already have. So it is a good lesson. And then the last thing I want to show you is the certificate calculator. So let's say you had $10,000 and you had this at a rate of 4.08%. All right. And let's just do compounded daily. And we'll do 12 months. All right. So it shows how you can have $10,000 in this account and it can mature to $10,416. So, if you were just going to sit this money in your bank account anyway, you might as well earn $416 off of your money while it sits there. And if we want to see something more of an extreme example, let's do this. All right. So if we were to take $50,000 and we were to deposit it for 7 years, and then we got an interest rate of 3.80% with a daily compounding interest, then your certificate would be worth $65,236 at maturity date. Now, of course, it took you 7 years to make $15,000, but this is just an extreme example of what that can do. All right. So if that was something that you were interested in, you can play around with this calculator. It's actually on the Navy Federal website when you're looking at the certificates. If you wanted to see how much you can actually save with a particular interest over a certain amount of time, I recommend that you check that out just to see exactly how much money you can earn by saving your own money. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching this video, and thank you for the request in the comments. If there is another video that you like to see, please leave that in the comments below. And if you have any other questions about certificates, then I'll be more than happy to answer them for you. Thank you guys so much for watching, and you have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about Navy Federal auto loans, but business auto loans. And I was approved for a $35,000 business auto loan with no money down and, of course, no documentation. And I'm going to be going over a step-by-step guide to show you how you can also get approved for this loan. Now, this came as a question from someone who was interested in getting a business loan. In particular, they were interested in getting a business auto loan for Navy Federal. So I didn't really have as many data points as I wanted. So I decided, why not just go ahead and apply and then document exactly what happened and exactly how long it took and what the requirements were in order to get approved for this loan. So without further ado, let's get right into the video. So if you want to know how to open a business account with Navy Federal, I do have a step-by-step guide. It's about 20 to 30 minutes in length, but I'll literally take you from the process of grabbing all the information from your business to then going on to Navy Federal, how to fill it out, exactly what to expect from the phone call. You will need to speak with someone, and I give you a brief overview of some businesses that are actually restricted. There are a few types of businesses that if you have them and you mention it, you will not be able to get approved for this account. You also cannot have a restricted LLC. As far as I know, this is something that is in Nevada, so I don't think it'll apply to most places, but just keep that in mind. You cannot have a restricted LLC. Now, let's actually go to the Navy Federal website. I want to give you some information on the accounts that we're going to be looking at. So this is the business checking and savings accounts. I just want to briefly go through these. There are a few different options for the checking accounts, the business checking, the plus, and the premium. It'll be up to you to decide. I'll give you my recommendation later on in the video. You also should open a savings account. I'm going to make a recommendation for this as well. I'm not going to go over these as I do in that other video that I mentioned, but be my guest to go here, check on this. Depending on the time that you're watching this video, this information may or may not have changed. And then this may already be a self-explanatory answer, but you do need to be a member of Navy Federal in order to actually open this account. You cannot open this account if you are not already a member, which means you do need to have a personal account set up with Navy Federal first before you're able to open a business account. So make sure that you do that beforehand, and then you're able to open up the business account. Now let's talk about the auto loan approval steps. Now there's 4 steps that I think you should do prior to applying for this auto loan. The first thing is, of course, you already have to be a member of Navy Federal, but I recommend that you open up a premium checking account. That's going to be the Navy Federal Flagship, also having a savings account. If you don't already have some additional products with Navy Federal, like a pledge loan, a certificate, anything like that, I recommend opening up those types of accounts. It will help your internal score. There's plenty of playlists that I have on Navy Federal where I talk about this, how to strengthen your internal score and how to get a pledge loan or certificate. So if you want to watch that video, check out the playlist. Now, when you open up that business account, that should also be the premium one. So I recommend opening up the business premium checking. You want to always have the premium accounts whenever you open up anything with Navy Federal. And you also want to make sure that you always have a savings account as well. I recommend having the money market savings. Now, again, this will help increase your approval odds. It'll also help increase your internal scores. And if you do have the business account right now, I recommend that you get their business credit card. All of these things can help strengthen your relationship. I do have a business credit card with Navy Federal right now. So if you can apply for those things, I recommend that you do it. I also would recommend setting up an ACH transfer for your account. So monthly deposits that go into your account showing that you have a lot of business activity. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. And if you do have some type of business or you get an ACH deposit, I recommend doing so. If you don't, it's okay to make occasional transfers. It doesn't have to be that much. It can be around $25 and you can do that every 2 weeks. I would at least do $500 in the account to begin with. That's going to be inside of the premium checking and also inside of the money market savings, and just leave that there. You can also wait 60 days before applying. Now, this is with an asterisk. If you have a very high credit score with no derogatory information and you don't want to wait, then you can skip this step. But if you have a lower credit score, let's say 680, 670, and you want to just give yourself a better chance of approval, then it's imperative that you nurture this account. I don't recommend just applying for something right after opening it. Have some transactions go through, leave some money in the account, let some statements actually close, showing that there was activity, showing that there was money that was actually in the account. And if you can wait up to 90 days, I think that would be best. Take baby steps in order to build this relationship. That way you can get the best interest rate and you can also get better approval odds. Now, I took a screenshot directly from the Navy Federal website. This is going to be the loan that you want to apply for. There's 2 different ones. There's the business vehicle loan. That's for small business owners who need reliable transportation. And that's going to be SUVs, maybe light duty trucks or regular cars. Now, if you have a larger size vehicle that you're looking for, there is a commercial loan where the minimum loan amount is $40,000. I believe that the minimum for this one was $10,000. Now, here's some highlights. There are no fees. There are no prepayment penalties. You can review the Carfax vehicle history, so you can buy with confidence. And again, best for cars, best for light duty trucks, best for SUVs. And here are the things that you'll need to apply. You will need the purchase invoice buyer's order to include the year, make, model, mileage, the VIN, and sales price. This is not the internet print off. That's not accepted. Now, this purchase invoice you can actually get from the dealer. All you have to do is contact them, let them know your intention is to purchase this vehicle through your credit union, and it's going to be with your business. You want them to draft this up for you and you'll need to upload this later on in the process. You will need the mileage statement if you're refinancing, payoff statement if you're refinancing, a personal guarantee, which we will go over, a personal credit check. Same thing, but if anything were to happen or you were to default on this, then you would be responsible for it. So it would get reported to your personal credit. And a certificate of insurance with Navy Federal listed as loss payee upon approval. And then there's a note here that lets you know the definition of business vehicles, and they are defined as all passenger vehicles that are used for business purposes and or titled in the business name. And this includes, but not limited to, again, cars, SUVs, light duty trucks. Excluded are fleet vehicles, fare-paying passenger vehicles, RVs, buses, over-the-road trucks, trailers, dump trucks, and other heavy-duty construction vehicles. So if you're looking at that type of vehicle, you want to do the commercial vehicle loan. You're not going to be doing this loan. So just make sure that you select this one and your vehicle meets the criteria. That way you don't have to submit multiple applications or have it withdrawn. Now, here are the data points. They do a credit pull from Experian. It's going to be your FICO 8 score as far as I can see. Since I didn't get a letter in the mail, I can't confirm if they did a auto loan like a FICO 2, but I do know that they look at your FICO 8. Now, I recommend that you have a FICO 8 score of at least 680 or beyond that. My score at the time of application was a 753 FICO 8 score. You also should not have any derogatory information, no collections, no charge-offs, no late payments, anything like that. Now, my business age was 2 years and 4 months. This was a business that I no longer use. This has been dissolved already, but it's the account that I opened with Navy Federal, and I actually got approved for my Navy Federal credit card, the business credit card, with this account. So I never changed it or opened a new account for my current business. I do not think that age was a factor when it came to getting the approval. I think if you have a business that is at least active for 3 months where you can find it on the Secretary of State, then you should be fine. And my account age was 1 year and 11 months because I've had this account for a little bit of time. The balance maintained in this account overall was only $500. I never left a lot of money in this account. There were a lot of transactions that happened. I would say probably like at least $5,000 going in and out of this account and then being transferred to other accounts in 1 month. My utilization overall from all the limits that I have was around 12% at the time of applying. And I only had one hard inquiry at the time that I applied. And some additional data points, but this should, go without saying. There were no documents that were asked of me except for commercial insurance and the purchase invoice, which you would get once you actually got the car from the dealership. Those are things that you're going to have to upload to the Navy Federal Business Portal, which we will go over later on towards the end of the video. Now, all of these data points kind of match up very closely to what you have. Then I think that you are ready to apply. If you don't have a business portal account, when you do log in, you have to log in with your personal information, not the business one. I know it's weird, but whenever you apply for anything with Navy Federal, you log in with the personal for the business. All right, so let's get over there and let's apply. All right, so this is the Business Solutions Portal. This is where I've applied for the auto loan. As you can see here, lending business vehicle loan. It was booked at the beginning. Then it was the application. That's where I did that. Underwriting, reviewed it, and then approved. I submitted this, I believe, on Thursday. And today is Monday. So it really took around 3 business days for this to be approved. And we're still in the process of the approval because there is closing, and then booked is when everything is completed. Another thing I want to point out here is the amount of the loan. It's actually $34,110. I just rounded it up to the highest amount. The loan term is 48 months and the interest rate is 7.69%. And that's at the time of recording this video. If you're watching this later down the line, you may get a much better rate. Now, when you go to the marketplace, it has all of the lending and business options that you can click from. You'll want to look for lending business vehicle loan. And remember, if you were looking for the commercial one, there's one for that one as well. And that is right here, lending commercial vehicle loan. That's for your trailers, your heavy duty vehicles, your semi tractors, things like that. But let's go to this one and apply now. So when you go here, it's going to have your business information. So you do not have to put that in. You'll just click on apply with this business. Once that happens, you'll be met with the electronic communications. All you have to do is check that you have reviewed that, and then you can click on next. Now, here's the beneficial ownership information. It's going to have all of your personal information, which I'm going to block this out because it has my social, my zip code, my city, state, my address, my date of birth, everything. And then it also has the business information. So you're not going to see this, but just know that all that information will auto-populate. You will not have to fill that out. If you scroll down, then you'll be asked to enter your business role. You can put owner, president, whatever your role is. If it's something other than that, just put other, not listed, but I selected owner. And then you're going to look at the certifications. I certify that other than myself, no other individual has any responsibility, significant or otherwise, to manage the daily operation of the legal entity named herein. So if there's no one else who owns or operates this business, then certify yes. And then I certify that other than myself, no other individual directly or indirectly through any contract, arrangement, understanding, relationship, or otherwise owns 25% or more equity interest in the legal entity named herein. So if it's just you, no one else owns any part of this business or at least less than 25%, then you'll want to check that. And then check here that you certify to the best of your knowledge that the information is complete and correct. Now, for the loan information here, you're going to put the loan amount that you're asking for. I put in 50,000 because I wanted to make sure there would be enough to cover the vehicle. If it's not enough to cover the vehicle, then you will have to put up the rest of the money. But if it does, then there's no money down because the entire amount of that vehicle will then be financed. Now you want to put whatever amount that you're looking for, and then the loan purpose. Is it purchase and acquisition? If you're buying a vehicle from a dealer, that's the one that you're looking at. If you're refinancing a vehicle, then you want to select that. Or you're refinancing from another financial institution, then you'll want to do that. Then you'll pick the loan term. It can be as low as 36 months, as high as 72. The longer that you put this out, the higher the interest rate. The lower you put this out, the lower the rate. So keep that in mind. Of course, the lower the amount, the higher that the note will be per month. You'll then put the purchase vehicle price. So the loan amount I put was 50,000. I would enter the vehicle price, including taxes. If you don't know that, pull up the vehicle, enter in that information, and then go from there. Because if you don't want to pay taxes or any additional fees, you'll need to include that in the purchase price of that vehicle. Here, you'll want to enter your gross annual income. This is going to be for personal income. You'll also want to enter your monthly housing expenses. If you have none, then you can put 0. And then your housing type, whether you rent or whether you own. If your business has any assets, you'll want to include them here. Depending on what you have, it might be used as collateral in order for you to get a larger amount. But if you don't have anything, then just click on next. If you have any business debts that are outstanding, they're asking for you to enter that information here. If you don't have any information to enter, then you can just click on next. Now for collateral information here, they're asking you to enter the vehicle. They're asking you to enter the mileage of the vehicle, the manufacturer, the model, and the VIN number. Now, this information is required for you to enter. You do need to know the vehicle that you're trying to get before you're able to complete the application. So you'll want to enter all that information in here, and then you'll want to click on next. This screen is the business income and equal credit opportunity notice. This is going to be you disclosing whether or not your business made less than $1 million in the previous fiscal year. So if Navy Federal denies your application, you have the right to a statement of the specific reason for your denial. And then you're going to be able to obtain this statement from Navy Federal, and you'll get that within 60 days from the date that you were notified of the decision. Now, this is good to know if you're denied, because then you'll be able to make some appropriate changes, or you can contact them and speak with underwriting. Maybe they can change their decision based off of some new information that you have to provide. So no, we didn't make $1 million in the last fiscal year, especially if this is a brand new business. And then you'll click on next. Now we're almost at the very end. Here are the certifications and disclosures. Now, I'm going to just stop it right here, because even if we go through here, it's just letting you know of a personal guarantee, the statutory lien, additional security interest, and then all of these things that you have to consent to. After that, you need to do your signature, and then you review and submit. Now that we've pretty much gone through the entire vehicle application, let's go back to the Business Solution Center, and then we'll take a look at the documents that were required. So there was actually one more thing I wanted to pull up before going back to the Business Solution Center. This was the vehicle loan amount that I was approved for, conditionally approved. I have to provide some documentation, which we'll go over now, for 48 months, and it lets you know out-of-pocket expense. So you will be responsible for payment of the difference between the approved loan amount and the final purchase. That's if it's applicable to you. So funds should be posted and available in the business savings account. So once you get all of the documents that are required and the business loan amount has been closed on, you'll receive it in your savings account. So you're going to actually have the money to go ahead and actually pay for the vehicle. And then the loan will actually get sent to Navy Federal, because they're going to be the custodians of this account. So please note, final approval amount subject to change based on verification of purchase order or bill of sale. So that's just letting you know that the final amount that you may see may vary after they see the bill of sale on this particular car. To accept and move forward with this offer, please use your personal credentials to log into the secured portal. That's where we're going to go back to. And then they need a copy of the purchase agreement in your business name. This is something you're going to get from the dealer. The dealer has to provide you with an agreement. It's just saying that you have both agreed that this is the vehicle that you're going to be purchasing, and they're going to be doing it in your business name. And in the commercial certificate of insurance, that's the insurance that you're going to get for the vehicle. You need to take this information, upload it to the portal, and then you'll be able to close on the vehicle. Once that process is completed, you'll be able to get the funds into your savings account, and that's going to be by the next business day. All right. So you need to gather all this information, and the insurance will need to be in your company name, not your personal name. And it must list the deductible, which cannot exceed $1,000. And it must list the vehicle identification number, the VIN number, and the policy must be effective on or before the closing date. All right. You must list Navy Federal as the loss payee lien holder and include the following loss payee clause: lender's loss payee, Navy Federal Credit Union, and then you'll enter the address. And you want to reply to the email that they send you with the email address that you actually put on the application or that's associated with your business account. And once received, they will schedule the closing and the next steps, and the requested documents must be received within 15 days of the date of the email. Otherwise, the lending request will be withdrawn. You are also assigned a lending representative that you can contact. I'm going to block out the information for mine at this time, and that is it. So let's go back to the portal one more time, just so you can see how you would upload those documents. So the document that you'll need to upload is going to be the purchase order. That's required for purchases only, not for refinancing. The purchase order, again, must list your business as the buyer, not you. And then you'll need the sales contract that you'll get from the dealer, the vehicle insurance, which you should be able to get by getting a quote and then just saving that for the day that you want it to actually go into effect. The payoff statement, that's required for refinances only. So if it doesn't apply to you, don't worry, just ignore that. And then the purchase order, and that's something that because I did a second application. Now it's showing that I need it 2 times. But that is all that you'll need. So you'll go here, you'll upload that information. And unfortunately, I'm not going to complete this, so I won't be able to show you what happens with closing. But it's been pretty laid out for us what to expect once you upload all of these documents. All right, thank you so much for watching this video. Hopefully this helped you get some great insight and detail on data points and the process of how you would get a business auto loan through Navy Federal. I would say this is probably just as easy, if not easier, than my experience with the personal loan. Well, in my experience, this was definitely easier because I made some mistakes, but it was a very straightforward, easy process. Didn't take more than a couple of days. You got your rate, you got your approval, and then you have an idea about what you could do. I don't think the interest rate is competitive by any means. I definitely think that there are some better options, but if you did want to get your business vehicle with Navy Federal, then at least you know the steps that you need to take and maybe some expectations of what you can get for interest rates at the time of recording. Now, as things change, there may be better rates that you can actually get with your business vehicle, and maybe you want to look at this as an option in the future. Or if you find these rates to be very competitive right now, then you can go ahead and apply for that. And if the data points and everything line up with you, then, you know, hopefully you get approved, and then you're able to get this vehicle, close on it fairly quickly, and it just be a very, very smooth process. If you have any additional questions, please drop a comment below. I should be able to answer those. I did want to actually speak with the specialist that did get this done just to get a couple more data points. So if you do have any additional questions I did not answer in the video, I may have the answer for you in the next couple of days. Again, thank you so much for watching this video, and you guys have a wonderful day. Welcome back to Success with Steven. My name is Steven Smith. On this channel, we talk about all things financial literacy. And today we're going to be talking about Navy Federal credit line increases and the new update that has occurred with the strategy to get a credit line increase. For the last 6 months, I've been going through the process of requesting a credit line increase every single month with Navy Federal. Reason being, I had an automatic increase for a credit card. They gave me a much smaller credit limit increase than I wanted before. I then made a video about that. And in that video, I also mentioned that you want to call and ask them to no longer do those automatic limit increases. Now, there was an update that I saw on Navy Federal, and this happened during a one-on-one coaching where the person I was speaking with could not put in the amount they wanted to request from Navy Federal. Now, for me, I still had the option to type it in, but I noticed when I went to it, I could no longer continue. So I updated the app thinking it had something to do with the latest iOS version, or maybe it was with the iPhone. You know, sometimes you get a bug or things don't work properly, but the actual option was completely removed from the Navy Federal app, and it's no longer on the website. So I proceeded to call. I found out that you can no longer request the amount that you would like your credit limit increase to be with Navy Federal credit cards. Instead, you have to submit the request, and then they will decide what limit to provide you with. So with that being said, I'm going to go over what I learned from the conversation. I'm also going to give you, believe it or not, some actual pros that you may find when doing this now, and the strategy that we should use going forward. I'm also going to be testing this out in the next 30 days. I'm 1 month away from 6 months, so I should have a new credit limit increase coming soon, and that's going to be around December 20th. So there will be a follow-up to this video in probably 1 month where I'll confirm whether or not some of this stuff that I've been doing has worked or it hasn't. Here at the top, I put an actual screenshot, and it says Navy Federal will determine your credit limit upon approval. That is a screenshot from my phone when I tried to do the credit limit increase. And of course, like I said, it changed. Now let's talk about how the method used to work so that we understand where we started and where we're going. So with Navy Federal, if you were approved for a brand new credit card, after 91 days, you could have requested a credit line increase of up to $8,000. Every subsequent increase was requested in 180 days or 6 months from the previous one for no more than $8,000. And this was how credit limit increases worked in the past with Navy Federal. But now you're no longer able to request $8,000 for the credit limit increase. Instead, they will be taking a look at it and seeing what you're eligible for. So now that we can no longer do that, I want to talk about the pros of this, because I did learn something that actually may be a benefit to some of us who wanted to do a little bit more with our credit line. This is the silver lining in all of this. So although you cannot choose the exact amount you want to increase your credit limit by, Navy Federal will determine the credit limit increase based on your credit history, your income, and account activity. But this amount can potentially be over $8,000. So that's the benefit here. In the past, you can only request $8,000 as the maximum. Now you'll have an underwriter look at your credit limit and they'll determine whether or not you can actually get more than $8,000. This is what I got from customer service with Navy Federal. I did speak to 3 different representatives. All 3 of them said that you can potentially have a higher limit increase than $8,000 if you are approved. So that is something that's actually really good, because if you get, let's say, a limit increase of $16,000, that's something you would have needed to wait for a year to get $16,000. Now maybe you can get that in 6 months. Now, again, this is all brand new information. I can only confirm what I can prove. And at this point, I can't confirm that what they're saying is actually true. But what I can do is keep attempting to do a credit line increase. And my next one, I'm going to see if possible, maybe I'll get approved for more than $8,000. Now, if you're like me, your next question probably is, how can I let Navy Federal know I need a higher limit than $8,000? How can I let them know that I'm going to be spending more than that if I'm not able to actually say exactly what I want? And that's the thing about this. There's a lot of other banks and there's a lot of other credit cards that actually operate this exact same way. Instead of you being able to actually put how much you want to increase your credit limit to, you have to show them through a certain number of factors. And that's the factors that we're going to be going through. And I think that if we take previous institutions and previous data points from other banks, we can use the same thing to potentially make an educated guess on what we can do with Navy Federal to get over $8,000 for a credit limit increase going forward. I pretty much took the same kind of information that I would deal with Chase and a couple of other banks. And really, you want to consider all of these things to be eligible. You want to consider your credit score. You want to make sure that you have a very, very high TransUnion 9 score. I don't know if they do a hard pull. I don't believe so, because I submitted one. I have not received a hard pull yet, but you never know. Even if it's a soft pull, they'll still be able to see your TransUnion FICO 9 score, which is the one that we have known Navy Federal to use. I would also consider your debt to income ratio. When you submit your credit line increase request, Navy Federal does ask you to put your annual income before taxes. So consider this. If you have a $60,000 auto loan and you only make $70,000 for your total annual income, that's going to be a very, very high debt to income ratio. When someone looks at that, I'm not sure if they would consider giving you more credit line if it looks like you're using a lot of your money to go towards paying off debt. So hopefully that makes sense, especially if you have an auto loan and then multiple credit cards and then, a personal loan, installment loans. But the amount of money that you make in comparison to how much you have to pay off, if it's too high, it won't make sense to increase your credit limit. So, keep that in mind. I would wait at least 6 months after your first credit line increase before requesting another one. I'm not saying that if you have your credit card and it's brand new. If it's brand new, we don't know if this changed, but I would suggest just waiting till that 91st day to request your initial credit line increase. Then everything after that, wait 6 months. Now, with that being said, your account history will play a factor in getting a credit limit increase. It does with every other bank, and I doubt that this is going to change. But other factors to consider would be the length of time that you had the card open, and the ability to make payments on time and outstanding debt. Now, I would actually try to make higher payments. Now, this goes back to something I learned about American Express. American Express heavily will base your credit limit on the amount of payments that you made. They look at the amount that you paid. If you have a credit line of $10,000 and they see that you frequently make payments of $8,000, $9,000, $10,000, they sometimes will base your credit limit on that, especially when they slash your limits. I've seen this with American Express. Once again, I just want to, this doesn't mean that it's for sure, but I've seen where when they lower someone's limit or they slash their limit, they make their limit the amount that they normally make payments of. So if you make tiny, small payments, they're going to give you tiny, small limits. So it's just something to consider. You may want to start making larger payments. So maybe use your card up and then pay a larger amount. If you do that and you do it frequently, that's going to show that, one, you have the money to pay, but two, you need more credit limit. So there are ways that we can actually say what limit we need without actually having to just type that in, if that makes sense. Now, if you're denied, you'll receive an adverse action letter in the mail. I would take the reasons that they give you and then change them to improve your chances of approval on your next credit line increase request. So we don't know about these data points yet. These are just data points that I've seen with Chase, that I've seen with other banks like American Express. They have similar methods, right? So the one thing I can say, just from let's just say that it is a common sense standpoint. If I wanted more of something, I have to show why I need more of that thing. I would say that if you have higher debt, you want a low debt to income ratio. If you have a good credit score, it shows that you're responsible with paying. If you've had the account for a long period of time and you've made frequent payments, that looks good. And if the payments are large, that's showing that you can handle that debt, but you also need more because this limit is very constrictive. I have to make large payments because my limit is so small. So just think about that. I mean, if I made two large payments of $4,000 on my credit card in, let's say, a month, wouldn't it be easier if I had a $4,000 limit instead of a $2,000 limit? So I would just consider that. I've done a little bit of underwriting myself, not with this thing exactly, but I do believe that would play a factor in getting you a credit line increase, especially for a much higher one that you would like. Now, I took a screenshot of my phone and I wanted to kind of go over how I would go about submitting this request. So it shows me as the primary applicant. I blocked out my employer. I don't have an employer. My employer is myself, but I am an employee of my business. And, what I make is around $150,000 a year, or at least that's the salary that I'm showing on here. You should give the salary that you make. I'm not saying that you need to put that. What I will say is I would leave a little bit of room for growth. So, for example, if you make $50,000 to $60,000 a year, maybe you should just gradually increase this every time you request a credit line increase. Maybe go from 60 to 70. That way it shows, oh, I make $10,000 more than I did the last time I submitted this request. And then you'll have a little wiggle room to keep it going up higher and higher and higher. Your housing type. Now, when we talk about debt to income ratios, one of the most important things is our home, because that's going to be the most important bill that we have, right? We need to always have a place that we can live. So it's very important to know your housing type, whether you rent, whether you own, and whether or not your home is paid off or not. So these things actually do make a difference. And then it says, by submitting the request, you authorize Navy Federal to obtain a consumer credit report in connection with this application for credit. You also authorize Navy Federal to obtain a consumer credit report and any other information about you for the purpose of increasing the credit line, reviewing or collecting this account, and to evaluate your credit worthiness. So that lets you know right there, this is an evaluation. They're taking the information that you give and they're using it to determine whether or not you get a credit line increase. So it all matters. What you say matters. What you add to this will determine whether or not it's approved or denied, whether you get a small limit or you get a large one. Now, again, as more time passes and other people submit this same thing, we'll have more data points to go off of, especially when other people have successful credit line increases, maybe some over $8,000, $10,000, $15,000. We'll have an idea of possibly what they did in order to get those increases. So the credit card limit request is being reviewed. That's what I got when I submitted this. Once again, I've been doing this every 30 days on the same day, just because I was testing something out to see if you were able to get a credit limit increase before 6 months. I tried it for the last 5 months with no success. So I would, definitely say you have to wait 6 months after that first 91 days. That hasn't changed. I haven't seen anything change. And every time I get a letter in the mail about this credit line increase, it says it hasn't been enough time since my previous one. I get the same thing every time, but December 20th will be the time that I should get a credit limit increase. Now, how much I get really might be determined by how much I've been paying, which hasn't been a lot because I don't use my personal card. Now, if I don't get the limit increase that I want, I will probably start charging a large amount of transactions to this card, maybe even my total limit, at least maybe every other month, just to show that I have the amount to pay back and that I need more because this limit is too constrictive. It also says that they may contact you if they need additional information. And if you opted in, you'll receive updates on the status of your application via email or text. So if they do need additional information, know that they might reach out to you. I haven't seen data points in the past where Navy Federal has done this. However, again, things change. Like this changed. You no longer can put in what you would like for your increase. And that happens all the time, So as things change, we have to adapt. So I'm going to definitely keep you up to date with this. And once I get my next credit limit increase, we will come back. I will give you my data points. We'll see exactly how much this increase was, and then we'll go from there. Another factor that I want to consider, but it may not be for everyone to really control that, but I do think that they might factor in how much money goes in through your account. Now, for my Navy Federal account, within the last few months, I have had a lot of money go through here, and I have had a lot of money sit in the account, especially when my statement cycle date closes and it captures all of my account activity. So they may consider that to determine exactly what your income looks like, and they may base it off of that. Again, it's very hard to know for sure without actually having more information or without enough time passing. But once again, I will definitely keep you up to date. I probably will go through my statements. I mean, I'm not going to show all my transactions, but I'll probably show what my balances were over the last 6 months. So that way, maybe based off of my increase, you have an idea of what possibly you can do to see a similar figure if it's a good figure. All right. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I do really appreciate it. If you notice that you're no longer able to put the amount that you would like to request, then drop a comment below, because I'm not sure if everyone was aware. I wasn't aware. I mean, this just happened. Again, I've been requesting it every single month. So I can say with certainty that this was not the case in October. So this happened somewhere between October 20th and November 20th. That's what I can confirm. With that being said, we'll keep moving forward, learn the data points, and then come up with a solid strategy in order to figure out exactly what we can and cannot be approved for. Once again, I do appreciate you watching this, and you have a wonderful day.